Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Betrayed Deku Joins Wargame. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Red Eyes frantically searched the area as the small pattering of footsteps sounded from below. Yuri ran down a hallway with no stable direction, merely going on instinct. Her heartbeat that of a drum due to the copious amounts of adrenaline in her system. Her breathing was rapid and tired as she ran ahead. I have to hide. The main thought echoes within Yuri's head over and over, her bluish off-white hair flailing in the wind that reached her due to her acceleration. No, he'll find me. She held her hands close to her chest, turning her head to find any place of safety. He was fast, and he would find her like all the times before, but she couldn't give up maybe this time. Her head moved side to side, a feeling of which she couldn't determine taking a hold of her. Finally, she found a place. Her pace picking up again, Yuri opened the small door in front of her, crawling inside before closing the small wooden barrier and closing her in darkness. Trying to calm herself, Yuri breathed deeply, her hands gripping hard to the fabric that hugged her body closely. He won't find me, he can't. Yuri gave a small gasp as the thudding of large footsteps that could easily drown out her own got closer and closer. The intervals of steps getting smaller and smaller. I will find you. Yuri closed her eyes, hearing the muffled voice of a male much older than her. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Yuri's heartbeat matched as the man's footsteps got closer and closer before the steps silenced entirely, no indication there was anyone. Slowly opening her eyes, Yuri sighed out a breath of relief until the small door she had behind suddenly opened, light flooding. I found you. Yuri looked to the man before her. His emerald green eyes, the unruly locks of green hair highlighted with tints of black, the man she trusted more than anyone else, Izuku Midoriya. Deku. Giggling, Yuri yelled out his nickname, no thought into what it meant, only knowing that it was his hero name. Being lifted into the air, Yuri hugged the boy tightly around his neck as she felt his arms carrying all her weight with no effort. How did you find me? Giving a small pout, Yuri crossed her arms, remembering why she had been hiding in the first place. Snowball, you always hide in the same place. I don't know any other place. Turning her head to the side, Yuri looked at the cupboard she had been hiding in. Izuku always knew where her hiding place was, but that didn't mean playing hide and seek wasn't fun. It was just the opposite, especially since she was having fun with her hero. Hearing a small chuckle, Yuri saw the boy smile, though it wasn't the one that was her favorite. It was the one that he usually did when the others were around. Speaking of which, Yuri looked at the area around her. The black-haired lady was cooking something, and she wasn't alone. A girl with earlobes was next to her, handing ingredient after ingredient, mainly vegetables of some kind. Yuri forgot their names, if she was being honest, only remembering their features. Now that her mind was off the game they were playing, she clutched back onto Izuku tightly. She still didn't trust these people as she trusted him. Awa. Turning to the all, Yuri saw who she dubbed Machai Girl, the brown-haired student, smiling brightly at her hero, the boy blushing slightly as he rubbed the back of his head. You both are so cute. Yuri saw Machai squeal, which only tightened her hold on Izuku even more. Deku, I'm hungry. Getting his attention, Yuri tugged at Izuku's shirt. The boy nodded before grabbing an apple. Yuri couldn't help but salivate at the sight as Izuku brought it to her. Latching on, Yuri let go to grab the fruit, showing in delight as she moved Izuku, carrying her to the couch before sitting down. Moving to his lap, Yuri munched on her apple while Izuku engaged in conversation. She didn't focus on hearing anything, only savoring the sweet flavor of her favorite food. A smile made its way to Yuri's face. She was happy for weeks. This feeling was new but welcome. Ever since she had been saved, her life had been better, and with Izuku she knew it would be good. Eating, it was only when the door to the dorms opened loudly that she was startled, her hearing coming in tune with what was being said. Once again feeling Izuku's arms wrap around her in protective custody, the weight underneath her ceasing to exist. Izuku jumped over the back of the couch. Scared, Yuri pulled herself to Izuku as she heard yelling from Aizawa. Midoriya, let go of Yuri and get down on the ground. For what? What is going on? Yuri looked up, seeing Izuku's face twist in confused anger. She felt herself move with his steps steadily going backward. Deku. She saw his eyes look at her, them softening in a dead gray color that always comforted her when she was scared. Put your eye down, young Midoriya. This time it was a blonde man, his skinny body covered by a striped suit, his finger pointed at her. Eyes widening, she dove back into Izuku's embrace, closing her eyes, her body shivering. Why? Explain what is happening. Shut your mouth, traitor. You're in no position to make demands. You know what you did. Yuri put her hands to her ears, trying to block the loud screaming. More muffled yells, yet Yuri couldn't make heads or tails of what was being said, only that she kept moving backward even faster than before. Then something grabbed her wrist tightly. It hurt badly. Her mind going back to Overhaul as she tried to yank her wrist back desperately. With one ear uncovered, she heard Izuku scream in pure anger. Let her go. Suddenly, Yuri felt herself hitting the ground. Opening her eyes, she felt tears well up from the tightness on her wrist. The pain, Deku. Screaming out, she searched to see a dark purple-haired woman. Holding her next to her was a man whose sharp teeth reminded her of the scalpels Overhaul used on her. Turning her head, Eri tried to find her footing, eventually doing so as she pulled at her arm trying to get free. Eri. Looking to Izuku, she saw the boy running to her, his hand outstretched before he was tackled to the ground. Aizawa holding him down, putting on a pair of handcuffs while his hair floated. Eyes red. Stay down, Midoriya. She saw his eyes fill with anger, the same anger she saw when he fought Overhaul. No, please stop. Deku. Eri felt her tears drip off her cheeks. Her attempts at running to Izuku impeded. Her left hand still outstretched to hold his. Eri watched Izuku stare her in the eyes, his wrists trying to pull the handcuffs apart. Opening her mouth, Eri yelled one final time before the door closed. Papa. Sitting up, Eri hyperventilate, her eyes looking through the room she was in. The air mattress under her moving with her movement. Papa. Eri's eyes watered as she started crying. She hated that dream. Still crying, Eri heard someone move before her air mattress had new weight on top of it. Looking, she saw Ibara, the vine-haired girl, staring at her with a small smile. It's okay, Eri. Rubbing Eri's head, Ibara reached to her vines, using her quirk to create a thornless rose, handing it to the girl. It was just a dream. Do you want to go to your papa and mama? Gently, Ibara looked at the girl, who nodded her head, rubbing her eyes. Lifting her, Ibara, wearing her sleepwear consisting of a t-shirt and pajama bottoms, moved to the door, not seeing that the door to her balcony was unlocked as she and Eri walked out. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku ... Turn it off. Mei's muffled groan came from Izuku's bed as the covers shifted slightly. Turning her body so that her face looked up to the ceiling, she kept her eyes closed, putting an arm over her head. Her toned, slim arm added another protective layer against the light. Her voluptuous chest rising and falling as she breathed deeply, still hearing the beeping of Izuku's alarm clock. Izuku. With her request unfulfilled, Mei turned her body to the direction of where her boyfriend was surely still asleep. Now on her side, Mei opened her eyes only to see nothing. Izuku. Sitting up, Mei's hair fell down her back, her large breasts. An athletic midriff that had trace outlines of abs now exposed as a cold wind bit her supple skin. Shivering, Mei grabbed the blanket that she had been under, covering up by draping the material over her shoulders, holding it close. Another cold breeze hit the girl. Looking, she saw the balcony door open. Not seeing Izuku anywhere, Mei slowly moved across the bed, reaching over, shutting the alarm before swinging her legs over the side of the bed. With the blanket still covering her, she stood up, stepping over her discarded underwear and clothes before shutting the glass door close. With the temperature returning to a stable level, Mei turned around, her greenish-yellow crosshair eyes searching the room, noticing the closet was open. Though she didn't think much of it, not like she looked in the room when she had gotten there, not that she could have. Still, no, Izuku was an odd sight, but maybe he had gotten to get breakfast and was coming back. Justifying his absence, Mei had no sense of worry inside her as she finally let go of the blanket, her naked form now unveiled entirely. Her breasts, stomach, arms, rear, everything was exposed, but she didn't mind now that the cause of the cold was gone. Walking forward, her assets moved with her. She bent down, picking up the shirt Izuku had thrown on the ground last night, slipping it over her body, the shirt accommodating for her size easily, before moving over to the boy's drawer, which was slightly open. Izuku won't mind if I borrow some clothes. Opening the compartment, Mei grabbed a pair of the boy's boxers, not noticing that several other pairs were not there as she put them over her lower half, now restoring at least a fraction of her modesty. Sitting back on the bed, Mei looked at the bed and by extension the sheets of which, a small smile coming to her face. If Izuku wanted to make a real baby, he could have told me. She didn't know why he was acting so weird yesterday, but maybe he was too shy to tell her. Mei let out a small giggle. Even Izuku, who was made of pure muscle, could get like that. Deciding to wait until Izuku got back, Mei climbed back into bed. There she noticed Izuku's side was cold, not even a hint of warmth indicating he had been there. What time did he get up? She knew Izuku was an early riser, but to not feel anything of him being there didn't feel right. Still, she waited, and as minutes passed by without any return, Mei was starting to get worried. That was until there was a knock at the door. Getting up, Mei went to the door, swinging it open without any hesitation, expecting to find Izuku on the other side, but was surprised to see Ibara and Eri, the small child, looking as though she had been crying. Grabbing the girl from Ibara's arms, Mei hugged her tightly, carrying her. Is my baby okay? What's wrong? Concerned, she looked at Ibara, the vine-haired girl, explaining while bowing down. She had suffered a nightmare. She requested to see both you and Midoriya. Putting her head up, Ibara stood still, awaiting Mei's response, the girl rubbing Eri's back, still hugging her. It's okay, my baby mama is here. Ibara, when you were down there, did you see Izuku at all? Mei questioning the girl didn't get a response as suddenly running was heard and it was coming in their direction fast. Where's Midoriya? Aizawa and Snipe ran up the steps of the dorms, running to the two who looked confused, them continuing as they pushed their ways inside the room. Aizawa and Snipe, ignoring the clothes on the ground, started searching the room. Aizawa flipped up the bed as Snipe investigated the closet. What are you doing? Yelling, Mei got into Aizawa's face, demanding to know why they were tearing up Izuku's room. Aibara too wanted to know, her vines already coiling, as Mei pressured the teacher, still holding Eri to her as she continued to yell questions at the two. Aizawa looked at Mei and Aibara. Snipe is missing very dangerous weapons only Midoriya knew about. His suit isn't here either. Yelling from the closet, Snipe had gotten Aizawa to look at him before the teacher turned back to Mei. Hatsune, we need to know where Midoriya is. Please contact him. Mei took a step back, listening to them. Mei, like a vice grip, was slowly closing on her stomach in the most painful way possible. Eri looked up at Mei. Mama. Getting everyone's attention, they waited for Eri's next words. The girl slowly remembered Izuku's words. Papa told me that he has to go away. What? When did he tell you? Mei, looking at Eri, saw the girl open her mouth. When I was with Auntie Aibara. Mei froze. Izuku was with her when she fell asleep. She knew that. She didn't hear him leave, and if he did, why didn't he come back? Mama, where's Papa going? Eri's eyes once again filled with tears. Mei didn't have an answer, only looking on the ground for the pants she had been wearing, digging through the pockets until she grabbed her phone. Setting Eri down temporarily, Mei used her finger scrolling through her contacts before pressing on Izuku's name. Please pick up. There wasn't even a ring as it went straight to voicemail. Mei tried, again and again, her breathing increasing, panic evident in how she fumbled with the phone in her hands, yet each time it had gone straight to voicemail. Can you contact him? Aizawa, standing by, looked down at Mei, who had stopped trying to call, watching the support student shake her head no. He's not answering. Mei's voice quivered before she got the idea to track his phone. Quickly she got up, pushing past everyone in the room. Confused, Aibara picked up Eri, chasing after the girl while the teachers nodded to each other, Aizawa following after them. Rushing Mei past the common room, not caring for the eyes directed at her as she opened the door, leaving as she rushed to the main campus of UA. Once inside, she rushed up the stairs, heading to the support course. Mei couldn't even hear the footsteps that followed. Her mind was entirely focused on Izuku. Getting into the support course workshop, Mei headed over to a baby both she and Powerloader had made in the event a hero were to go missing. It was still experimental, but it was a small tracker that was meant to be attached to the inside of the hero costumes. Mei had toyed with the baby, placing it in the mesh weave she had made for Izuku's suit. Now it was her only chance. Turning on the monitor meant to pinpoint and track the hero's suits, Mei tried to find Izuku, with Aibara, Eri, and Aizawa finally catching up. Can you find him? Aizawa, walking up to the girl, looked at the monitor only to that there was no signal at all. Izuku, where are you? Mei put her head down on the table. There wasn't any trace of him left. Lucifer looked at his index and thumb, the both of them rubbing against each other, with the cloth of his glove being the only barrier, until it stopped. With his fingers separating, crumbles of a small device fell to the floor in shambles. The inside of his suit cut slightly, with the push knife he had brought with him being the culprit. So sell any of the valuables we stole? Nope, they're all junk. But I did get this. What do you think? Izu, showing off a gold necklace that had an emerald gemstone. Toga spun around, purposely flashing Lucifer by holding her skirt up for him to see. Lucifer, tilting his head, inspected Toga, the girl blushing under his gaze before he sat back. A shame they have no value, but I have to say that looks cute on you, Himiko. Oh, Izu, I love you. Jumping onto the couch, Toga clutched Lucifer's arm, holding it tightly before Shigaraki cut in. Alright, stop that, you're making us all sick. Lucifer, turning his head to his leader, eyed the man before looking to Kurogiri. Has there been any word from this doctor? Nothing. With your assessment of the situation, I had suspended all attempts at searching for him. However, if there is no word soon, I will have to start trying to find him. Kurogiri had already told Lucifer about the League's and AFO's connection to the doctor and how the man was responsible for the Nomus Lucifer had seen. And what of Dabai's progress of recruitment? It's going slow. Entering the hideout, Dabai sighed in exhaustion. Everyone out in the streets is trash. Without any cash, they won't even listen. A few even tried to attack. All of them have no goals or ambitions, just utter garbage. Their quality isn't what we are searching for. It's the quantity, yet the problem with money is still our largest concern. Without it, we won't have our shield. Lucifer put a hand to his chin, the mask over the lower part of his mouth still affixed tightly. He didn't move even as Toga slipped a hand into his jacket, touching his chest. With her love still thinking, Toga decided to break the silence. Hey Tamura, what kind of person is that doctor we're looking for anyway? Her question drew the eyes of everyone except for Lucifer and Kurogiri, one who knew the doctor and the other who had already surmised the type of person the supposed man was. Shigaraki, digging into his coat, pulled out a small red case, looking at his reflection in the metal casing. No one noticing the glance Lucifer gave in his direction. He's a cautious man. I've only ever talked with him through the computer at our hideout in the bar, but he was Sensei's physician. He also created our army of Namu that we attacked the USJ and Hasu City with. Well, he could at least help out more, you know. His patient's disciple needs his help. Though if Izu is here, maybe we don't need that doctor after all. Cooing, Toga put her head onto Lucifer's shoulder. Ever since he had joined the League, there was no such boundary of affection that bothered Toga, though she did wish Lucifer returned the same feelings other than saying sweet words to her. Spinner stood by listening to the conversation that had been going on this entire time. Toga's teasing of Shigaraki and the place he had been residing in were currently striking all his nerves. His eyes scanned the room looking at the box full of junk they had looted. And then there was the fact that while Shigaraki was supposed to be the leader, only Lucifer was thinking about how to fix their problems. Hey, where exactly are we heading? Uncrossing his arms, Spinner walked to Shigaraki, feeling he had kept to himself this entire time now leaking out. Answer me, Shigaraki, where are we heading? Because it seems to me you don't have a plan. I'm only here because I was inspired by Stain. I want to change the world like he tried to. You promised me that you would do that, so why? Why is he the only one trying to get us out of this rut? Pointing to Lucifer, Spinner continued as Shigaraki put the red case back into his coat pocket. So where the hell are we heading towards? Grabbing Shigaraki, Spinner got up in the man's face, but before the situation could escalate they heard Lucifer speak. Calm yourself, Spinner, our objective is clear. Listening, Spinner reluctantly let go of Shigaraki. Instead he walked over to Lucifer, the man staring the lizard villain in the eyes. What is our goal? To change the world we must connect with the people of Japan. However, their brainwashing done to them by the heroes is very hard to remove, their sense of justice bolstered by the media. Therefore I have a plan. If I was to connect to the new station I can broadcast our mission. However, we must obtain AFO's power that he had left. It is essential to our plan, and while I do not doubt Stain's crusade, his way of going about it was too disjointed. Killing the heroes has no large impact, whereas exposing the system for what it is will. However, first things first, we need to gain our shield, and without any word from Jiren, as I've been told, it will take time. For now, have patience, everything will fall into place. Spinner opened his mouth, he wanted to say something but nothing came to mind. Lucifer was right, so stepping back, Spinner took a seat on the floor, his head tilted downward. Shigaraki glared at Lucifer, scratching his neck slightly while he eyed the newest addition to the league. He didn't like how control was being taken away from him. The rest of the league were on a different side of the spectrum. Even Kirigiri was a bit glad Lucifer had joined when he did. His assertions were always thought out and not merely created on a whim like Shigaraki's half-baked ideas. Though they would never say this out loud, Lucifer seemed more like a leader than the Shigaraki did. Sitting there, the league carried on in conversation, Toga continuing in her attempts to try and convince Lucifer to let her taste his blood, while Compress and Dabai discussed Jiren's lack of communication when the entire mountain rumbled. Getting up, Lucifer looked outside, Shigaraki already equipping the hand on his face as he rushed to the door. Shigaraki bumping into Lucifer fell to the floor. The boy quickly helped him up, his hand accidentally slipping into the inside of Shigaraki's coat. Shigaraki, are you okay? Getting up, Shigaraki shrugged Lucifer off as he continued his advance, exiting with the league following him. Lucifer came right after. His right hand left his suit, grabbing his sniper that sat near the door. Finally, I found you. I've been waiting for a signal all this time. So you are the successor of All for One. Gigantomachia stared at Shigaraki intently, though momentarily it looked at Lucifer before its attention refocused. Shigaraki, lifting the hand on his face, looked to Kirigiri with a smile on his face. Kirigiri, is this the power Sensei had left for us? Yes, I believe so. What the hell? He's effing giant. Dabai sparked his blue flame while the rest of the league got ready with him, all watching the giant beast throw a radio that hung on his neck to the ground, the device making a few noises, though it was unclear. For All for One I devote my everything. Well then, successor, show me whether you are worthy or not. Shigaraki took a step back at that declaration, confused. What? Without warning, the giant beast attacked, forcing the league to dodge. Lucifer using 8% of OFA to get away, jumping to the roof of the hideout, watching the pursuing battle, and it was merely a moment after he was joined by Kirigiri, who would not interfere. Do you wish not to fight? Kirigiri looked to Lucifer, watching as the villain looked at the rest of the league entering battle. I do wish to participate, but fighting an enemy that I do not understand will lead to my downfall. The rest have no such option to evacuate the battle, and with their damaged equipment they won't win. Giving his reason, Lucifer side-eyed Kirigiri. Surely you can join the fray, why is it you choose not to? I am a mere servant to Tamura and AFO, though if Tamura is to improve in his capabilities like you, he needs to face this battle where I will not remove him from. I will interfere if his life is to be in danger, however. With their reasons understood and settled, both Lucifer and Kirigiri watched the battle from a distance. Each time the league attempted to get the upper hand, it always failed. Hours passed, and by now Lucifer already knew what the giant wanted. And if to confirm his suspicions, Gigantomachia swiped away Compress, clenching his fists tightly, raising them above his head. Why can't you keep up? He's too weak, Master. Why? The monster wailed loudly, his tears flowing like rivers down the rocky terrain that made up its skin. Lucifer narrowed his eyes as the league yelled, all at them, trying to understand why Gigantomachia was doing this, when the radio from before sounded out loudly. You seem like you're stuck, Shigaraki. Doctor. Shigaraki looked toward the radio before Spinner cut in. Hey, is this the doctor we have been searching for? Holding his sword aloft, Spinner looked to Shigaraki, but before he could get an answer the doctor spoke. It seems you and your little friends are there with you, though I do see Kurogiri and a new member is there. Nevertheless, I hope you are all staying healthy. As healthy as I can, but I might be minced meat in a second. Bracing Shigaraki and the League prepared as Gigantomachia slammed his fists down, destroying everything, sending the League flying back. GH. What the hell's your problem? The radio, coming to a rest after being knocked around, spoke out. His name is Gigantomachia. At one time he supported All for One as his bodyguard, thus being one of the few who has gained his trust. A trust that was rewarded with multiple quirks, his stamina otherworldly in nature as a result, and all without modifications into that of Inamo. Years before he took you, and All for One had hidden him after his power and influence were weakened by his defeat of All Might, predicting his eventual capture. A meticulous man, he wanted there to be a way that no matter what happens to him his will can be carried on. It amazes me that such a man can be defeated by All Might, though that means he is all talk. Anyone of his power would hide a trump card after getting weakened. It only makes sense. Lucifer wasn't so impressed by this development. AFO may be intelligent in his own right, but everything he does is predictable to Lucifer. It was only by luck that he managed to stay steps ahead of the heroes. Either way, this doesn't seem like a very nice gift. Using his flames to propel himself, Dabai lifted his hand, sending out waves of flames. You have a good eye, Dabai. You see, Gigantomachia's loyalty is too strong for his own good. Since then he's been in despair due to the gap of power between his previous master and Shigaraki. So that means if we just keep hitting him hard enough he'll get warmed up to us. No, not exactly. You see, at the moment it's an impossible task. Dabai, sending out a huge wave of flame, was shocked to see Gigantomachia eat it whole, not taking any damage as he raised his fist, aiming to send Dabai to the afterlife. That was until the voice of a FO pierced the skies. Gigantomachia stopping his attack, instead searching for the radio, finding it before putting it close to his ear. That was a recording of a FO's voice. He's calmed down, yes. Yeah, he's calm, but I don't want this thing. Standing, Shigaraki looked at Gigantomachia with nothing but disdain for having such a beast on his team, but his response wasn't a favorable one. Oh, you don't. I see you're simply still a mere child. After all this, you believe you can get what you want by wishing for it? It seems spending time with Kurogiri has dulled your vision. Open your eyes. Well, I see now. Just a moment. The doctor's voice cutting out, the League started to question what was going on before black goo shot out of their mouths. Lucifer, experiencing the same feeling as both he and Kurogiri, were wrapped in the black substance. This is the same quirk used by AFO at Kamino, so why? Compressed shouting couldn't continue. Getting teleported. The same happened with every member there. Lucifer was the last to go, his eyes staring at Gigantomachia intensely. When his vision returned, Lucifer found himself in a small basement-like room. Looking around, he saw several tubes all filled with what looked like Nomus, the same variation that Endeavor had fought a while back, a floor littered with large wires connecting them. Lucifer narrowed his eyes as he turned to the doctor, the short old man sitting in a large chair a large distance away. Your son Izuku is quirkless. Seeing the man, Lucifer's eyes narrowed even more as his left hand dug into his pocket, pulling out two objects which he hid behind his back. Joining his left hand, Lucifer's right assisted it in a process nobody could see, though his mind wasn't purely focused on what his hands were doing. They were instead focused on the doctor, as he was the very same one that started his hell. This place. Shigaraki looked around, his eyes looking at his surroundings before he too spotted the doctor. Before he could say something, Dabai interrupted. Wait, are these? No, miss. They look different from the normal. Oh ho ho, so you can tell that is a good eye. You see, these are my high ends, much more perfect than the previous kinds of Namo. They are a whole different breed. As the conversation between the doctor and the League continued, they walked forward. Lucifer was a little behind. Behind his back, a small screen lit up dimly as the logo for a phone company sprung to life. It only took a few seconds before the screen popped up, a notification reading that the phone was ready to be used. Pressing a button on the side, the ringer on the phone went silent as Lucifer crouched down for a second, slipping the device screen down under a bed of wires. Lucifer, looking back up, used danger sense, pinpointing the doctor, who had retreated into a cave-like structure, screaming at them not to come close to him, stating his fake name, Darumi Ujiko, while stating that he didn't want to reveal his address. The man then spout his contributions to the great AFO before turning in their direction. It's not as though I dislike you, Shigaraki. However, you, unlike myself, have accomplished nothing, so tell me, Tamura Shigaraki, what does the trash of society like your group have to offer? Standing there, Shigaraki thought for a minute. I don't remember much before meeting you and Sensei, but what I do remember is Sensei's embrace. Since then I've been thinking, when I wear everyone, my family, my anger flows out. I feel sick to my stomach but calm at the same time. There's nothing but a gaping hole where the fragments of my past are, and I feel a constant weight on my shoulders. It doesn't matter if I destroy the hero society or become a ruler of the underground. Nothing will fill my heart because I despise everything. Everything that breathes, everything that lives, so why don't I destroy everything once and for all? When it's over, you'll be able to see the most beautiful horizon, so doctor, lend me your strength and I'll show you everything from heaven to hell. Laughing out loud, the doctor caught everyone other than Lucifer off guard. Though Spinner was the most shocked before his head turned to Lucifer, his eyes begging for an answer. Lucifer looked at Spinner before giving a nod of his head. Spinner's breathing calmed down after that before turning back into the conversation. Sounds like a childish pipe dream. But very well, I'm in. I'll lend you my power, Shigaraki. After all, it's villains who make pipe dreams come true. Let me see what you can do. Wait, Tamura. You can destroy everything. After all, how will Izu and I start our lives together? Jumping to Lucifer, Toga hugged him tightly, staring at Shigaraki, who scoffed. The wishes of my comrades are separate, do as you like. Gasping, Toga turned to Lucifer, smiling up at him, her canines showing. You hear that, Izu? We can be together forever. Haha, your group is more than it seemed, and you, Shigaraki, are even better than I expected. You bastard, you were messing with me, weren't you? I only wished to see how much you grew with my own eyes. Not cooperating was never part of the plan. In fact, I already have some research being prepared for you. But I won't hand it over just yet. You all are too weak, that is a fact, and unlike me, Gigantomachia won't accept you so readily, so make him submit and I will give you my everything. Grab it with your own 2 hands. That was just a long-ass tutorial, I see. Shigaraki grinned with a sense of victory, yet it was short-lived as Lucifer spoke up. Now that it's settled, Dabai focus back on recruiting the villains that will be of use. The rest of us will focus on subjugating Gigantomachia as soon as possible. This way everything else will go smoothly as we move forward. Oh, and who is this? Shigaraki, please tell me of your new subordinate. Groaning, Shigaraki looked at Lucifer, who still had Toga wrapped around his waist. This is our newest UA traitor, the former hero brat Deku, Izuku Midoriya. Interesting, it seems as though there are still those who can think without being clouded by those heroes. Yeah, just send us back already, I'm feeling motivated. Shigaraki, looking back at the doctor, stepped back when a small container filled with what looked like earpieces was placed in front of them. However, they were short on one of them. My apologies for the short supply. I did not expect Shigaraki to make a new friend. Nevertheless, use these to contact me from now on. Grabbing them, the League put them in their ears. However, Toga smiled, instead taking Lucifer's hand and dropping it in his palm. Here, Izu, I would be better if you had this instead of me. With a smile, Toga looked at Lucifer lovingly. Bending down, Lucifer put his hand against her cheek before leaning to her ear. I think that deserves a reward, wouldn't you say so? His eye staring into hers, a feeling entered Lucifer's gut, and it wasn't good by any means. Nodding her head rapidly, Toga was suddenly let go as the doctor used a smaller Namu, affectionately named John, to send out a wave of black goo transporting them. Now back to where the Battle of Gigantomachia had started. Shigaraki attracted the giant's attention, speaking loudly as he took the hand of his father off his face. Yo, the future king has returned. Gigantomachia rose to stand at his massive height, looking down at Shigaraki and the League. A king is one who commands respect. Someone strong. Shigaraki smirked before looking at the other members of the League. We'll take him down now. Giving his order, the League launched into battle. However, yet again Lucifer and Kurogiri had hung back. While the League battled for dominance, they were unaware that a single severed finger had been discovered by police in a residential area. The person it belonged to was unknown. Izuku wandered the streets of Hi City, his mask now off. It had been around 2 days since the battle between the League and Gigantomachia had started. He not once during the 2 days had interfered in the battle. Izuku had to admit the giant was very impressive in terms of how long he could fight along with his senses, but fighting-wise it was nothing to sweat at. Gigantomachia reminded him of All Might, the way the giant punches with no thought other than stopping his target. So why was he here in Hi City? It was simple. The doctor was a cautious man, very cautious, so much so that he had remained in secrecy for years. Yet when Izuku had gotten there, that cautiousness seemed to have dwindled. Breathing out, Izuku looked up to the sky. May. Izuku closed his eyes, imagining them clearly in his mind. Papa, why did you leave? Izuku, how could you do this? Opening his eyes, Izuku's pleasant imagery had quickly turned sour. Their smiles had turned into looks of disgust and hate. Shaking his head, Izuku looked at his hand. The nerves had been flaring in pain for days, but he did nothing to try and stop it. Call it penance for his actions against Mei and Eri, or maybe that was how Izuku justified it. Either way, no matter how much he wanted to return, he couldn't. Stopping his walk, Izuku looked at the store in front of him. A phone store. Walking inside, Izuku saw several types of people, all of them looking at phones or accessories they would want to purchase, but Izuku had no intention of buying anything. Hello, sir, would you like some help today? A young girl, mid-20s, with black flowing hair, looked at Izuku with a kind smile, the woman a tech assistant for the store. Looking at her, Izuku smiled back. No thank you, I'm sure I know my way. Okay, if you need help, don't hesitate to ask me or any other available representatives. Nodding, Izuku walked past the people and kids in the store. His walk took him to a large table of phones, all of them for display, with limited functionality, but it would work for what he had in mind. Turning on the display phone, Izuku scrolled through the apps before pressing the screen, taking it to the search engine on the phone. Quickly, he typed a website address which didn't take long to load. Pressing on the first link, Izuku was taken to the exact place he needed. Typing as fast as he could, Izuku set down the phone, digging into his pocket, pulling out a pen, scribbling several names, numbers, and addresses on the back and top of his left hand. After finishing, Izuku picked the phone up once more. Going to the keypad, Izuku input a single number. After a few rings, the phone had picked up. Hello, who is this? Izuku stood still, opening his mouth slightly before he spoke. Yo Arazu, I finally found a use for you. Now listen closely or else. Izuku walked out of the phone store, his eyes set on the address written on his hand. So that's where you are. Should have guessed. Even the most cautious can't avoid problems forever, especially when you invite one in. Jaku Hospital is just the place he would hide. Izuku looked at the building in front of him, his left hand free from the confines of his glove, an address written in pen still visible, although the ink had rubbed off just a bit. Reaching into his suit, Izuku brought out his glove covering his free hand. Now ready, he walked to the glass doors of the hospital. As expected, it ran like a true stable facility, with sick patients waiting to be treated, injured coming to have their daily checkups, and nurses going from patient to patient asking if they had any appointments. A perfect front for someone who wanted to hide their true intentions without suspicion. Walking inside, Izuku looked around before closing his eyes, a twisting stab hitting his head before he opened them up. Tilting his head down, a small smile came to Izuku's face. The basement was indeed a clever spot. Walking forward, Izuku put his hands behind his back. His chest puffed out in a matter of superiority as he checked the area around him, eyes searching. Going to the main hallway, Izuku was stopped when a nurse small in stature with silky red hair stepped in front of him, clipboard in hand. Excuse me, sir. Do you have an appointment? If not, I'm going to request that you leave this area. As kindly as she could, the nurse wanted to shrink back as Izuku's eyes landed on her. Were you not informed of my arrival? I see the state of this hospital is worse than I was told. Do you not have the management that would tell their employees of such an important event? Looking at the confused girl, Izuku stared at her name tag. Very well, I shall inform you myself, Karen. My name is Hirata Hideo. I was sent on rumors of malpractice. The board of officials has entrusted the task of investigating this hospital to me. As such, hindering my investigation raises my suspicion of your operations. I warn you now, Mrs. Karen, I'm very good at remembering names. Your RN license will be revoked as soon as I get with my superiors if you impede my investigation further. Now tell your colleagues that I'm to have unrestricted access throughout the entirety of this facility, or this hospital will be shut down and co-conspirators will be prosecuted, fined, and arrested for obstruction. Leaning down, Izuku glared at the young girl, his eyes narrowing. So make your choice. Karen shivered, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Izuku. All right, away, yes, sir. Karen stepped out of the way, fear gripping her entire body, but she regained enough composure to spread the word amongst her fellow colleagues. The girl's tearful retelling of what Izuku told her crushed all doubt that this was real. With no one in his way, Izuku walked through the halls of the hospital, checking every room, his mind telling him where his target was the entire time. Finally, he checked the morgue of the hospital, entering the cold room where countless bodies were laid, their organs already having been scooped out, while the bodies were frozen to be preserved. Going throughout the room, Izuku checked every nook and cranny before moving to a section of the wall. If he were as insane and cliché as an evil doctor, he would hide the entrance behind a wall of bodies. His fingers searched for any gaps between the wall and metal containers. Izuku moved the wallet, screeching across the ground as he uncovered an elevator. The metal doors closed tightly. Getting the mask out of his suit pocket, Izuku put the mask on it tightly, attaching it to his jaw and nose. Lucifer, sticking his hands in the gap of the doors, pried them open with ease, revealing an elevator shaft, the cables flowing downward into a pure black abyss. Grabbing one of the cables, Lucifer used Black Whip to stab into the metal container, shifting it as he started to slip down the cable. Enclosing himself in the darkness, he slid down, the wind rushing past his face before he stopped his momentum, grabbing the cable hard, his glove's integrity not failing in the slightest as his feet touched a solid surface beneath him. Tapping his foot against it, Lucifer heard the pinging of metal and a small echo, meaning whatever he was touching was hollow. The elevator. Letting go, he dropped down the elevator, swaying slightly as his weight was added. Searching in the dark, his hand grasped a small lever. Pulling it, light slowly consumed the darkness of the shaft. The inside of the elevator was clear to see for Lucifer. With the emergency hatch opened, he grabbed the side, dropping in before looking to the pair of closed doors. He once again forcefully opened them to the basement he had been teleported to, with the League now in his view. Stepping in, Lucifer crouched low to the floor, the sound dampeners May had crafted into his shoes showing their usefulness with unyielding efficiency. Danger sense had already shown him that the doctor was still unaware of his intrusion. Stalking to the large tubes filled with Nomus, he walked to a large section of wires, picking up his once discarded phone. The battery was extremely low with messages and missed calls from May. Mirio, All Might. and various others appearing on his screen. Still holding the phone, Lucifer looked away into the large screen. The doctor was staring at showing footage of the League's still ongoing fight with Gigantomachia. Walking towards the man, Lucifer saw the small Nama that had been responsible for the black goo teleportation sitting on the floor unattended, but he could care less for the brainless creature. Walking until he was right behind the doctor, Lucifer leaned his head over the doctor's shoulder, his face next to the old man's who still had noticed him. Quite the failure, don't you think? The doctor let out a scream, turned in his chair, backing up before hitting the desk of computers and spilling everything off the table. How did you get in here? How did you find me? Cowering, the doctor saw Lucifer stand up, arms folded in front of his chest. Please calm yourself, doctor. This pathetic sight doesn't befit one of All for One's trusted associate. I did not come to harm you, only speak with you. Speak. You broke in here only to speak. The doctor looked at his nomus. He could release them now and kill this child, but looking at Lucifer, the doctor could only quiver. Yes, to speak. You see, being in the League has taught me one thing. Shigaraki is nothing but a fool. He has no control over those he calls subordinates, and his plans are childish. He's weak, idiotic, and not worthy to be AFO's successor. You have seen this for yourself, have you not? Surely the successor of AFO would have proved his right by defeating Gigantomachia, yet he fails every time. Grabbing the doctor's shoulder, Lucifer grinned, spinning the man around to see the screen. You are intelligent, doctor. Your cautiousness is what led you to be alive today. You choose the side that always wins. Now does that look like a winner to you? The doctor stared at the screen, watching Shigaraki fail time after time, nowhere near getting close even with the help of the League. So what is that you want? Finally calming down enough to speak, the doctor glanced at Lucifer. I merely want you to look at who you believe is truly worthy of being the successor of AFO. After all, Shigaraki is nothing but a festering problem that needs to be answered, whether that is foolishly following his dream of destruction or allowing someone else to take the mantle and carry AFO's will. Tell me, do you believe that the destruction of everything that breathes is AFO's goal? You know him better than myself, but from what I gather, he wants a world where heroes aren't needed, a place where we can rule atop the masses as kings, no as gods, and not just in Japan but the entire world. If everything is destroyed, then how will we achieve such a task? The doctor let out a small chuckle before he broke out into a maniacal laugh. You truly are different than the ignorant child. Your thinking is manipulative and calculated. I cannot deny that you do have the same qualities that a foe shares. That is why I believe you, and I both know that even if Shigaraki were to get stronger, he could never carry out the will of our master. He doesn't even understand himself. His leadership skills are poor in quality, and his reason for villainy is nothing special. He was just lucky enough to have a quirk that sparked AFO's interest. Lucifer smiled as his phone screen lit up. May was calling him, her caller ID flashing. Now, crushing the phone in his hand, Lucifer smiled. Would you lend me your power so that I may complete AFO's dream? After all, I carry the only thing that could stop him. Oh, you are an interesting child. Even more so than that infantile man. You are correct in your assumptions. I thought it had been a fluke when I first saw you, but now I can tell perhaps you are the true successor to All for One. A truly intelligent man of whom I'm sure can lead the future beside Master. However, you criticize Shigaraki for his failure to make Gigantomachia submit. If you were to do so, perhaps I could believe your devotion to Master. Believe me, where that weakling has failed, I will succeed. Bowing, Lucifer let the pieces of his phone fall to the ground. His right hand going to his back, a small tendril of black whip leaked out of his pinky, it wrapping around a small blue chip that had fallen with the rubble. Pulling it back towards his hand, he held onto it before hearing the doctor. Very well, we shall see. If what you say is true, then a foe will be pleased to have someone like you on his side. Laughing with the doctor, their cackles echoed throughout the basement. Everything was going exactly as Lucifer wanted, and he meant everything. May looked at her phone, tears in her eyes as she threw her phone on the table in front of her. She tried calling Izuku for so long, and every time he didn't answer, and this time the call simply failed halfway through ringing. Sniffling, May hugged her. The girl clutched onto her with her own tears. Is there any way to track him? May heard Aizawa speak, the teacher discussing with Hound Dog, the teacher shaking his head. I tried following his scent, but it drops off within Musutafu City. His patterns were erratic, as though he knew that we would try this. The dog-headed teacher sighed. Midoriya's phone, according to Hatsum, also is not being answered. No one can contact him. What about tracing the phone? With the calls not answering and dropping off along with his suit's tracker possibly being destroyed, he could have tossed the phone in another attempt to mislead us. Midoriya is much smarter than that. There's no way that he would actively keep something that can reveal his location on his person. Hound Dog shot down Aizawa's idea that nothing they could think of can lead them to Izuku's location. Then we have no choice but to start a manhunt amongst the heroes and the public. If any caught sight of him, they will report him. Aizawa offered another solution, but like before, his suggestion amounted to nothing. But then comes the repercussion of revealing that one of the hero students is armed, dangerous, and possibly even a traitor. We've had too many close brushes with the media that something like this can tarnish UA forever. Don't say that. Izuku isn't a traitor. Mei stood up hearing Hound Dog's accusation against Izuku. Hatsum, I understand your feelings, but the possibility of it being true is undeniable. I don't care. Stop calling him that. You called him a traitor before, and that's why he beat those other students into bloody pulps. He left because of you. Mei was running on pure emotion. Nothing in her head made sense at the moment. Why Izuku left her and Eri still failed to be understood, so she acquainted it with the treatment he was facing from the teachers. It had to be their fault. It was their fault. Eri started crying, hugging herself deeper into her mama, wishing for her papa to come back to her. Even with his promise, Eri didn't want to wait that long. She wanted Izuku there now. Sitting back down, Mei's body shook before the door burst open. Power Loader rushed in, but joining him were 3 individuals. The infamous Big Three, all of them looking at the scene in confusion. What's happening? Where's Midoriya? Mirio looked with confusion until he saw Eri crying. Running to the little girl, Mirio looked at Mei. Where is Deku? Eri didn't respond. Instead, she cried. Even more, Mirio was confused. First, it was the hero studies being cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. Then it was a call from All Might asking if he had seen or contacted Izuku at all recently. Now it was rumors of Izuku going missing. At first, Mirio couldn't believe it, but then came to the name Lucifer. And apparently, there were changes in Izuku's personality and appearance. He didn't believe it himself until he saw the hero students, all of them injured beyond anything he expected. When he tried to mention Izuku, the hero students shook in fear as though his name were an invitation to pain and despair. Reaching out to the girl, Mirio looked to his friends Nejire and Tamaki, both of them staring at him. Turning back to Eri, he touched her head, but the girl only moved away from him as though trying to escape his touch. Putting his hand down, Mirio stood up, looking over to Aizawa. Aizawa-sensei, is there anything we can do to help? Yeah, Aizawa-sensei will find Midoriya and bring him back. Pumping her fists, Nejire looked over at the tired teacher. I'll help Too. Aizawa, staring at the Big Three, sighed. While it may not be a large manhunt, having a few more eyes looking for Izuku would be a big help. All right, you 3 can help. I want you to talk to your mentors and agencies to put out the word to be on the lookout for Midoriya. However, do not engage with him. That is a rule they must absolutely follow. Midoriya is no longer showing restraint in using his quirk. He will take down all of you, and with the weapons in his possession, he could kill you. Do you understand what I'm asking you? Of course, Aizawa-sensei will send out the word, and we will relay any news of Midoriya straight to you. Do not be concerned, we will find him. Mirio's eyes shined with determination, one that reminded Aizawa of Izuku's look, though that one was fake. Fine, go now. Mirio, nodding, looked to his friends. Let's get going. Walking to the door, Mirio turned back to Eri. I swear, Eri, we will find him. Lucifer watched Shigaraki fight Gigantomachia, the League backing him up when they could. It had been a month and a half since the fight against the giant started, and Lucifer had kept in contact with the doctor through the earpiece given to him by Toga. Right now, the ex-student watched from a tree branch a safe distance away with Kurogiri right beside him. So have you collected enough data to join the fight? Looking to the mist man, Lucifer chuckled. Nearly. His movements are slowing steadily. His senses dulling, though not by much, as a sneak attack hasn't been possible yet. What of you, Kurogiri, still adverse to joining as well? Yes, there is no purpose in me joining the fight. That is true. After all, you're not someone we should throw into a fight unreasonably. Ending the conversation, silence between the two reigned supreme before Lucifer opened his mouth again. Kurogiri, I've been meaning to ask you, what do you think of Shigaraki's desire? Kurogiri pondered the question. Although he was a modified Namu, he had enough free will to form an opinion. I believe Shigaraki's power has yet to grow in the slightest, and this ambition to destroy everything, I do not know what to think other than it's absurdly difficult to achieve. I've been having my own doubts as well. Kurogiri, you are not the only one who feels this way. The League is falling apart by the seams slowly. This dream to kill everything isn't logical. Though I do not want to call into question Shigaraki's command. Standing up, Lucifer jumped down to the floor, leaving one last thing with Shigaraki. Sometimes it's better to follow someone with a real plan. Kurogiri stared in the direction of Lucifer's lightning. Someone with a real plan. Looking in the direction of Shigaraki, the mist man stared as the villain was tossed aside like a toy. I see you. Izu, where are you? Toga called out from the forest floor, her body covered in a thick coat she had purchased with the League's dwindling funds. Behind her, Spinner followed, his own black coat resting atop his lizard skin. Come on, Izu, I want to show you my new coat. I love how cute these Align coats are. Spinner behind her just tied his mask back on. It seems to me you love everything. And didn't you join because you loved Stain or something? I guess that's why you love Lucifer so much. He's the only trace of Stain left in this group. Of course I love Stain, but I love Izu even more. With Izu I feel like I can fall in love with even more things. Blushing, Toga smiled, staring into the sky. You really are a free spirit, aren't you? Walking up next to Toga, both he and the girl met up with the rest of the League, Shigaraki finally taking a break. Gigantomachia was finally asleep, though that state would only last for 3 hours at most. Hey, Tamura, are you still alive? And has any of you seen Izu? Toga, walking up to the group, looked at the bloody Shigaraki, the villain, laughing slightly. Yeah, I'm alive. That monster's movements are getting slower and slower. We've been getting way closer. I swear I'll make that gorilla kneel before me. Shigaraki's gaze captured the league. It was brimming with determination. Just as the conversation fell, Twice's phone rang loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Pulling his phone out, Twice's eyes widened. It's Jurin. What? He never picked up when I called him. Hey, ask if he does damage insurance. Pointing to his shattered metal prosthetic. Twice nodding gave Compress a thumbs up, answering the call. You piece of shit, Giran. Why didn't you answer Compress's calls? That's a whole thing to do. Yelling, Twice put the phone on speaker. He couldn't wait to hear the excuse from the man. My apologies, that is our fault. Do not blame him. This is the League's villains. Twice. Bubegawara Jin, correct? A voice not belonging to Jurin called out to Twice, who looked at the phone curiously. Is this a wrong number or? Never mind that, where's Jurin? Yelling, Twice glared at the screen before the voice spoke once more. Are you in a position to check the news? I would advise you to do so quickly. Snatching the phone, Compress switched the screen to the news, a report sounding out that a finger had been found joining the previous finding of 3 others, all in specific points of where the League had some kind of business done. First, it was Camino pointing to All Might statue, then it was Hasu City, the base where the 8 precepts of death operated from, and finally the highway where the League had ambushed a police escort of Overhaul. The League was baffled by this development, as the newest finger was located where Endeavor had defeated the high-end Nama. Now that you have seen it, allow me to introduce myself. The voice on the phone switched. There was no longer a voice changing, as a man whose voice was like that of a cutthroat businessman spoke. I am the supreme leader of the Special Abilities Liberation Army, Redestro. The villain Redestro, revealing himself, had Shigaraki let out a small chuckle. So after dealing with the Yakuza, now we have to deal with a Liberation Army. Also, what with the retro stuff? Is that fad coming back? Speaking of which, that book is selling a lot. You know your stuff, but you should know we did create this so-called fad. That seems fun. Divided by weight, what have you done with Jurin? He's a really good guy. What's your objective? Twice yelled into the phone again, his personality clashing. Jurin is still alive and is with me right as we speak. As for my objective, I want to create a world where humans can be humans and use their powers unrestrained by the laws that our current government imposes on us, destroying those bindings entirely. Compress looked to the phone before he stared at the others. Doesn't that seem like something that isn't particularly against our own objectives, or what? Maybe they are trying to borrow our reputation. Toga shrugged her shoulders, her eyes still scanning the tree line for Lucifer, ignoring the fact Kirigiri had shown up. Shigaraki, scratching his neck, spoke, his voice tired. Listen, let the broker go. I'm busy right now. After I'm done, I consider lending an ear to your little revolutionary group. Well, since you are on your break, let me explain. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You see, Jurin here is our hostage, and I have to admit he has a pretty tight connection with you all. I have to admire his work ethic. Even after we cut off several of his fingers, he never let out a peep about your league, destroying the member list, completely ruining every chance of our leads. Redestro took a sip of his wine as one of his subordinates told him they had recovered parts of the information Jurin destroyed. Your feudal resistance is worthy of praise, but our little revolutionary group has long prepared for this moment throughout several generations, so spare me the jokes. This is no little group. 116,516 liberation agents hidden throughout society, ready to strike. That is our true number and strength. Self-deprecating jokes aren't very funny, League of Villains. After all, your little group is currently hiding in Nagata, pretty deep into the mountains, I must say. Twice smacked the phone out of Compress's hands, launching the device a large distance away. It's already too late. Our satellites have already locked onto your position. With just a single phone call, Maruko, Hawks, Edgeshot, Crust, and Endeavor will be upon your location. No matter where you go or hide, we will know where you are. Growling, Shigaraki stood up. Pretty nice of you to warn us. What do you want, you bastards? Only Destro is worthy to become an icon of liberation. Your popularity hinders that, so fall at our hands and become the beacon of revolution. Those fingers were a pledge. No need for useless negotiation, so I call upon you all to fight. Liberate your abilities. If you wish to do so, come to Deku City. If you come, we will release Jurin. So what will it be? Tamura Shigaraki, fight and fall at the Liberation Army's hands, or fall to the heroes. The choice is yours. The phone cut after that. No more words was spoken. God, what do we do now? We didn't even tame that gorilla yet, and now we are in a total checkmate. They have assets to mark us with satellites. What is there to consider? Despite his horrible taste in fashion, it was Jurin who gave me a place to belong. We have to go save him now. Twice looked to his fellow members until Toga spoke up. They may have killed him already and are lying. Plus, we still don't know where Izu is. Crossing her fingers in an X, Toga denied Twice's apparent mission until he yelled again. But that chance isn't zero. Even if it's a sliver of a chance, we have to save High. Before Twice can finish, his mask was ripped off by Shigaraki, the villain smiling as Twice fell to the ground, clutching his head, screaming about how he was splitting. I've got an idea. Pressing on the earpiece the doctor gave him, Shigaraki spoke up. Doctor, have you been listening this entire time? Yes, I have. Your popularity has skyrocketed so much so that even the believed to be dead Liberation Army is stepping in. I have to say it was quite a shock. You guys are surely stirring up a fuss in the underworld. Compressed looking at Shigaraki connected the dots. I see we can use the high-end Namu dab I was using. That's not happening. The other children haven't reached their testing phase without all for one along with Dabai not retrieving Hood's body production has been slow and much harder to achieve. That wasn't what I had in mind anyway. Looking at Shigaraki confused twice tilted his head. So what was the point in calling the doctor? Let's see how much time before that monster wakes up. Shigaraki still looking ahead heard Compress answer. If no one bothers him around 2.5 hours. Nodding his head Shigaraki pressed his earpiece. Doctor, where is Dabai at the moment? On the border of Mai and Shiga at this moment. Perfect, he is in the best place to strike. Doctor, I'll leave the transport to you. Shigaraki grinned at the news, his eyes filled with excitement. Wait, we are just charging in. We don't know anything about our opponents or if their number is fake. We are at a total disadvantage. Spinner was in disbelief. He wished Lucifer was here to talk some sense into Shigaraki. After about a month of fighting, I can tell that thing is not invincible, he just has too much HP. Spinner froze. So you're planning? He can pinpoint Shigaraki anywhere he hides. You're going to? Yes, I'm going to lead that giant right at them. We'll make Gigantomachia fight them for us. Even that giant will get tired of facing that many people. After that, we clean up the mess and make him submit. The doctor didn't speak, or at least not to Shigaraki. You were right, his plan is idiotic. Yes, but that'll work to our advantage. Shigaraki smiled, but Spinner cut in. And what if it's a bluff? Then those aholes deserve to die anyway. Shigaraki, annoyed, turned to Spinner the lizard looking down at his sword. Are we really doing this? That's what I said, didn't I? Shigaraki turned on his heel ready to move out. Wait a minute, Shigaraki. A voice cut through the woods and more specifically a tree right above the Lee. I see you. Recognizing the voice instantly, Toga opened her arms for a hug, expecting Lucifer to drop down. So you finally show up, you bastard. Shigaraki gnarled his teeth in the direction of the voice. I was here the entire time listening. I only remained to keep out of the satellite's vision, though this plan of yours, wouldn't it be easier if instead of Gigantomachia destroying the Liberation Army to hunt you, he was already controlled, listening to your every command without fail and attacking your comrades? What sheet are you spouting? Shigaraki glared at the shadow he saw. I'm saying that instead of rushing in, survey the city from a distance. They won't kill Jurin as he holds significant value by being bait to lure you out. They will know you're scouting, but that doesn't matter. Give me time to make submit Gigantomachia to you and your plan will come out with nothing but the absolute success that I'm certain. Why are you saying that like you can take down that giant in 2 hours? I'm saying that because it is a fact. I have grown in power, and after watching your battles, Gigantomachia's weak spots are known to me. Irritated, Shigaraki lashed out. Yeah, and why didn't you share this? I was until I heard the phone call. Oh, Izzy, you're so smart. Toga swooned, having fallen in love all over again. Still, why should I do as you say? What makes you think that Jurin won't be killed at all? Wait a minute, Shigaraki. Lucifer's plan does make sense. Stepping in, Kurogiri looked at his leader before turning to Shigaraki. Jurin is an invaluable hostage, one that the Liberation Army knew could be used to get to the Lee. Now, without knowing who are facing, the battle could be dangerous. However, if Lucifer is able to make Gigantomachia submit before we can commence our attack, our new ally would make the battle much easier. And the rescue of Jurin will proceed without any casualties of our group. Shigaraki, being faced with the facts, could do nothing but grumble. Fine, make that beast submit to me. If you don't, you're dead. Yelling out a threat, Shigaraki heard no response back as a black goo appeared next to him. Dabai appeared. With the League at full force, Shigaraki threw twice his mask back to the man before walking to the edge of the mountain, staring at HI City. I will destroy it all. Looking at the city, the League was interrupted when a loud rumbling was heard. Someone is coming. Pulling out her knife, Toga stared in the direction of the dust cloud, the rest also preparing their quirks before a hero showed up with a grin on his face. Stop, I've been sent here as your escort, please follow him. The hero didn't get to finish as the side of his head had a gaping hole, missing a significant chunk as it dripped with blood. The hero swayed on his feet before dropping to the floor dead. The League didn't know what happened. All they felt was a rush of wind before that happened. It was a trap. Don't lose focus on the plan again. And don't trust anyone in that city, not even the civilians. Lucifer's voice faded as though the man was never there. The League looked at the corpse before Shigaraki put his hand on it, making it disintegrate, completely removing any evidence. With that, the League and Kurogiri made their way to the city scouting, though it would only be a matter of time before they were ambushed. Lucifer, on the other hand, leapt through the forest, his eyes set on his target, that being a sleeping mountain giant. It's still not waking even as he approached. Lucifer didn't intend to attack as such. Gigantomachia never awoke, only remaining in his slumber. Lucifer, after seeing this, headed to a large pile of rock as a result of Gigantomachia's battle with the League. Sitting on top, Lucifer put an elbow on his knee, his chin resting on his knuckles. Putting a hand to his ear, Lucifer spoke, OFA pumping across his body. So doctor, this will prove who is worthy, right? But of course, that was what we discussed. Good. Standing up, Lucifer breathed out. Fagin. Foe 100% blasting off. Lucifer saw Gigantamachi open his eye, the giant quickly reacting as he swiped his fist. Lucifer grinned underneath his mask. Black whip shooting out, attaching to a tree before Lucifer swung around, avoiding the swipe while building up even more momentum, switching into his shoot style. The giant already began moving towards Shigaraki's location. You will kneel to me. Launching, Lucifer aimed for Gigantamachi's knee, hitting it full force and cracking the skin of the monster with ease. Graah. You're strong. Falling to his last remaining knee, Gigantamachi switched targets. His mind was no longer focused on Shigaraki, instead it was the man in front of him. Lucifer, seeing that he now had the monster's attention, landed on the ground. Gigantamachi, Shigaraki isn't the true successor of a FO's will. I stand before you as the true heir of a FO. My strength can attest to that. You know it's true. Gigantamachi stared at Lucifer. The man was indeed stronger than that weakling. Not only that, but the eyes Lucifer had reminded him of his master's. I can't accept you. You are not the one I was told to find. Accept. No, a king isn't accepted by his subjects. A king makes them submit. Launching at the giant, Lucifer brought his fist back, meeting Gigantamachi's, who had thrown a punch. Their punches connecting, the giant yelled in pain as its arms had fissures open. Lucifer smirked as he used Black Whip, the tendrils wrapping around his bones. Lucifer struck with everything he had. Unlike with Shigaraki, Gigantamachi had something grip his heart. It was squeezing tight and his chest constricted. Was he going to die? That question raged in the giant's head as Lucifer didn't relent in his attacks. They were picking up speed. Speed even he couldn't handle, with strength all too formidable. Gigantamachi couldn't believe what was happening. Tell me, are you the true heir of All for One? Your strength, it's too much. Gigantamachi roared loudly. He didn't even attack anymore, just blocked, trying to reduce as much damage to him as possible. Yet Lucifer's strength priced through any defense he even attempted to put up. Out of the hour and 40 minutes granted to him, Lucifer had the giant subdued within half of that time. Stop. Stop. Gigantamachi cried out, tears dripping down his face. He couldn't handle anymore. Lucifer was just too much to bear. That's right, grovel before the true king. Lucifer grinned, spreading his arms out. Gigantamachi, looking, froze still. All for one. Lucifer was his master. Gigantamachi couldn't explain it, but comparing both his old master with this new one, he couldn't tell which one was different. They were indistinguishable from another. Putting his head to the floor, Gigantamachi whimpered out a single sentence. I shall listen to your command, and only yours, Lucifer, my master. He submitted. Gigantamachi couldn't think of anyone that could match up to Lucifer. He was the true successor, the true heir. He was his god. Lucifer put a hand to his ear. Well then, doctor, I held up my end. Make sure you do that same to yours. Lucifer walked forward, stepping on Gigantamachi's head and climbing the large mountain giant before reeling his fist back, breaking a piece of Gigantamachi's forehead, a makeshift throne being revealed as the rock crumbled. Taking a seat, Lucifer stared in the direction of the league. Now, Gigantamachi, your fight is not yet over. Listen closely, as I'll only tell you this once. Those overcome with desire and pride will always fly too close to the sun and fall to their untimely ends. That is a lesson that has followed many throughout the ages. Ambition leads to corruption, corruption to power, and power to death. Lucifer sat on top of his makeshift throne, his vision clouded in darkness with only a small pinpoint of light leaking into his iris. His eyes were directly staring at the twitching fingers of his right hand. The skin plagued with the pain of needles pricking at his nerves with extreme intensity. It throbbed rhythmically just as each wave of pain ended. Another followed soon after, leaving Lucifer in a constant loop of torment. All sound failed to reach the villain as his head kept itself pointed downward. He wanted to fall asleep, to rest, but he couldn't, not yet. Despite the heaviness of his eyelids, Lucifer brought his head up, OFA sparking around his body wildly, Black Whip wrapping tendrils around the skeletal structure of his hand, holding it together. With some of the pain alleviated, some of the surrounding areas in his vision unveiled themselves, the sound of rushing wind hitting his ears. He stared in the direction that he had told Gigantamachi to run. He had to get to the league before Shigaraki messed up the surveillance, though he knew this would be in vain. Reaching down slightly with his left hand, Lucifer hoisted his sniper so that it rested in his lap. The sleek black metal which he had recently cleaned gleaming in the sunlight that hit it. Pulling out the mag, Lucifer smiled as he saw the 10-30 caliber rounds packed in tightly. Placing it back, and he pulled the safety catch on the side, loading a round into the chamber. Doing the same with his pistols, Lucifer decided to make an alteration to his weapons. Grabbing a hold of the laser sight attached to the top, he slid the piece off, throwing the part away as he had no need for it, and again repeating the process with the second one. With his alterations complete, he tucked them back into the armpit holsters inside his suit. His timing was perfect as Deku City came into view. My master, we are here. Bowing his head to the floor, Gigantamachi's docile voice called to Lucifer. The villain standing walked down the still repairing rocky terrain that made up the large beast. Stepping off and onto the floor, Lucifer stared at the city before him. It seems the fighting has yet to start, but he was able to see several people standing on top of buildings looking ready to start a war. Slinging the strap of his sniper on his shoulder, Lucifer put his hand to his ear, pressing on the small device Toga had given him. "Kurogiri, what is the situation?" It took a few moments until there was a response. "We are currently surrounded." Shigaraki had decided that the best course of action was to enter the city after a quick surveillance, and they had been waiting. What should I do? This was bound to happen with them watching through satellite. Come to the edge of the mountain forest. Gigantomachia has been subdued, however he is nowhere near fit enough for battle at this time. We need to stall. Lucifer waited for Kurogiri's response as the first explosion rang out. Just as it did, several yells could be heard at a distance. Though it seems that Kurogiri had escaped in time, the mist villain appeared right before him. Kurogiri's yellow eyes searched until they found themselves resting on Lucifer and the kneeling Gigantomachia behind the villain, the giant having noticeable fissures that were slowly closing. Lucifer, bowing his head, Kurogiri looked back to the city as Lucifer strode up against him. "Kurogiri, it's good you made it out on time now. I need you to take me to the highest building nearest to the League so that I may assist them from a distance. Can you do that?" Looking to Kurogiri, Lucifer narrowed his eyes as the man nodded. "I will do as you please." With a portal appearing, Lucifer looked back at his subjugated pet. "Gigantomachia, remember what I had told you. Do not join until I call for you. Failure to listen to my command and your life is forfeit." "I understand." Nodding his head, Lucifer looked back to the portal before stepping in, and once transported he stared ahead of him. There he saw the League being ambushed, a scenario which Kurogiri had barely avoided. With his position on top of what appeared to be a clock tower approximately 6 stories tall, this was enough for his next plan. "Kurogiri, retreat and report back to Gigantomachia. You are a valuable asset that cannot be taken under any circumstance." Kurogiri seemed to hesitate before disappearing. He had no reason to doubt Lucifer now. With the needed eyes gone, Lucifer brought his sniper to the front of his body, his left hand underneath the barrel, extending the bipod, coming out with a small metallic click. Setting it down on the edge of the roof, he cracked his neck, his right hand finding its resting place on the handle, the finger grooves providing a very comfortable grip. In his kneeling position, Lucifer stared into the scope, seeing the entire League under siege. Using OFA to his ears along with danger sense, he was able to hear exactly what he needed, which just so happened to involve twice yelling. "You said you'd return him if we came, you damn greaser." Adjusting his aim, Lucifer saw the aforementioned greaser, a well-dressed man that wore a nicely fitted suit and glasses, while as the nickname Greaser entailed, his hair was slicked back. Placing his finger on the trigger, Lucifer debated firing right then, but his index finger slowly rose to rest on the side of the frame. It was too early to reveal his position. Switching to Shigaraki, the fool who had started this war earlier than Lucifer would have wanted, he saw the man disintegrating 2 low-class quirk users who had rushed him. "For now, let's head to the tower." Joining him, Toga ran down the street, though before she got far an explosion rang out at the girl's feet, the sudden blast shooting up concrete like shrapnel, shredding parts of the stocking and sweater she was wearing. Lucifer aimed his sights on her attacker, a blue-skinned woman, body mature and alluring to most. The bubblegum pink hair that she was presumably born with swaying in the air as she strode up to Toga. The rest of the League is already being separated by the hordes of quirk users, meaning Toga was left alone. He didn't focus on them. Instead, he wanted the tides of favor to tip more in his favor, so he kept his sights on the blue-skinned woman who, once she stood over the downed Toga, spoke. "The perpetrator of the chain of deaths of bloodless incidents, Toga Himiko, am I correct?" The high school girl's descent into madness. An interview with the girl herself. "Now, Toga, would you like to participate?" Humming slightly, Toga glared at the woman. "Nope. So it seems you're not fond of interviews. That's too bad, and here I was hoping to make a star out of you. However, I've never given up a scoop, so I will be thoroughly stripping you down no matter what I must do." Smiling, the woman stepped back from the large group of Liberation members that had stayed readying themselves for battle. The woman's monologue failed to stop until Toga had decided to make a move. Lucifer followed Toga's movements, easily watching as the girl, using a knife, slashed through several of the Liberation members before sliding on her feet, using the momentum to jump, her knife twisting in her hand to stab the woman. However, that plan, while executed efficiently, failed miserably. The cooperation between the Liberation Army was substantially better than anything the League could accomplish. Curious-sama is in the middle of the interview, so that's her name. Lucifer's left hand went to the scope, adjusting the small dials that sat on the side and top of the scope. His target now had a name he'll be sure to remember closely. Though his mind was taken off her when he saw Toga, who was being blasted by the attacks, was thrown into a restaurant before Curious raised her arms, the restaurant exploding. Lucifer watched with interest in the woman's quirk. He didn't know if it was strong or if those explosions were hers, but it didn't change the fact Toga was then rushed by several other Liberation members. Through the broken window, Lucifer could see Toga use her mask and syringes to gain the advantage and drain her attackers of their blood, perhaps to cause mass confusion, but Curious seemed to have a trick up her speed as she kept going on and on. Lucifer finally found out what the woman's quirk was as the blood Toga ingested suddenly burst the tubes of her mask, exploding in fireballs, meaning that Toga most definitely was injured internally. Nothing Toga did could have ended well as she was tossed around like a doll, the ground exploding underneath her constantly. All the while Curious spouted out Toga's backstory, though Lucifer was quickly losing interest. Lunacy and insanity couldn't be explained. That was why Lucifer was determined to exterminate it, even if he may succumb to it himself. This was why Curious's ramblings were getting redundant, asking why Toga had thrown away a normal life as expected. Toga replied, "What is a normal life?" Toga looked up, her face bleeding heavily, the knife in her hand still sharp, while a toothy grin stretched on her face. "Liberation Army Sen, are you trying to make the world a better place? Because if you are, then I love you very much. I also live a normal life, you know." Lucifer's finger fell to the trigger, now the scope aimed at Toga as he readied himself, slowing down his breathing. Everything became closed off to him except what he saw through the sights. Toga seemed to be at her limit, coughing blood and falling back to the ground. Curious and her posse walked to Toga, the woman caressing Toga's face tenderly, her voice coming out as though a mother was speaking to her child. Toga, however, tried to fight back, but that only resulted in Curious lifting her arm, a strange device forming before she blasted a large explosion into Toga's face, burning it badly. Being held, Toga cried her last remaining eye leaking tears. Izu. Calling out to her beloved, Toga wished she could be saved by him. "Oh, don't worry, Toga, your story will be the most discussed scripture of this Sen." Toga, despite the ringing of her ears, heard a large thunderous boom ring out in the area before she was dropped to the ground. Looking, she saw Curious holding the side of her neck where the carotid artery was. Blood sprayed everywhere as she tried to cover the wound, dropping to the floor, bleeding out. Then came the loud booms. After that, one by one in rapid succession, the group Curious was dropped like flies, their vital organs pierced with a speed that Toga in her state couldn't determine. The rest of the Liberation Army in the area screamed out in surprise before Toga heard a single voice above her. "Himiko, rest now, I'll take care of the rest." Lucifer stared at the injured girl, who closed her eyes, the fight draining from her system as he placed his sniper down on the floor next to her. "Who the F are you?" one of the members of the crowd yelled out as Lucifer picked up the bleeding Curious, the woman already dying rapidly. Pulling out his pistol, Lucifer pointed it at Curious's spine, firing 2 shots before tossing her aside like a toy. The villain's life was gone before she even hit the floor. With both hands free, his left hand grasped his second pistol. Giving no response, Lucifer fired into the ground casings, dropping to the floor as the hollow point rounds tore through their victims with ease. No shot was without the intent to kill, and mercy was but a word foreign in the moment. Spinning on his heel, Lucifer faced one pistol to his right and the other to his left, firing until his guns clicked. Holstering them full, cowl cloaked his body as danger sense picked up the enemies on the roof. Without any hesitation, he looked to his right, spotting one about to form a large fireball. Jumping up, Lucifer raised his knee, delivering a heavy blow to the man's head. The villain seizing on the ground as a bone fragment had pierced the organ. "Everyone, we can't stop now, he's just another one of those League members. Kill him for the Supreme Leader." Their spirit wasn't broken, and even though they were shocked, the large group rallied with each other. Jumping to the ground, Lucifer went back over to Toga, grabbing one of the girl's spare knives as he took out his push dagger. Staring at the group that formed to take him out, Lucifer crouched low, pushing OFA to its absolute limit. The leader of the group, seeing this, looked to his fellow Liberation members. "Prepare." Warning his team to remain cautious, they were surprised when a large burst of smoke clouded the entire area in one fell swoop. The leader wasn't able to see anything before a shadow rapidly closed the distance, and from the plume of smoke in front of him, a crimson eye stared into his before a knife took its place. Lucifer stuck the leader like a pig, Toga's knife digging through the eye to the back of the man's skull. Ripping it out, Lucifer's right hand slashed the push dagger, being the subject of an experiment he had been wanting to try. Had being Blackwhip, extending the blade's edge even further, and to his excitement, it worked. Blackwhip took the shape of the push dagger concave edge, combining its ends to form the shape. Its effectiveness was shown as the unfortunate soul that had been next to the leader's head, hanging off only the tiniest threads of flesh, the dagger cutting almost completely through. "Looks like this needs further refinement." Mentally marking that down, Lucifer continued his smoke spreading through the crowd, his blades never ending their movements as blood spread everywhere, Lucifer's mask dripping with the liquid before he threw the knife at his last target, the person falling to the floor. Stomping on the ground, the smoke cleared rapidly, leaving the last remaining attacker. Lucifer's eyes slightly widened when he saw it was a boy 2 years younger than he was. Then Oi was crying in pain, Toga's knife embedded into his thigh, the boy holding the bleeding wound. Walking over to the boy, Black Whip returned to hold Lucifer's bones together. Crouching, he glared the kid in the eyes before his head turned to the cameras on the buildings around him. Looking back to the boy, Lucifer grabbed the boy's foot, dragging him back as he stood up, kicking the boy in the stomach, causing him to turn around. With his angle perfect, Lucifer grabbed the kid's nape, holding him to face the nearest camera. With his push dagger still out, he placed the blade against the kid's neck. Staring directly into the camera, he titled his head, puffing out a cloud of smoke before his right arm moved. Back. GAKIRGH. The kid's neck opened like a Ziploc bag, blood pouring out like a river as the boy's limbs twitched, legs kicking wildly in the air. Tossing the boy onto the ground, Lucifer looked at the camera. I know you're watching. Let me warn you, there are far more dangerous people in the league than you might think. Looking up into the sky, Lucifer yelled loudly, GIGANTOMACHIA. Your master calls for you. His yell, amplified by OFA, echoed throughout the area. The members of the League and Liberation Army stopped despite the fights they were in. Then the rumbling of 1,000 horses was felt throughout the area. Looking to the mountain, the Liberation Army and Redestro, who was looking from the windows of his tower, all froze in shock. A ant monster came from the mountains, destroying everything in his path. Nothing could stop his rampage as he ran to one person in particular. Staring back into the camera, Lucifer waved by as smoke clouded him once again. Shigaraki decaying, yet another victim looked at Gigantomachia. The giant came in fast. Spreading his arms out, Shigaraki smiled. That's right. Kill all of them. Shigaraki cackled loudly as Gigantomachia smashed building after building, only stopping when he neared the area of Lucifer. The villain, now required with his sniper and carrying Toga in his arms, looked to Gigantomachia. Kill all of those who oppose me. I trust you know who they are. Of course, master. Jumping away, Lucifer held the bleeding Toga in his arms as he ran to the nearest pharmacy. Jumping through the window, he placed her on the counter, clearing everything that sat atop it. Stripping Toga to her underwear, he ran around the pharmacy collecting as many medical supplies as he could before smashing his way into where the medication was. Grabbing what he needed, he applied all of his knowledge of first aid to Toga. The girl had to live. Wrapping her wounds, he cleaned the injuries on her face as best as he could, disinfecting them. Bandaging her eye, Lucifer's wrist was grabbed tightly, seeing Toga's left eye opening to stare at him. I see you. Clutching her hand, Lucifer's eyes showed a smile, though under his mask there was no such gesture. Himiko, you're alive. Rubbing the girl's hair, he leaned down, placing his forehead against hers. Toga struggled to moan in pain. Don't move, Himiko. I'm fixing you up, but I'll have to go soon. Can you stay strong? For me. Looking deep into Himiko's eye, he saw the girl nod her head. Nodding back, he dressed the final wound before making his way to the exit. Leaving with one last wave, he stepped out to see Gigantomachia raging in the distance, crushing several people in his hands while destroying everything around him. Taking his mask off, he thought back to Toga spitting before readjusting himself. His body shivered, whether that was in disgust or the fact the blood that covered his body was now going cold. Either way, he activated full cowl again. Dabai, what is your location? Using his comms, Lucifer had his question answered quickly as a large column of fire spread through the area along with a dragon made entirely out of ice. Sighing, Lucifer dug into his suit, pulling out another fully loaded sniper mag and 2 handgun magazines, reloading all his weapons despite his constant movement. The League could figure the rest out, so for now he changed objectives. He will be heading to the tower. Speaking of the tower, 3 people were currently reviewing the footage of Toga's battle and Lucifer's intervention. Redestro wiped his forehead with a handkerchief before he grabbed Jern by the neck. His stress level was rising rapidly. Who was that? Why wasn't he on your client list? Jern looked terrified as Skeptic, otherwise known as Tomoyasu, owner of Feel Gooding, stared at the camera footage. Originally, the plan was going smoothly. Skeptic was about to unleash his puppets on Twice before that monster and giant showed up. Everything has gone to shit and their forces were dropping like nothing. I don't know who he is. Jern choked out a response. This wasn't anything they were expecting. Redestro, recomposing himself, let go of Jern before looking over to Tomoyasu. Where is that monster at now? He's different from the delinquents of the League, as such we must keep an eye on him. Tomoyasu, searching on his computer, gulped. The glass window shattered as Lucifer made his way inside, pistol out as he landed in front of Jern, kicking Redestro away and into the couches nearby. Tomoyasu was about to send his robot when a gust of wind destroyed it like wet paper. I wouldn't try that. Redestro, standing up, glared at Lucifer. I don't know where the League picked up someone like you, but they are lucky to have you on their side. It's a shame you came here for Jern, otherwise perhaps we could have reached an agreement. Yes, I did come for Jern. Raising his pistol, Lucifer fired at Jern's head, the man's body going lifeless. The action caused Redestro and Tomoyasu to freeze once more, watching Lucifer throw Jern in the chair. The broker was strapped to outside the window. What? Redestro was confused as Lucifer turned to look at him. Lucifer, walking to the desk in the room, made himself comfortable sitting on Redestro's chair before kicking his feet up. I never intended to save Jurin. It was to dispose of him. You see, Shigaraki is but a front. He isn't the League's leader or not anymore. His dream of destruction isn't shared by the members of my League. As such, Jurin couldn't live as Shigaraki would gain an advantage. And what is the greatest advantage of all? Information. Setting his pistol down, Lucifer clapped. I see why you are called the Supreme Leader. Your intelligence is vast and you are well connected. However, I think both you and I know that if you were to fight Shigaraki, you would lose just barely. And I know that the lives of your army are important. As such, I came to make a deal. A deal? Redestro stared at Lucifer. He wasn't going to lie. This boy was interesting. And from a glance, he could see that Lucifer was a better leader than he could be. Yes, a deal. You see, I want your total surrender. And of course to form an alliance that will be led by one person who has control. Redestro adjusted his tie. And what do I get out of this deal? You get to save the rest of your comrades. That beast out there only listens to me, and as a bonus, I'll be taking care of a mutual problem that is hurting both of us. What do you say? Standing up, Lucifer held out his hand for a handshake. Redestro looked at the hand closely, his own at the sides of his body. Shigaraki smiled widely as he swiped his hand, killing a few of the Liberation Army members that stood in his way, old memories having resurfaced a little bit prior. His quirk awakening, while minor, was devastating either way. No longer was he bound by touching a single person to cause a wave of destruction. Everything was going smoothly with Gigantomachia taking out the useless bastards. His path to the tower was clear, yet before he could get there he saw one thing. The tower crumbled as a large shockwave destroyed the area, the glass of windows shattering from the reverberations that rocked the city, a dust cloud rising high gathering the attention of everyone that was able to see. If that was the last one, it would have been fine, yet Shigaraki found himself flying back from another shockwave, the dust cloud clearing to see Redestro, his body covered in a weird brown shell as he traded blows with Lucifer, the punches connecting to cause earthquake, the ground around them being gouged as they traded blow after blow, the hands on Shigaraki flying away as everyone gathered around the spectacle, with Gigantomachia stopping his assault to view his master in awe. Neither of them was gaining any ground against each other as Redestro grew in size, trying with all his might to destroy Lucifer, only succeeding in wiping out countless buildings as the hole grew larger and larger. Lucifer's punches weren't anything to scoff at either, as the wind pressure behind his attacks caused even greater destruction than Redestro. The fight raged on repeatedly for several minutes as the hole in the city grew larger and large before it ended. Lucifer brought his fist back, striking at Redestro with everything he had. The shell the man had around him shattered like glass as the man was launched back, hitting the floor. During this, all fighting between the League and the Liberation Army ended. Even Dabai had stopped trying to torch Apocrypha. Instead, the two watched as Redestro finally stopped hitting the floor, kneeling in defeat. The Liberation Army was about to step in when Redestro, whose body was extremely bruised and his right arm broken, put out his hand. Everyone stop. The fighting is over. There is no need for any more bloodshed. Those in the Liberation Army know, my fellow soldiers, I now realize that the League were not our enemies, but were those destined to carry out Destro's will. But Trumpet tried to call out to the Supreme Leader, only for the man to shake his head. Shigaraki, jumping into the hole, smiled as he pulled the hand on his face off. Standing in front of Redestro, he saw the man's eyes look to Lucifer before him. So, Mr. Supreme Leader, what does this mean? Though Shigaraki knew the answer, he wanted to hear it from the so-called leader of the Liberation Army. The Liberation Army is yours to command. Shigaraki, hearing this, smiled even wider before turning to Lucifer. Maybe you're not such a useless cheater after all. Seeing Lucifer bow, Shigaraki turned to Redestro, thinking about the conversation he had with Compress about how cooperating with the Hasekai they would have been in a better position. Hey, Supreme Leader, you have money, right? So this is what they meant when saying the calm follows the storm. Compress spoke while he ate a large piece of sushi. Yeah, but you didn't do anything. Dabai's snarky remark did not go unnoticed by Compress, who took offense. I did too. Running is something. I'm sorry, Toga. The bickering between Dabai and Compress had been interrupted by an injured spinner before Twice had started sobbing, staring at a picture of Toga that was decorated with flowers. If it wasn't for him, you would have died. Shut up already, you're pissing me off. I'm still alive thanks to Izu, you know. Kicking Twice in the back of his head, Toga, who now wore an eye patch over her right eye and was covered with bandages that were replaced by the medics of the Liberation Army. Speaking of which, after Redestro admitted defeat, they had been recuperating at one of Redestro's mountain villas. Speaking of which, where is he? It's only because of him that we got here. I mean, he did fight Redestro by himself. Spinner looked around for Lucifer, not even mentioning Shigaraki, who had been taken into the infirmary. Toga, adjusting her spot on the beanbag she was sitting on, answered. Izu said he had to talk with Redestro due to Shigaraki being incapacitated. Oh, and also Kurogiri went with him to make sure everything went smoothly. Should be fine then. Putting his head back, Dabai closed his eyes. He wasn't worried if Lucifer was doing the talking. Just as he relaxed, however, the doors to the room opened. Tomoyasu, who had lived despite the collapse of the tower, walked in, his arm and face bandaged. Just seeing him caused a small amount of grief to enter the room. Jurin's body had been found amongst the rubble, the body having been mangled to the extreme. This had caused a bit of resentment from those who had come to care about Jurin, but there was nothing they could do about it now. Hurry it up, it's time. Politely, Tomoyasu bowed to the League, who, looking at their sushi, were about to deny until Lucifer strode into the room, his suit now cleared from any blood. Please come. We wouldn't want to keep the crowd waiting. Now that Lucifer said it, the group felt like they need to follow. Getting up, they walked behind Lucifer and Tomoyasu, though Toga quickly interlocked her arm with Lucifer as they entered a large auditorium. Gigantomachia and the remaining members of the Liberation Army. Shigaraki, wearing a large coat, was already sitting on a relaxing-looking chair. Walking up behind him, Lucifer gently guided Toga to another area before standing directly behind Shigaraki, his eyes looking to Redestro, who nodded. Soldiers of the Liberation Army, today is the day that we will be reborn as nothing more than a superior force, of which will be used to liberate Japan and the world from the clutches of those who try to take away our freedom. Before my defeat, I was blind to the truth. Although I thought it would be I who would enlighten this world, it is another. A supreme leader that outclasses anyone and will be the one that will lead us into a new era. Looking to Shigaraki, the villain, who only had minor injuries, stood up, his arms spreading wide in a large show. That's right, just as Redestro says, meet your new supreme leader. A large popping noise sounded in the area as Shigaraki's fingers twitched, a wet sensation coating his forehead. Everyone except for the League minus Kurogiri stared at Shigaraki with nothing but indifference, not even surprise. Confused, Shigaraki saw blood trickle down his forehead, yet he couldn't move to wipe it. Darkness consumed Shigaraki as he fell forward, his body hitting the stairs before coming to rest at the bottom. Shoes clicked across the ground as someone took Shigaraki's seat, probing one leg atop the other. The man stared at the crowd before him as Redestro loudly announced it. Yes, I believe there is but one supreme leader, and this man Lucifer is the true liberator. All hail Lucifer. Redestro's rally called upon the cheers of everyone in the room as Lucifer, who sat in his new seat, held his pistol to his head, smoke still leaking out of the barrel. Here the Paranormal Liberation Front will be born, and with it, the next steps of Lucifer's plan were now uncovered. I can't leave you behind. I just can't. You have to. Please, my love. Just kiss me one last time. The voices of a man and a woman sounded throughout a small living room. Their voices dramatic in nature, while their image was plastered onto a bright screen boxed in by the frame of a TV. The room was shadowed in darkness, almost pitch black if not for the colors resonating from the device. If the voices were not there, only a deafening silence would have replaced them. The screen not only illuminated the walls, but also the furniture that was strewn about, organized purely for the sake of comfort. A lone chair, dark brown, lay still. In front of it was a light brown coffee table with an assortment of cups, including a baby bottle sitting on top. That wasn't all, however, as a single long couch came into view, two large shadows embracing each other. As the scene on the screen progressed, the shadows spoke, one giggling slightly, though their movements were extremely careful. I didn't expect it to be this bad. Well, I've seen some bad things, but this is downright horrible. A deep chuckle erupted from the taller shadow before their identities were revealed, the both of them turning their heads to look at one another. Izuku laughed quietly as his green and white hair swayed slightly, his heterochromia eyes still on full display. His stare was directed to Mei. The woman's giggles, like Izuku's laugh, was quiet. Both looked different. Where there was a boyish innocence in Izuku, there was now a mature, defined look, still young in appearance but older in demeanor. Mei too had some changes. Her pink hair was no longer tied within the smooth dreadlocks, instead they flowed down smoothly, the texture like silk. Her tomboyish look was now modified with a charming allure of a beautiful woman. Their attire was simple, Izuku in a white shirt, his athletic body showing through the fabric, while Mei wore her staple black tank top. There were, however, two additional things that raised a lot of questions. Snoring on Izuku's left leg was Eri, the young girl now well within her 11th year of life, her body covered by an intricately designed pink blanket. On Mei, a small body was clutched in her embrace. A small baby boy slept on the girl's collarbone just above her cleavage, the baby clothed in a green onesie, hair like Izuku's, however the white patch was a lightly tinted pink. Their laughter soon died out as they turned back to the screen. Mei set her head on Izuku's shoulder, kissing the base of his neck slightly. Izuku smiled as he set his head on top of Mei's tenderly, his eyes looking at his son. Mei, sensing his stare, adjusted the young boy. Don't worry, Izuku. Hikari can sleep through anything. Yeah, reminds me of you. I'm not that bad. Mei pouted a little before her small smile returned. Izuku, looking back to the screen, sighed, his left hand reaching down to Eri, the mark still darkly imprinted on his skin. Stroking the girl's long white hair, Izuku felt the girl snuggle up even more. I'm glad I came back to you both. I thought leaving would protect you, but I should have stayed. Izuku, that was years ago. I don't blame you, and Eri doesn't either. What matters is that you came home to us. Mei, with her free hand, interlocked her left fingers with Izuku's right hand, her wedding ring showing with a diamond peeking out. Still, even though I left after the deal with Shigaraki, I still feel guilty. I couldn't stay there with those villains, not when I had you both. Raising his hand, he kissed the top of Mei's hand. Even if you don't blame me, that doesn't change the fact I left without saying anything. What I put you through wasn't fair, but you stayed with me. Of course, Izuku, you're the man I love. I'll never leave your side. Mei, looking up to Izuku, locked her eyes with the man who turned to her. Slowly they leaned in, their mouths locking together in a passionate kiss, with the only purpose being to convey their love. Thank you, Mei, I love you. Breaking their kiss, they set their foreheads together, smiling. Pulling away, they looked to the screen before the kids. I guess it's time we put them in their beds. Nodding, Mei slowly sat up, holding Hikari carefully. Izuku, doing the same, lifted Eri up in his arms, reminding him of when he used to carry her when she was younger. The girl back then was still very much prominent in this day's Eri. Just like back then, Izuku carried Eri effortlessly as Mei and Izuku headed down to a large hall. Izuku entered one room decorated in bright colors and stuffed animals. Setting Eri in her bed, he tucked her in, giving a kiss on the girl's forehead. Good night, Eri. Leaving, he made sure he was quiet before he went to the room Mei was in, the woman already setting Hikari in a small baby cradle, handing the baby a small pink bear before she went over to the larger bed that sat next to the cradle. Mai climbing and looked to the door, still seeing Izuku standing there, coming to bed. Yeah, in a minute I still have to turn off the TV. Leaving the hallway, Izuku went back to the living room, grabbing a hold of the remote and shutting the screen off. Setting it down, he walked back to the hall, but just before he reached the bedroom, he stopped his head, turning to stare at a door that, unlike the others, had a padlock attached. With a grin, he reached to the lintel of the door, his fingers searching before they landed on a key. Sliding it off and into his grasp, Izuku quickly undid the lock, pushing the door open. His hand instantly went to the side to flip a small switch, bathing the room in artificial light created by the bright light bulb in the ceiling. Inside the room, there was a small bookshelf, closet, desk, and office chair. Other than those items, the room appeared bare. Closing the door, Izuku walked to the closet, opening the small compartment before he found 3 cases on the ground, each varying in size. Reaching the second largest, Izuku lifted it, heading to the desk before setting down the black leather case. His hands going to the silver dial lock, Izuku entered a combination before the container clicked open. Lifting the latch of the case, his eyes saw what he wanted to. His suit folded with his mask on top. Lucifer. Grabbing a hold of the mask, Izuku scanned the red metallic material. This mask had been the catalyst he needed to protect Eri and Mei. It was the mask that allowed him to win the war against All for One. His hands grasping tightly, Izuku was covered in the gray lightning of OFA. Time is up. Slowly, Izuku snapped the mask in half, tossing it to the floor. There wasn't a need for the mask. Not anymore when he had achieved what he wanted to do. Closing the case, Izuku breathed heavily before he stared at the ceiling, his palms allowing him to lean on the desk. Pushing himself up, Izuku walked to the door, switching the light off before closing the door. With no stops, he headed to his bedroom. Climbing into the bed right beside Mei, wrapping his arms around his wife's waist as he closed his eyes, inviting sleep. Lucifer opened his eyes. He had closed them for a fraction of a second as the countless cheers in his name kept coming. Lucifer, Lucifer, gun still on the side of his head. Lucifer's finger sat on the trigger before it went to rest on the side. He blinked. Whether he had seen a desire given form through a dream or a hallucination by his lack of sleep, it didn't matter. If he didn't keep going with what he planned, then no future could closely resemble the one he had seen. Turning his head, Lucifer looked to Kurogiri, snapping his left fingers. The man nodded, appearing at the bottom of the stairs before vanishing with Shigaraki's body. The rest of the League were still stunned, their eyes looking at him with a trace amount of fear before Lucifer stood. The cheers instantly quieted as he holstered his pistol. Villains. A name cursed upon us by those who believe they are just. Heroes. A title blessed upon the ignorant and selfish. These identifiers no longer apply to us. Under my rule, we are no longer the League of Villains, nor are we the Liberation Army. We are much more. The indoctrinated masses who believe the heroes or saviors must be unshackled. We are the ones who must break the chain that has imposed control. We as a team, as a group, and as a family shoulder this burden with our own bloodstained hands. We are the harbingers of freedom. Clenching his fist, Lucifer raised it to his chin, his stance demonstrating pure control. With his left, he suddenly swept it to face the League and Redestro with the rest of his commanders. These 9 are my vessels. They will carry out my will with their life. Each of you will be graced by their presence. Shall they wish for it, you will become their tools, their weapons to achieve what I wish. No, what we wish. Ending his speech, Lucifer's hands went behind his back as he stared at the League. Eyes narrowed slightly before he turned to them. We all knew Shigaraki was weak. The doctor knew, Kurogiri knew, and Gigantomation knew. You 5 are no different from them. Now tell me, do you wish to still follow Shigaraki's ideals? If so, I can send you to where he was leading you and where he ended up. The remaining members of the League looked to each other before they kneeled. Bowing their heads to Lucifer, Redestro and his commander followed their example, and like a disease, it spread. Every member of the Harbingers kneeled. Lucifer turned once more, his eyes scanning. The migraine that hit him with the continued use of danger sense and the amount of information that burrowed its way inside his brain a constant. In the crowd, a single man looked up slightly, his face sweating, his red wings popping out of his back. We are too late. But this devotion, this army, resources, information, this is worse than I could have imagined. Shigaraki was one thing, but Midoriya is completely different. I have to warn UA and Endeavor about this. Hawks was slightly panicked. It wasn't long ago when he had received word from UA that one Izuku Midoriya had gone rogue, and seeing the boy now in bed with the League, which he had been trying to infiltrate, even killing Best Jeanist to cement his status, caused a large amount of nervousness foreign to the undercover hero. His eyes still looking at Lucifer, Hawks froze as the man's eyes locked with his in an intense stare. A trickle of sweat rolled over the side of Hawks' face as the hero stared directly into the pure black pupils of Lucifer's eyes. His heart throbbed as though it was being gripped with the feeling of being crushed into nothing more than bloody chunks. The feeling felt like an eternity. After a few seconds, it finally disappeared as Lucifer's head turned away. Hawks clutched his chest tightly, the jacket he wore scrunching within his tight grip, his breath shallow yet relieved. It didn't look like Lucifer had found him out. Now all of you must prepare. Shall my vessels call upon you? I will be giving the final examinations. If I conclude you worthy, you will be directly under the one's closet to my side. Do not disappoint me. All of you are important to me. As such, I need all of you to deliver your absolute best so that our future may be realized. Now if you'll excuse us. Turning around, Lucifer headed to the large exit, his new legion of comrades following after him. Redestro picked up the pace so that he strode alongside Lucifer. Excellent work, sir. Is there anything you need prepared for you? With a grin on his face, Redestro fixed his tie, ready to serve his new leader with the utmost diligence. Yes, I need a phone, untraceable, with privacy, no tapping into my calls. I'll be stepping out for the night as there is something I must attend to in the city. For now, evaluate the choices of your subordinates and report them to me when I come back. The last part goes for all of you. Putting a hand to his head, Lucifer brushed his hair back, hearing Redestro speak. Of course, sir. Trumpet, prepare the phone. From there we will start going over our choices. Nodding, Trumpet followed Redestro as they stopped their walk. Instead, they left to a separate hallway. I already have a candidate. Dabai, speaking up, attracted his leader's attention. I had initially kept this a secret from Shigaraki, but I had formed a connection to the number 2 hero, Hawks. He was the only few that listened to my recruitment back in the mountains. As such, I told him to kill the number 3 hero. Whether he did or not remains to be clarified, but he did kill someone. Yes, I had spotted him in the crowd, and no need to worry about his commitment. The doctor has already told me the body was genuine. If he has your vouch, then after I return, bring him to me. Before the silence could settle, Toga jumped up. Izu, where are you going anyways? Curious, she tilted her head, her question also gaining the attention of the others as they too wanted to know. That is not of your concern, however, if you must know. There is something that I need to acquire. If I don't, then my plan going forward will fail. You understand, don't you? The vagueness of Lucifer's words wasn't lost on the group, however. When it came to the man before them, they were sure the plan he talked about was big and needed his attention, so their questions quieted. Besides, you shouldn't worry about me. Focus on finding the people you want to take under your command. I guess we better get started. Compress adjusted his hat before signaling to the others. All of them walked away, but not before Toga gave a large hug to Lucifer. With them gone, he stood alone, hand going to his ear. Doctor, I assume Kurogiri has delivered you Shigaraki's body. Yes, just I had hoped. Soon Inama will be enhanced with his quirk. I have to say I'm impressed that you were able to gain the loyalty of so many in such a short time frame. I've had practice anyways. There still comes the matter of my power. Well, if that is what you desire, then I shall keep my promise. Come to me when you are ready. With the doctor's words ending, Lucifer turned his attention to another person who was listening. Kurogiri, come back to my location and take me to the same apartment from before. I'll be there shortly. Ending the communication entirely, Lucifer stood still. There was no movement from his body. Not even his breathing stirred any fluctuations in the upper portion of his body. That dream. His mind drifted to the illusion he had seen. Putting a hand to his eyes, he breathed out calmly. He was tired, so very tired his deep eye bags were a reminder of this fact. He could vividly remember what he had seen. He wasn't naive to think that it was a premonition of how things would be if he left now. No, he knew it was just his tired mind seducing him. Even his own body was against him. His mind, while still in control, tried to pry for its own goal. It was dangerous as it was enticing. Sure, he could leave and go back to Eri and Mei, but what good would that do? That answer was clear in his head. Nothing would be good if he did that. If he did, the first thing that would happen would be Yue locking him back in that interrogation room, stripping him of his weapons while also being placed under 24/7 surveillance. He could tell them what was going to come, but they would just sit on their asses. The heroes will only act just when it's too late. By then, the safety of the ones he left will be put in danger. There wasn't a way he was going to allow that to happen. He was only brought out of his thoughts when the tapping of dress shoes behind him made themselves apparent. So the preparations had been made. Without turning, Lucifer held out his hand where a small phone was placed. You've done well, now carry on with the rest of your tasks. It was the sound of moving footsteps that confirmed that Redestro had heard his command, hurriedly walking away and towards the exit of the hallway, presumably to find the candidates he deemed worthy to appear in front of Lucifer. Clutching the phone in his hand, Lucifer looked at it before he stuffed it into his pocket. Doing so seemed to have initiated the arrival of Kurogiri as a cold breeze entered the concrete path. With a purple mist entering, Kurogiri formed, bowing his head. Shall we go? Nodding, Lucifer stepped forward, darkness overcoming him before he was back at Inko's apartment. Leave, Kurogiri. I'll call for you shall the need arise. With the mist villain gone, Lucifer went towards the gateway to his suffering. The disgusting blood-filled room was the most inviting thing to him at this moment. It was odd, but some of the blood looked fresh. Running his finger over the wall, sure enough, the liquid attached itself to the material. He hadn't bled, and any other time he was here he hadn't tracked any blood that wasn't his into this room. Confusion hit him for a fraction of a second as he rubbed his index finger and thumb together. When he stopped, the blood no longer was there. Taking his mind off that, he moved to the center of the room, sitting down, his legs crossed together as he fished the phone out of his pocket. Opening it, the screen lit his face while his left hand took the mask off. Inputting a number, his finger hesitated as the digits appeared on the screen. He had no real reason for doing this, so why was he? Either way, he pressed the button he needed, the phone dialing for a bit before someone answered. Hello? Izuku stayed quiet, hearing the other voice. Hello? Who is this? The voice was depressing, but at the same time sweet to Izuku. Opening his mouth, he went to speak, but no noise came out of his mouth, the voice still beckoning for an answer to who was calling. Izuku closed his eyes as he ended the call, only opening it to daily another number which, like the previous one, picked up. Ibara, I must call upon you to visit Yoarazu. She has some things that I need. I'll message you an address. Either the mission of God depends on it. Before he could hear a response, Lucifer ended the call, texting the number of the apartment's address before snapping the phone in half. With that over, he sat in the room, only getting up to close the door before returning to his previous position. His eyes searched, first seeing the claw marks on the door stained with blood. He remembered many times that when he clawed the door his nails would chip, and he would still continue until the skin on his fingers was scratched off. Reaching into his coat, Lucifer pulled out a small red case, opening it up to see the quirk erasing bullets made of his daughter's blood. He had these since the first encounter with Gigantomachia. The fact they were in his possession felt like he was betraying the trust of Eri, but these were necessary. Setting the case in front of him, he brought out his 2 pistols. Currently, his sniper was back at the mountain villa being repaired by the support team inside. The building collapsing and the subsequent fight with Redestro had destroyed some of the finer mechanisms inside the weapon. Nothing serious, but it would cause problems later on. Problems Izuku didn't need. Staying in the darkness of the room, he took time to collect himself. He didn't want to sleep. He didn't want to be trapped in a reality that he wanted, knowing that he couldn't achieve. He didn't want to be seduced by those images anymore. There was one thing he was taught by Inko's treatment. Taking out his knife, Izuku took off his glove, stabbing his hand. With pain, sleep becomes unachievable. Between the thumping of his head, the nerves in his right hand grinding with bone, and now the stab wound in his left hand, there wasn't a way that he could get sleep. He wasn't concerned with passing out from such pain. His resistance to it, acquired from years of being surrounded by the feeling, had made the possibility of doing so impossible. Taking a breath of air, he pulled his knife out, cleaning it by wiping it off on his pant leg before he put it away. The fresh blood mixed with the old, the rustic brown, now gaining the life of the newer red that was introduced. Knights. Izuku's eyes drifted upward as the past user came into his line of sight. All of them were sitting atop their thrones, even Toshinori's spirit was there. They all looked at him with something akin to disappointment, though nothing could match the pure anger on Nana's face. What is it? Come here to criticize my actions. Come here to tell me killing Nana's grandson was wrong. Because if that is the purpose of this appearance, then save your energy. I won't apologize for what I did. You killed a child. The first user narrowed his eyes. He had seen Izuku kill that 14-year-old boy without hesitation or remorse. Right, the kid who joined a war against the League. Putting his bleeding hand to his face, Izuku painted part of his face with the color, recalling his memories. It had to happen. If not for me, then Toga would have done it, and trust me, it would have been anything but painless. At least with my method, he died quickly, and his death wasn't in vain. It caused Redestro to be caught off guard. Are you even human? Nana stood up from her throne, her emotions pouring out. Abandoning those who you care about, killing children, even my last remaining tie to the living. How are you? Your last remaining tie to this world was a destruction-seeking psychopath with no real ambition other than killing everything that displeased him, which I remind you was everything. His intelligence lacking, his maturity non-existent, his struggle futile, and his power all but relevant, just like you. You sit on those thrones as you know better, when every single one of you has failed and made the hole I need to climb out of bigger. You made this world a sheet show, birthing unimaginable evil, and with the so-called justice you bring, the world only keeps getting worse. Am I human? You just asked me that, but if being human means I must stoop down to the likes of you, then I will rather be the monster you think of me as. I rather kill every single man, woman, and child than change my methods just to conform to your ideals. Your path has infected everyone it has touched. Toshinori's lessons he learned from his master caused him not to kill AFO that night. It was you who prolonged this battle. It's my duty to end it. Glaring at the group of heroes, he stunned them to silence. I'm glad I killed your grandson when I did. Now leave. I have no intention of speaking with ghosts. No, we aren't done speaking with you, Ninth. We want to know what is it you truly desire. You have said it's to finish what we started and accomplish the purpose of OFA, yet your actions contradict this. Just what do you want? And leaned in, his question being answered due to the little respect Izuku held for him. It's not a matter of what I want. It's a matter of what needs to be done. The people I had abandoned, according to Nana, are in danger if any of these people continue to live. There are only 3 people in this world I truly wish to save. Those who are also saved are after the fact. As such, I'll use anything I have to. Torture, manipulation, murder, anything. Hikage analyzed Izuku. Unlike the others, he had no judgment for Izuku's actions. Whether they were horrible or not, they were accomplishing something. What about you? This torment you subject onto yourself, how do you plan to recover? I don't plan to recover. I'll die when everything is over. I'm already sure of it. Hikage nodded before he swiped his hand, his influence causing the other user to dissipate, leaving only him and Izuku. Getting up, he instead sat on the floor across from Izuku. Very well, I shall assist you until that time comes. The others are not so willing. Your actions are of no concern to me. Despite all you have done, my quirk has not worked on you even once. As such, I entrust the duty of ending everything onto you. The final user. Disappearing, Hikage returned to the quirk. Izuku's vacant eyes stared where Hikage had sat. At least one of the past users understands. The rest were still naive children whose sense of morality was still on the level of a first year. The unpleasant atmosphere reduced to a sullen one. Izuku, taking the hand off his face, let out a huff of air before standing up and leaving the room. Entering the bathroom, the blood of the CRC members was still there, except now it was dry. Turning on the sink, he washed his hands and face, before opening the cabinet underneath, pulling out a small case of gauze, bandages, and a bottle of disinfectant. Pouring the contents of the bottle onto his wound, he dried it with a small hand towel, before wrapping his hand. When he finished, he started at the mirror, his reflection staring back at him. He kept staring, not blinking once, even as the reflection started to change to the fake that he had become for years, its face twisting in horror. What have we done? What did you do? What will Iri and May think? Izuku, listen to me. The person came out of the mirror, its hands holding onto Izuku's shoulders, the villain not reacting in the slightest. Was this really what he sounded like when he was a Deku? It was distasteful now that he looked upon it. It felt like a cyst that wouldn't go away and needed to be cut off. It kept spouting out nonsense that Izuku had no reason to listen to. Izuku, please, you're hurting Iri. You're supposed to be there for her. The image quickly turned angry, its hands wrapping around Izuku's neck, strangling him. The green OFA it had surging around it. Izuku could feel his airways constrict. In one rapid motion, he punched the mirror, shattering it, the illusion disappearing. When it was gone, did Izuku feel his right hand closing on his neck. Pulling it off, he left the room and went back to his own, where he sat still until morning came. It was early in the morning when a knock announced itself at the front door. Standing, Izuku, who hadn't gotten a wink of sleep, rose. Without hesitation, he headed to the door opening, and in one swift motion there he saw exactly what he wished for. Ibara, please come in. The vine-haired girl nodded as she briskly walked in, dressed in her UA uniform, meaning classes had already started resuming. Lucifer, the materials Yorazu had prepared is ready for your use. With her vines, Ibara carried 4 duffel bags, setting them down on the wooden floor. Her eyes did not miss the wrapping around Lucifer's hand, and though she wanted to ask what had happened, she kept her mouth closed. Excellent work, Ibara. I know that you are looking, but please do not be concerned. It was merely an accident. Now I have a new task for you. Bending down to inspect the bags, Lucifer's grin grew ever wider with each passing second he looked. What is it you desire? Ibara bowed her head, waiting. She didn't care if she was late to class. Whatever Lucifer needed, she will provide. Protect Iri in May. Soon Japan will be plunged into a war between the denizens of hell and myself. As my apostle and angel, I want you to watch over them. Be mindful that there are 2 false shepherds among your herd. Keep an eye out for the invisible girl and backstabbing Frenchman. Nodding, Ibara awaited more, but nothing else came. Is there anything else? Yes, do not tell anyone of my whereabouts, nor that I have been in contact with you. They will hinder my mission to redeem myself in the eyes of the Lord. I will not tell a soul. Ibara, after a quick dismissal from Lucifer, left the apartment, going back to UA to attend class. With her gun, Lucifer refocused back on the duffel bags before him. Inside, he took account of what was inside, and he was more than impressed. Explosives ready to be used at a moment's notice, detonators for said explosives. But what really caught his eyes were the 2 jars of white powder. Just a small bag of it would have worked, but now his chances have improved. The trauma that he threatened Yorazu with was even better than he hoped for. The grin that tugged on Lucifer's lips seemed to have warped his mask, making it smile with him. Picking up the bags, he looked around the room before moving over to the kitchen. Bending down, he set the bags on the floor for a second. Opening the cupboard underneath the sink, he brought everything out, spilling everything over the ground before he shoved the bags inside for safekeeping. He had some time to kill before he must return to the mountain villa to inspect the people his vessels chose. As such, he moved to the couch. Sitting down, he had to think over his next moves carefully. Although his objective was clear and he was prepared, it never hurt to think more about it. Lucifer's commanders stood in front of Lucifer. They had gathered in what used to be Redestro's office. Behind each of the commanders were their squadrons, each composed of around 4 people. Although the members they had chosen were powerful looking, there was only one that caught his eye. Hickage, what can you tell me about Hawks? Being summoned, Hickage stood at Lucifer's side, his eye narrowed at Hawks. He's a danger to you, not physically but in the way that impedes your goal. Thank you. Standing up, he walked around the desk in front of the groups. Your selections have gone very well. Just from a glance I can tell your strength is something to behold. Now Hawks, if you would step forward. Although the hero was caught off guard, he did as he was told, standing in front of Lucifer. I did not expect the number 2 hero to be within my ranks, but I'm glad to have someone so knowledgeable of heroes and powerful in their own right. Lucifer's right hand went behind his back while the other extended to shake Hawks' hand. Hawks held onto it tightly, a smile on the hero's face while his other hand clutched a handle. I'll do everything it takes. It wasn't uncommon in this world for a kid to look out a window and see a hero pass by. And it also wasn't uncommon for that child to suddenly gain not only a sense of amazement but admiration. Hawks was no exception to this rule. However, unlike many, he had the opportunity to be so much more. Having been recruited by the HPSC like the former hero Lady Nagant, Hawks was one of the most qualified people in the world to be a top-ranking hero and a hero that worked behind the scenes to do what was necessary. That was why when he killed an innocent man to infiltrate the League, he felt no remorse. When he came face to face with Dabai and hundreds of villains, there was no fear in his eyes or actions. So why now? Why did the man in front of him cause so much fear? Perhaps it was because Hawks could not discern what the man was thinking. Kago, while not cocky, prided himself on his intelligence and his ability to pick apart whoever he needs to while using the knowledge to his advantage. However, in the locked embrace between his hand and Lucifer's, his eyes looked at the man's face. The villain's slit pupil eyes, along with the man's red mask that looked like it was about to bite his head off, served to both unnerve and squander any chance Hawks had at detecting emotion within Lucifer's eyes. No, it's more accurate to say that there wasn't any emotion at all. Hawks opened his mouth. He had to speak. He had been silent for far too long. Thank you, Lucifer. Not only is it an honor to serve your vessels, but you as well. Hawks bowed his head, eyes closed. He could still feel the tightness in Lucifer's grip, it growing stronger every second before he heard what he needed to. Hawks awaited Lucifer's response, his head raising so a smile could be seen. Still, after saying this, the fear he felt from earlier only amplified as Lucifer's eyes bore holes into his very soul. Tightening his grip, Hawks refused to waver. This man who had come out of nowhere killed the successor of All for One and took over the Paranormal Liberation Army in one fell swoop would not deter him from his goal. A satisfied grin appeared on Lucifer's face as the man nodded his head. Good, I'm glad to see that there is another competent liar among the rest. Hawk's eyes widened just a bit, the back of his neck rising in temperature as a cold sweat broke out. His smile was still strong. What do you mean? I don't understand. Small segments of Hawk's wing broke off, moving to the hero's free hand to form a knife. If things went south here, he needed to escape, but the hero froze when he looked at Lucifer. There's no way I leave, is there? His thought was not unwarranted, as within Lucifer's growing grip and narrowing eyes it was obvious there wasn't a chance he could get out of here without his limbs first being torn off. Dabai, you're nothing but a disappointment, letting your petty vengeance against your father blind you to the biggest threat. Lucifer looked past the hero in front of him to glare at Dabai, the scarred villain, confused as he stepped back. Lucifer's gray lightning surged around his hand as he closed his left, snapping Hawk's fingers before pulling the man in. Lucifer's stare never left Dabai's face as his right hand buried itself into Hawk's flank. The winged hero didn't struggle as he gasped for air. Instead, a self-deprecating grin stretched across his face. As Lucifer pulled his hand back, the man's push dagger had pierced between Hawk's fourth and fifth rib with ease, the silver blade coated in blood. Droplets hit the floor, eliminating the silence in the room. Before using his left hand, Lucifer pushed the injured hero to the floor. Raising his foot, Lucifer stomped on Hawk's stomach, crouching to place a small device on his chest before stepping over the man to walk towards Dabai, the villain not moving an inch as Lucifer got closer. Lucifer raised his right hand, putting the tip of his blade underneath the first staple on the right side of Dabai's face. You forget your place, Dabai. Shigaraki isn't your leader anymore. No longer are you an individual. You work under me, under my leadership, under my orders. Slashing with his dagger, Dabai let out a blood-curdling scream as he dropped to the floor holding his face. Small metallic clinks on the floor revealed bloodied staples spread gliding across the ground. Each villain in the room moved a few steps away from Lucifer. And the kneeling Dabai, even the more brutal, were a bit disturbed, even Toga, the now half-blind girl, afraid that she would be the next one he targeted. Kicking Dabai across the face, Lucifer ground his heel into the villain's temple. Toya Todoroki, you're no more a child than your youngest brother. However, he had the gall to fight after I mentioned your hospitalized mother, but you're still far too weak. Endeavor will never fall at your hands but mine. Understand that now. Using Dabai's head as a footstand, Lucifer looked around the room, seeing Hawks cover his bleeding wound in an attempt to stay alive before his gaze swept back to his other subordinate. As you know, since Shigaraki's departure, I have taken up the role as your leader. As such, the doctor had chosen to share something with me. The power he had promised Shigaraki is now available for my use, and I have no intention of delaying my acquisition of such a power. It had been told that the procedure will take months. In that time, I want no one to leave this base other than the heroes under my command. Kill any who violates this. I will not tolerate disobedience, not when we are so close to achieving our goal. Now, Genton, Redestro, make sure Hawk's lives. The Hero Association's pet is sure to have valuable information. If he dies, then you'll join him in the afterlife. Am I clear? Yes, Supreme Leader. The two villains Lucifer mentioned rushed over to Hawk's side, Genton using her ice to flash freeze the hero's wound and stop the bleeding. Lifting him, Redestro ran towards the door leading to the infirmary. As for the rest of you, I want you all to train hard. Mistakes such as the one Dabai made will not be punished as lightly as what I've done today. Oh, and Dabai, your next mistake will cost your life. No, leave me. Twisting his foot one last time, Lucifer took his foot off Dabai's head, the villains nodding before most of them shuffled out of the room. Toga, however, stayed with a grin on her face as Lucifer turned around, walking over to his desk. With the rest having already left, it was hard for Lucifer to not notice the one annoyance in the room. Grabbing a tissue, he tried to clean his blade, but before he could, his wrist was grabbed. Toga stared at him with a seductive glint as she licked the blood off his dagger, her earlier fear now replaced with desire. Oh, Izu, how could you do that to Dabai? Not like I liked him, but that was so cruel, so sexy. Hey, it's been a while since your promise. When am I gonna get my reward? Sitting on the desk, Toga used her legs to hold onto Lucifer's waist, her pelvis pressed up against his abdomen, her arms wrapped around his neck, hands playing with his now slightly long hair. Her eyes looked to his neck with hunger. She hadn't had so much as a taste of Lucifer's blood, and she didn't think she could wait any longer. Himiko, I asked you to leave. Do as I say. Lucifer looked plainly at Toga, her advances not so much as stimulating any of his hormonal desires, rather a putrid smell and taste hit his senses rather abruptly. Pouting, Toga put her head into the crook of his neck and shoulder. Izu, why are you being so cold to me? In a teasing voice, she tried to guilt-trip the man who had no regrets. Instead, a hand gripped her neck, choking her. Tears sprung in her eyes as she looked to see Lucifer lifting her with just his right arm alone. Closing his hand slowly, Lucifer restrained himself from outright crushing the girl's windpipe. I said for you to leave. Throwing Toga to the floor, Lucifer banged his fist on the desk. Goddammit, look at what you made me do. Like a toddler getting its toy taken, Lucifer was lost in anger, throwing everything on the desk to the floor, even stabbing his dagger into the desk until only the handle could be seen. Toga watched with her mouth agape, tears still in her eyes, before Lucifer's rage stopped and he slowly walked over to her, wrapping her slender and injured body into a hug, his words a soothing whisper. I'm sorry, it's just with everything happening, it's just so hard. I can't bear to be without you, Himiko. Please, I just need to be alone. Hugging back, Toga's lips trembled. I'm sorry, Izu, I didn't mean to make you mad, I'm sorry. Their hug lasted a few seconds before they both pulled away. Lucifer helped Toga up before escorting her to the door with a gentle expression in his eyes. I'll see you when I can. Seeing Toga nod, he closed the office door, and just as quick as it was put up, the gentle expression crumbled away. The anger, the love in his voice, all of it fake to manipulate the crazed psychopathic girl. Taking off his mask, Izuku used his hand to wipe the tiredness out of his face before he placed a finger on his earpiece. Doctor, I will be at the hospital shortly. There is a pressing matter I must attend to first, however I will be on schedule. I understand that will give me time to make sure everything is in order. Oh, and regarding Shigaraki's quirk, it has been integrated with my newest Namo. It only requires your demands. Could be ready for my arrival. With a single confirmation from the doctor, Izuku walked back over to his desk, sitting down as he took up a pen and a few sheets of paper. Putting the inked point to the white canvas underneath, he wrote. An emotion that wasn't negative was fairly new to Izuku, yet he poured every ounce he could into the words he selected, crafting what he wanted to say and convey. Time ticked by as he did so, the snowy night sky a perfect reminder that Christmas was soon to come, and he'll be spending it in agony just like every other year. On the grounds of UA, it was already late at night. Mostly everyone was sleeping except for 3 people. In the support studio, Mei wiped her sweat-covered forehead as she tweaked small measurements of Ida's armor. Her work, unlike every other time she worked with her babies, was filled with depression. Her mind was filled with the fear and anxiety that was unlike herself. Ever since Izuku had left, she was afraid. Afraid that it was her that pushed him away, that caused him to leave her and Eri. Speaking of Eri, May turned her head to look at the small girl who sat on Ibara's lap. Her smile had a sense of emptiness that May shared. Her papa was gone, left with only a small goodbye and one last hug. A frown made its way onto May's face. Izuku's absence had been hard, but everyone didn't seem to care. The students were all happy while the teachers only thought of him as dangerous. Neither side seemed to care if he was all right in the slightest, only looking out for their self-interest. Lost in thought, it was only the groan protest of a metal bolt shearing that May snapped back to attention. She couldn't help it. Although their romance was lived shortly, it felt like they had been together for a lifetime. She couldn't just give it up so quickly. Sighing, May lifted the armor, prying the bolt that had been stripped off, grabbing another. Getting back to work, May tried to busy herself lest her mind drifts back to Izuku. It was moments like these that May was grateful Ibara hung around them like she did, and it was quite funny when the girl acted like their bodyguard. Her previous frown shifted into a slight smile until the door to the supported studio was knocked on. Walking over, May threw open the door. Recovery girl. Stopping herself, May forced herself to remember the name of Chiyo, not just because Izuku respected her, but because the last time she called Chiyo an old lady, her head was bashed with a cane. Hatsume Shizaki. With a gentle smile, Chiyo's cane dropped, her previous inkling to strike May over the head stopping. Walking forward, the old woman smiled at her, patting the girl gently on the head before giving her a small candy. Is there a purpose to your visit here? Politely, Ibara looked to Recovery Girl. With some teasing within the inflection of her words, she chastised them. Do I have any reason to come in here and tell 3 young ladies that the time for curfew is long past? Oh, sorry about that, I was just trying to get a head start on work. Rubbing the back of her head very much like Izuku had done in the past, May apologized. Save your sorry, come on, it's time you 3 head to bed. You'll ruin your youthful beauty if you don't. Waiting by the door, Ibara holding Eri walked out, with May putting away her tools before doing the same. Walking down the dimly lit halls, Ibara and Eri took the lead while May and Recovery Girl walked side by side in silence before Recovery Girl spoke with some sadness in her voice. You're still thinking of Midoriya, aren't you? Yes, sullen May put her head down. What if he left because of us? That's all I can think about. I can barely work on my babies without that yelling at me. Oh, yelling. May held her arm. Chiyo had stuck her. Don't think such things. You know that isn't true. A bit of anger washed over Chiyo's face before she sighed. I've seen Midoriya in my office many times. I saw the true him before anyone else did. He may be different, but he wouldn't abandon you, and especially Eri. Chiyo stopped walking. May did the same. Hatsume. Midoriya is someone that I've come to care for. He's a frightened boy with no one in his life, only knowing hatred and pain. I've tried to fill a role and be someone he can speak to, but I can't do it alone. If you lose faith in him, then he'll be lost. May put her head down before slapping her cheeks. Sorry, think like that so long as my pride as an inventor is on the line. Pumping her fists, May smiled sadly. Despite saying that the feelings won't just vanish, part of her will still think that way until Izuku comes back. Thank you. Of course, helping young lovebirds such as yourself is part of being old. Chiyo let out a small laugh at May, blushing. Just mentioning her love for Izuku and love, in general, had her get flustered. Continuing their walk, they reached the exit of UA, entering the cold, frigid environment that they had been sheltered from. With snow crunching beneath their boots, both Chiyo and May met with Ibara and Eri. The two had waited for them. Reaching her arms out, May was handed Eri, the young girl yawning. Tired, rubbing her eyes, Eri hugged May tightly, the scene bringing a smile to Chiyo's face before she looked toward the roof of the Heights Alliance, a shadowed figure watching before it disappeared. Did you see it? Chiyo's thoughts crying out to the figure before she turned to the girls. All right, now I won't tell the teachers about your breaking of curfew, but remember, if you fall asleep during classes tomorrow, it's your fault, understand? Now go get some rest. Waving them off, Recovery Girl reached into her pocket, pulling out a letter addressed to her. Izuku, please don't do anything foolish. May held a now sleeping Eri close to her chest as she entered her dorms. With there not being so many support students, the common room was empty as ever. Without delay, May headed up the stairs. She was gonna put Eri to bed before she took a shower and cleaned the filth from the day off. Entering her room, May navigated through the darkness, finding her large bed ready, placing Eri deep within the covers before she reached to take her goggle off. Before she could do so, something caught her eye in the moonlight of her window. Opening her balcony door, she crouched door to grab a small box with a letter attached to the top. Grabbing it, she first opened the letter, reading it to herself. May, I'm sorry that I left you the way I did. I wish I could have stayed. I wished I could have explained to you why I left when I did, but I know that wouldn't have changed much. I'm going to do something very dangerous, something that will put my life at risk. In case I don't come back, I want you to know that I love you. Our relationship was short, but for the first time in my life, I felt as though my future had been clear, and as embarrassing as it is to say, I often envision a future together. I know that you will take care of Eri in the case I'm gone. However, please believe me when I say I'll do everything I can to hold you in my arms again. I know it's early and perhaps even tasteless, but I've prepared a gift for you. Whether it's just a reminder of our time or a marker for when we meet again, I hope that you wear it close to your heart. Goodbye, May. Please tell Eri I love her." The letter crinkled in May's hands as her quiet sobs threatened to break the silence of the room. Her eyes streaming with tears as she shakily reached for the present, unwrapping it and revealing a smooth black velvet case. With a click it opened to a beautiful necklace, a large diamond forming the shape of a heart while the gold that held it together was pinkish. May held onto it tightly as she looked out the window. "You a hole." Her sobs refused to let up, cursing Izuku with a hint of anger in her voice. Izuku stripped off his clothes, the smell of a sterilized room hitting his nose. His eyes searched the area around him as he peeled off his suit and weapons, placing them on a small table. Around him, the tubes filled with numerous namu stood still. The green liquid the beasts were submerged in bubbling slightly, stopping only to the point where he was in his boxers. Izuku stretched the black markings that covered the entire front of his body, twisting in their design. "Doctor, is everything ready?" "Yes, come now, we must proceed now if you plan to fall in line with your schedule." Dr. Yujiko revealed himself. The elderly man led Izuku through the lab and to an operating table. "Please lay down." Doing as he was told, Izuku spotted several large syringes and all devices that are commonly seen for surgery in the room. Putting his scarred body onto the cold metal of the table, Izuku looked up at the ceiling as the doctor moved to his side. With little movement, Izuku felt a large leather strap go over his chest, tightening. Then he felt it on his head, arms, and legs. His mobility reduced entirely. "Now, as I've explained before, this procedure is very dangerous. There is not a guarantee you'll survive." Grabbing a mouth guard, Yujiko placed the rubber mouthpiece into Izuku's mouth, covering both teeth with the barrier. For the procedure to work, anesthesia will not be administered, and once the process starts, it cannot be stopped. For 4 months, you'll be assaulted with the same symptoms as a fatal seizure continuously. Your body will feel like it's burning from the inside out, and you'll remain awake throughout the entire operation. Even knowing these risks, do you still wish to continue? The doctor's eyes narrowed, sizing Izuku up, who, despite being muffled, exclaimed his willingness. "Get on with it." Glaring at the doctor, Izuku let out a deep breath. The doctor, nodding, left Izuku's vision for a few minutes before returning. In his hand was a jar filled to the brim with a metallic black liquid. The vestiges of OFA screamed out in something that sounded like pure agony. The previous holders of OFA appeared as Yujiko loaded the syringes with the black liquid. 9th. Stop what you're doing now. Do you have any idea of the repercussions? The first screamed out, eyes crazed, as the apparition tried to grab Izuku as though the man was trying to pull Izuku into the realm of OFA. "This is insane, do you not see that?" Nana too raised her arms in protest. The liquid was vile, completely tainted with hatred. It was utterly revolting. She too tugged at Izuku, OFA sparking. Izuku's green lightning to return momentarily as the other users except for Hikage joined in. Yujiko stopped for a moment, but Izuku just spoke calmly. "Continue, this is nothing." Izuku's eyes looked to the apparitions. The way the first looked had just confirmed something that Izuku had speculated about the quirk from the very beginning. Izuku had always found the rivalry between AFO and OFA weird. When he was told the purpose of OFA, it didn't make sense to him. All for One was a man who could steal and use any quirk he wanted and rule unopposed for centuries, so why during all that time did he obsess over capturing OFA? The pure destructive power of OFA was undeniable, but that wasn't any reason to risk life and limb to obtain it. If AFO truly just wanted the quirk to cease existing, then he would have killed not only the predecessor, but the successors of the quirk before they had a chance to fight against him. No, he needed them around for a reason. He needed them so eventually he can find the one host of the quirk that was susceptible to his power and usurp the quirk from them. He remembered what he was told when he first started practicing Banjo's quirk. "Kid, like I said before, Black Whip has been augmented with One for All. As such, it's enhanced to a degree leagues above when I had the quirk. Its power has increased 5 times since I've held the quirk." It was that one statement that had begun the spiral. Izuku had looked at FO's past actions, correlating them to what he would do in that situation, and there was only one answer. The reason Shigaraki was chosen as AFO's successor. The stockpile quirk was a part of AFO long before OFA had been comprised of it. And it stands to reason even AFO can be passed down through some means such as the one he was currently going to be introduced to. With it being passed down like One for All, AFO will be imbued with the power to steal even OFA, and if that were to happen, then not only will all of AFO be returned to its original form, but OFA will be passed down onto what it will recognize as the 10th user, enhancing both quirks even further while simultaneously enhancing every quirk that is or ever will be stolen. Essentially, it would cause utter bedlam. If one were to obtain such a power, they could never be stopped. The power that person will hold will be exponentially more than anyone could ever achieve. That was why AFO feared OFA. If somehow, someway a user of OFA was to obtain his quirk, then there would be nothing he could do and his entire empire will fall. Though that chance was 1,000,000 to 1, leaving it to such a small was AFO's biggest mistake. His lust for power was his undoing. Izuku couldn't blame this oversight. Who could have predicted this would happen? And with hundreds of years of experience, why should AFO entertain such an impossibility? Still, that may have saved him a lot of trouble because the 1 in a million had arrived. As a child, Izuku should have never made it past his 7th birthday, yet he lived. He should have never gotten a quirk and entered UA, but he did. Everything in Izuku's path was normally something impossible to overcome, yet he did so as easily as breathing. It was ironic. The fact he was breathing was a constant testament to this. This quirk is no longer yours. You had your chance. Narrowing his eyes at the previous users, Izuku clenched his fist, the green lightning subsiding, the gray bolts overtaking them with ease as the previous users watched in horror. Their will over the quirk was completely overridden. Izuku watched all their faces twist in defeat before Yujiko spoke. Now we will begin. Cutting off OFA, Izuku readied himself. May, Eri, wait for me. With a few pricks of needles entering his skin, the black liquid was pushed through the cylinders and into his veins. Izuku's eyes flew wide in pain as he let out a groan, his body reflexively trying to break the restraints holding him down, the skin on his wrists and legs already turning red before his entire body stiffened, his head banging backward as his feet shook. His breathing came out as nothing more than choked struggles, while his eyes rolled to the back of his head, stuck between the realm of conscious and unconscious. The vestiges of OFA screamed louder than before. It sounded like shrieking before Izuku's vision had turned black. While his body was still up and active, his mind had forcibly pulled him into the realm of OFA. With his body now fully uncovered as the apparitions of OFA and AFO were divided with him in the middle. On Izuku's left, a vision of All For One appeared, the man's scarred face still smiling, suit affixed to his body, while on the other were the terrified OFA apparitions. It was a standstill as AFO's manifestation of his will spoke. So it appears that my successor had been killed. No matter, a much more appealing host has instead taken his place. Izuku, Midoriya, come to me. Together we will rid ourselves of these failures and take our place on top of the world. AFO outstretched his hand. Though it was being anything but truthful, there wouldn't be our place, it would have only been his place. AFO wasn't so naive as to give Shigaraki an all-powerful quirk without himself having input. In fact, in the original plan, AFO was to take over Shigaraki's body when the time came. But this way was a lot faster. Don't listen to him, Yoichi yelled, looking at Izuku pleadingly. My brother is nothing but pure evil given to him, and your mind as you know it will be forever torn asunder. Izuku looked to both sides, a look entering his eyes. The apparitions were supposed to be the forms of each user's will. To them, Izuku was nothing more than an agent to carry out their goals, to fuel the petty rivalry between the two brothers. Izuku was never one to conform to a single person's whims. He wasn't going to be a pawn to continue a war that put his family in danger. Izuku's eyes then turned to the surrounding. OFA's side was an unwavering white, while AFO was an infectious black. It reminded Izuku of the tale of the unstoppable spear and the unbreakable shield. The paradox itself detailed how neither side could ever truly win. On one hand, the spear pushed back against the shield. On the other, the shield failed to be pierced, both completing what they were meant to do, but with neither being better than the other. Yet no one asks who the warriors were fighting this never-ending battle, and more so the one in the audience who saw a meaningless struggle. Both warriors are only occupied in the fight that they never see the blade. The man in the audience wields the blade isn't as strong as the shield, nor is it as powerful as the spear. However, with only small effort do both weapons fall under the control of the man. With both spear and shield, the man could run unopposed the world and land before him, cowering under his presence. Izuku was that man, and like that man, he was watching a struggle that amounted to nothing. AFO wanted chaos and OFA wanted justice, both concepts stuck in a perpetual cycle. When there is chaos, there will always be someone striving for justice and order. With justice, there will always be those who seek to destroy it and cause chaos. A spear and a shield, locked in a constant battle. Laughing, Izuku caught the attention of every apparition, all looking at him as though he had gone insane. This is such a waste of time. You impede on people's souls and minds, influencing them with your wants and desires, overtaking their own will with yours, indoctrinating them so they believe it was their decision in the first place. All of you are the same thing with a different name. Villain, hero, titles the naive use to justify a biased viewpoint on who they are taught to believe in. You're all the same. However, I will not follow your will any longer. I have already realized what I truly want, and you are just mere tools I'll use to get there. The realm of OFA started repairing itself slowly. The cracks that had opened up in the large abyss, the black and white that made up the willpower of both quirks, shook. Izuku spread out his arms as he thought of three people: his mother figure, his lover, and his daughter, with just then the lines of white and black mixed together. Both sides of the apparitions were surprised except for one. Hikage stepped forward and towards Izuku, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder and adding his own will as an extension to Izuku's. AFO's infectious black and OFA's unwavering white blended into an overbearing gray. Izuku's morality, his desire, his will, the entire reason he continues to push on in the hell that is his life, overlapping anything in its path. There was no realm of OFA, nor was there a realm of AFO that both existed and didn't at the same time. the personifications of their will shackled to the floor within. Their mouths sewn shut, their influence within Izuku was no more. You've accomplished what you wanted, what will you do now? The only one that could remain to speak was Hikage, his alliance with Izuku sparing him from the fate of his successor and predecessors. It will take time for FO's quirk to be integrated. I will have to live through pain that will normally kill many for 4 months. I will call upon you when needed. Izuku's being disappeared as his mind returned to the real world. The pain hit all at once again as more and more of the metallic black liquid mixed in his body. Clenching his fists, Izuku was resolute. He will get through this pain, and he will make the world as he sees fit. In Tartarus prison within an isolated maximum cell, AFO's grin twisted into an expression no one has ever seen the man make. His entire plan was falling apart. He had been there. He felt his will being triggered through the remnants of his quirk. He left with the doctor. No, that isn't possible. AFO shook within his restraints, screaming out like a madman. The will, just as fast as it tried to imprint, was eradicated, shackled under the strength of Izuku's will in one fell swoop. The impossibility he never thought would come had arrived, and it went under the name Lucifer. Japan was in utter turmoil. What was supposed to be the season of rejuvenation for Earth after it shed its icy layer from winter had turned civilization into a proverbial hellscape. The wind whipped through the air like blades. The sky was shadowed by gray clouds of hurtling rain that impacted like rocks on the surface. The tides of the beach rose, nearly flooding the streets, with thunder lighting up sections of the sky, continuously striking wherever it saw fit. Citizens, heroes, and villains all cowered in their homes, afraid that one step outside would lead to their demise. There had been no warning, nor explanation for such drastic and abnormal weather. It was a phenomenon that no one could understand. What all failed to realize was that there was a being resonating with a power that could either bring the world to its destruction or save it. It was the awakening that caused the earth to be in such a dire state. Gura! A scream tore itself from Izuku's throat, his voice hoarse and body caked in sweat. The flesh of his wrists and ankles was torn, bleeding as his body unsuccessfully tugged at the leather restraints, only making their cuts deeper, spreading his blood over the white cloth of his hospital bed. He was still for the most part completely unclothed, allowing his markings to be shown on full display. For 4 months the marks hadn't ceased their movement. They swirled in wavering motions as though they were the ocean. It is almost completely bare with it for just a few moments longer. Izuku looked around, his vision blurry. His lack of sleep, along with the mind-numbing pain of seizure after seizure hitting him, had rendered almost all of his senses useless. He couldn't taste the blood that filled the inside of his mouth. He couldn't feel the leather digging into his skin. He couldn't smell the sweat of the hair over his face. Every sound was muffled, and he couldn't see an inch in front of him. Despite this, his bloodshot eyes searched for where he believed the doctor was, a few choked words coming from his mouth. The constant screams of pain had damaged his vocal cords to an extreme degree, nearly enough to cause him to go completely mute. This was torture. Izuku danced between life and death. Every second he was subjugated to a wave of eternal pain. The pain derived from the nerves in his hand ceased to exist in the receptors of Izuku's body. His teeth by this point had gnawed the plastic of the mouthguard in his mouth so much it may as well have not been there. Midoriya, the integration is nearly done. Soon there will be no remnants of FO nor OFA. The shackles that bind you will cease to exist entirely. Hikage's voice was the only one Izuku could hear, however that too was distorted. How could it not, when his mind was being torn apart with only his desire holding the pieces together? There was no way he could last any longer. The heat monitor commemorated this. The heart rate on the screen was completely unordinary. At times it would flatline before it spiked up drastically to what was most commonly associated with a person suffering cardiac arrest. On instinct, his fists clenched. By this point he had gotten used to the burning sensation that filled the fibers of his muscles and the lining of his organs. However, this didn't make it any easier to stay alive. At the same time, the pain hit his body. There was a feeling of power coursing through him. At first it was a small chill similar to an ember of OFA before it became an ice-cold blizzard. This had continued until around the half of the 3rd month. As AFO integrated further, it had combined with OFA's blazing inferno, coming to rest finally at a complete equilibrium within his body. Dr. Yujiko looked over the boy, a smile splitting the old man's face. Things were going better than he could have ever hoped for. With Shigaraki, he doubted the boy would have ever come this far, although it was a bit disappointing. Lucifer proved to be a capable subject, so much so he wished that more experiments could have been running, but he respected AFO's wish that to subjugate the next potential successor to such experiments was not something he would do. The time of reckoning was nearly upon Japan, and Dr. Yujiko couldn't be more excited. Yes, screaming out in his mind, Dr. Yujiko readied a syringe filled to the brim with green liquid, before running over to a tube containing a small Namu, opening it with no mind to the liquid that spilled over the floor. Instead, despite having not even a tenth of Izuku's strength, dragged it over to Izuku's bedside. The swirling of his marks had started slowly, as the shaking of his body did as well. Holding the syringe over his head, Yujiko stabbed the point into Izuku's chest, pushing the plunge down as the green liquid made its way into Izuku's heart. Izuku took a deep inhale of breath, his chest rising enough to break through the restraint holding it down. It's done. Izuku activated his quirk. The lightning over his body became erratic as he broke free of his restraints, freeing his arms and legs. Grrrrrah. Letting out a feral yell, Izuku looked towards the ceiling, letting out everything in his system. The lightning struck his surroundings, electrifying several machines while burning the fabric of the bed underneath him, nearly catching it on fire before he reached up, ripping the syringe out of his chest with a spurt of blood. The lightning died as he fell off the bed and onto the hard, cold ground, and like a denizen of hell, he crawled, struggling to gain his footing. Watching from the side, Yujiko spoke. "Come here, you'll recover much faster once you do." With no other option, Izuku walked to the man, his feet swaying unevenly, nearly falling over. His breathing was shallow, showing just how close to death he truly was. Small droplets of his blood hit the floor as he kept walking until he came before Yujiko, who moved over to where the Namu was. "This Namu has a regeneration quirk. Use your power to obtain it." With excitement in his eyes, Yujiko watched Izuku reach his hand out. Izuku's eyes looked as his left hand touched the Namu as though it were always a part of him. He felt a tug on his body. The marks on his left hand moved to crawl over his nails before they seemingly dug into the exposed brain of the Namu. It took a fraction of a second before the mark retreated, pulling with it a dark green glow, and once the marks rested on his skin, the rest of his marked body pulsed. Suddenly life returned to his dimmed eyes. The small hole of the syringe, along with the torn skin of his wrists and ankles, closed, healing over in a matter of seconds. Although it was supposed to be a standard regeneration quirk, Izuku's quirk had made it leagues above what was supposed to be possible. He doubted even recovery girl healing could achieve the same level. All at once, every single one of his sensations returned. His vision, despite being still a bit blurry, had cleared up significantly. However, there were a few things that caused a smile to come across Izuku's face. His head was clear, and his hand, the hand that had caused him so much pain, the hand that always made him succumb to body-ruining suffering, had stopped. The constant pinch in his nerves was completely gone. Clenching his right fist, Izuku took in another deep before letting out a relieved sigh. Before he turned to the doctor, cracking his neck. "Nice work. Haha. Excellent. It seems the integration process was smoother than I could ever hope for. Now I must run some minor tests before we continue." Complying, Izuku kicked away the husk of the Namu before he sat down on the hospital bed once more. Quickly, Yujiko did the standard procedures such as checking his heart rate, breathing, and some minor tasks before the doctor was satisfied. "Seems as though there are no repercussions from the procedure. Great. Now is there somewhere I can get dressed?" Izuku, standing, looked to his suit and weapons, picking them up as Yujiko nodded, pointing to a room. Heading there, he saw a small bathroom with only a sink and a toilet inside. Making do, he set all of his possessions down, looking in the mirror. His hair had grown since his confinement to the bed, nearly falling to his shoulders. Shaking his head, Izuku dug into his suit, pulling out his dagger. Taking the blade in his right hand, he grabbed his hair with his left. With a few swift motions, locks fell into the sink below the mirror. The length of Izuku's hair got shorter and shorter until he was comfortable with it. With the impromptu haircut done, he turned to the paper towel dispenser, prying it open with his dagger before putting the blade away. "Gotta get a proper shower once I'm done here." Using the paper towels, he wiped his body down with water before he put his head under the stream of water to rid himself of the sweat. Once done, he got to put his suit on, fixing his gloves, shoes, mask, and everything. It was at this moment that Izuku noticed something. Ever since he took that regeneration quirk, it feels as though his limbs are moving less sluggishly, as though all the damage his body had accumulated throughout childhood had been healed. It was weird, but he wouldn't complain. Instead, right now he felt like getting a few more quirks, and he knew right where to start. Stepping out of the bathroom, Lucifer looked to Yujiko, the man stuffing the Namu he had taken the quirk from, back into a tube, perhaps planning on supplying it with another quirk. Walking over, he spoke, looking at the tubes of high ends. "Doctor, now that the procedure is done, what of the Namu's and Shigaraki's body?" Stopping his actions for but a moment, Yujiko answered. "During the period of which you were incapacitated, I had transferred Shigaraki's quirk to one of the Namu's. Along with that, I had already adjusted their protocols. Each of them will prioritize your commands above all else." Smiling, Yujiko gasped when he felt Lucifer's hand grab his face. "Perfect." Yujiko saw nothing but Lucifer's left eye staring intensely in his through the gaps of his fingers. Tears sprung in the old man's eyes. "Wait, please, don't do this to me." It was too late, however. Lucifer siphoned his quirk. Lucifer felt the new quirk flow through his body. As he did so, he watched Yujiko's skin shrink to encompass his bones, and his face become disgusting. "So this is your true age." He had always suspected Yujiko's quirk had to do with his ability to look so young despite having been AFO's doctor for decades. No, he understood. Taking his hand off, he grabbed Yujiko's head with both hands, thumbs resting on the old man's now apparent cheekbones. With a single twist, he snapped the man's neck with ease. He had barely put any pressure, yet it broke so easily. Disappointed, he pulled upwards, taking the man's head off, revealing dust like blood trickling out. Throwing the head to the side, he heard it crash and separate like a cracked vase being dropped. Moving on, he looked at the Namu Johnny, picking it up with a single hand. Now let us greet your siblings. Using Black Whip, he broke the glass containing the other high ends, all of them spilling onto the floor. Rise and greet your new master. Giving a command, Lucifer watched them all rise, a few speaking. Master. It seems they can't form full sentences. Walking ahead, Lucifer set Johnny down, keeping his eyes on the one Namu that seemed more human than the others. You are our new master. The Namu, which stood roughly a foot taller than Lucifer, its head pointed down with a questioning stare in its lifeless eyes. Glaring straight back, Lucifer and the Namu gazed into each other's eyes before the Namu kneeled. The other Namus followed what appeared to be the leader, all of the kneeling, repeating the same word over and over again. Master, master. Good, it seems that you're far more intelligent than the others. Turning around in the lab, Lucifer looked around at the chemicals in the room, grabbing only the most flammable. Spilling the contents over the ground, he looked to the Namu. Help spread these across the lab. Listening, they grabbed everything off the shelves, throwing them across the machines, tubes, plans, and materials the doctor had in his possession. Soon after it was finished, he grabbed Johnny. With the small Namu in his hands, Lucifer ordered the Namu to stay near him. Going behind the doctor's computer, he pulled out one of the wires, it sparking as he did so, tossing it into the puddle that spread across the ground. Activating his quirk, he used the lightning to send a large amount of its voltage through the wire, causing sparks to fly. It took a second, but the liquid burst into flames, lighting the room on fire. Staring into the fire, he looked at the wall, pressing down on the fire alarm before he took a hold of Johnny, siphoning the small Namu's quirk before throwing the corpse into the blaze. Feeling the quirk enter his system, Lucifer closed his eyes. It was simply amazing how his new quirk worked. It was like every quirk he stole, he knew how to use them automatically and how their enhanced capabilities can be used. Tapping his foot, he activated his new warping quirk. Normally, the gray liquid the quirk produced came from the mouth of others. This time it spread from the tip of Lucifer's left foot before spreading to encircle him in the Namu. Had anyone else seen it, they would have been amazed by the sight as Lucifer. And the Namu seemed to sink into the floor. Putting his arms across his chest, Lucifer waited as he was submerged in the liquid, along with changing how the warping was activated. It seems the speed of which was also enhanced, as after a second he was at his desired location. Opening his eyes, Lucifer stood in the middle of his office within the mountain villa. The previous destruction he committed to manipulating Toga's feelings still there. Turning to the Namu, Lucifer gave a simple command. Stay until I call upon you. As you wish. With the Namus giving their promise to stay, Lucifer walked out of the room, activating danger sense to locate the newest quirk he wanted. His steps echoed in the barren hallway as he moved to enter a single room. Opening the door, he saw several Hoff members look at him, all of them surprised at his appearance, kneeling almost immediately. Lucifer, we didn't realize you had returned. How is the interrogation coming along? Looking to the two-way mirror ahead of him, Lucifer saw Hawks sitting in a chair, bloody and bruised, yet with a still defiant look on his face. He's proving more difficult than we expected. Letting out a sigh, Lucifer brought out his pistol, firing a slug between the first man's eyes. 4 months and yet nothing to show of it. Using Black Whip, Lucifer decided to test two things with his quirk, wrapping the whip around the body. He tried to siphon the quirk, surprised when, despite the man already being dead, it allowed him. It was a minor strengthening quirk, but he didn't mind the added power. It was a complete success. Not only could he siphon quirks from using Black Whip, it seemed that whether the subject was dead or not didn't matter. We're sorry, Lucifer. Yelling out, the other members put their heads to the floor, begging for Lucifer's forgiveness. Lucifer's still smoking barrel of his silver baller aimed at the others before he stowed the weapon. Turning to look at the injured Hawks, Lucifer allowed frustration and rage to be seen in his eyes, but those emotions internally weren't even real. He knew there was no way the incompetent interrogators under the Hoff could break a hero such as Hawks. Do not make this mistake again. It's due to your inability to fulfill my desire that I must dirty my hands. Going to the door connecting the surveillance room to the interrogation room where Hawks were bound. So the boss himself wants to see me. With a broken grin, Hawks smiled at Lucifer, spitting a glob of blood onto the floor. Lucifer didn't say a word. Instead, he punched the hero where he had stabbed him before. I suggest you talk. Lucifer stepped onto Hawks' foot, crushing the man's bones while using the enhanced strengthening quirk he had just obtained. Hawks let out a scream of pain until Lucifer stopped. You think you'll talk just from that? Chuckling, Hawks tried to use his quirk, the device shocking him as his red wings went docile. No. Taking both hands, Lucifer held Hawks' mouth open with his left before he used his right to rip out Hawks' teeth one by one, leaving only a few left. Lucifer didn't care for the information Hawks had on the heroes. Whatever they thought of, he'll destroy without mercy. He was already planning on crippling them beyond repair. For now, he'll just have his fun. Each moment that passed, the torture Hawks was subjected to got worse and worse. It had started with the pulling of his teeth, then the breaking of his fingers came the stabs. Hawks wanted to die. Although he knew giving Lucifer the information he needed would stop the pain, he wasn't allowed to talk. Lucifer had made that impossible by gagging him with ripped pieces of his hero suit. Then came the finale. Breaking the chair, Hawks was tied to Lucifer, threw the man to the ground, stepping on the man's spine before grabbing a hold of his wings. Your quirk is quite the versatile one. No wonder you climbed the ranks of a hero after so long. However, pulling up, Hawks let out a blood-curdling scream. Lucifer pulled his wings slowly, blood seeping from the connections to the nerves in his back. Hawks felt like his skin was being peeled off. Without them, you're nothing. With little resistance, the wings that Hawks was so proud of had been ripped clean off, throwing the red appendages aside. Lucifer activated Black Whip on both of his hands, making the shape into long spikes. Bringing his hands down, he stabbed the sections where Hawk's wings had been attached, making Hawks yet again let out a pained scream. Lucifer let out a small breath as he took Hawk's quirk. The wings he tossed aside, shriveling up like a dead flower. It was during this he let out a groan. Lucifer felt something protruding from his back. Stepping off of Hawks, he wobbled on his feet before wings exploded outwards, tearing their way through the fabric of his suit. Like Hawks, the wings were red. However, something changed. The feathers fluttered one by one, changing color and shape. The red was drowned out by a beautiful white before the feathers fluttered once more, now dyeing the white a pure black. Those observing Lucifer couldn't help but see why such a name fit the man. The wings were the epitome of beauty as they finally took shape, resembling that of an angel. Lucifer took a minute as the regeneration quirk kicked in, soothing the pain before it disappeared entirely. Looking down at gasping Hawks, he grabbed the hero by the hair, spreading his wings before 4 feathers broke off. The black feathers spun in the air before they flew through the air, slicing Hawks' eyes and blinding the hero permanently. The blood-soaked feathers then flew back to join the rest of Lucifer's wings. AHHH. JHH. Hawks' screams filled the room, yet Lucifer just stepped over the downed man, exiting the room. The Hoff members looked terrified at their leader, some falling over as he walked closer to them. Lucifer's wings collapsed, falling to rest on the man's back. His control over the quirk was better than Hawks could ever have. Keep him alive. Although he didn't give us any information, have something to torture has proved quite exhilarating. His subordinates nodded rapidly, watching Lucifer leave the room. Now out, he began checking down the quirks he either wanted or need for his plan to succeed, and there were a few that came to mind immediately. However, there was a single quirk that he wanted no matter what. It had been the only quirk that could trick him, the only quirk that in all of his years of existence had deceived him even better than his mother had. Going back into the large hall, Lucifer picked up his pace, sprinting to the glass window of the hall. Crossing his arms, he jumped through the glass. Using float, he caught himself in the air before his wings spread out once more. Flapping them, Lucifer took off into the sky. The torrent of wind and rain that lashed at him had no effect as his eyes narrowed. Here first, Shiksu High, the one hero school in all of Japan that rivaled the might of UA. Like their rival, the hero students were all lazing about in their dorm rooms. Nothing they were doing was worthy of note. However, within her dorm room, Kami Yudashimi looked at her phone. Her state of dress was, for lack of a better word, scandalous. A set of lingerie unbefitting of her age group, tightly adjusted to her attractive body. God, what a pain, thought Shidi. Turning over on her stomach, Kami let out a long sigh, staring out her window. She hated weather like this, and it was supposed to be spring, the one time when the bright colors of her wardrobe could shine. Groaning, she closed her eyes, setting her phone down. She had been texting Bakugo, but for the past few months it seems like he just ghosted her out of the blue, and if she was being honest, it effing sucked. For Kami, it was common to meet up with Bakugo not only to indulge in the Pomeranian's body, but also to talk about how Deku was doing at UA and how Bakugo was making even his life at UA hell. So now she was suffering a withdrawal from hearing about Deku's suffering, and she wasn't sure how long she could suffer from this boredom. Sometimes she missed Aldera for this simple excitement. With her back to the window, Kami stared at her wall, hearing another boom of thunder, the sound hiding the noise of someone entering her room through the balcony. Kami remained unaware until a hand covered her mouth, causing panic to cloud her eyes. MMMF. With a muffled yell, she tried to hit her attacker, only for her wrist to be caught. Not a second later, she felt her wrist dislocate from a single tug. Trying to yell, she looked to see who the intruder was, only to see Lucifer trying to speak. She was stopped by a punch to her stomach, knocking the wind out of her. Being lifted, she couldn't fight back as Black Whip constricted all of her movement. It was sudden, but the lack of clothing was something wished Kami had not partaken in, as both she and her assailant flew out the window and into the devastating weather. It was then that her mouth was uncovered, and despite the elements drowning out her voice, she yelled, "Who are you? Where are you taking me?" Kami did not get a response no matter how much she yelled. Instead, after around 5 minutes, she was suddenly dropped. Screaming with tears in her eyes, she fell to the ground, only being saved by a hand grabbing her ankle. Letting out a sigh of relief, it was short-lived as she was tossed through a window, the shards of glass digging into her skin as she crashed into what seemed to be wooden furniture. Blood dripped down her face and body. Taking gasps of air, she groaned. Her ribs felt out of place like they were near the breaking point. Coughing out some blood, she scrunched her nose, her eyes opening to see empty bottles of whiskey on the floor along with blood. It was an apartment, that much was clear. Looking at the window she was thrown through, she wiped her mouth. She didn't who attacked her or why, but she wasn't going to go without a fight. Expelling mist from her mouth, Cammy changed the room, hiding herself in the illusion she created, crawling into a closet nearby. Looking through the blinds, she saw her attacker enter the room, looking around at the illusion of a circus playing around him. The reason it was a circus was simple. It was a lot of flashing colors and loud noises which should confuse the man long enough for her to escape. She watched the man look at the attractions before speaking. "Cammy Udashimi, it's been a long time. I see your skill with your quirk has improved since the last time we met." Cammy was confused. She had no idea who this person was, yet why was his appearance and voice similar to a person she believed she knew. Watching, she saw the man take off his mask. Cammy let out an involuntary gasp. Deku. Clenching her fists, Cammy bit her lip. It was that quirkless F who hurt her. "You know, it's been quite some time since we last spoke to each other. I apologize if my greeting was more than abrupt. You see, I couldn't wait any longer. I hope you don't mind." Cammy watched Lucifer turn on his heel, his eyes looking before they stared directly at her. Holding her breath, Cammy then noticed the small trail of blood leading to the closet door. Even then, she hoped that he wouldn't find her. "Now, as much as I enjoy playing hide and seek, I'm a little pressed for time. You see, I'm going around collecting the links to my past to eradicate them. Oh, before I forget, I hope you know I put Bakugo in the hospital. He's currently in a coma. The doctors don't know when he'll wake up. Perhaps I'll visit him and make sure he doesn't." Cammy's nails dug into her palm. The pain coursing through her had stopped momentarily as anger replaced it. "You two have quite the relationship. It had started with merely being partners conspiring to torment me, however it soon blossomed into something more, did it not?" Cammy put her head down. Soon the effects of her quirk will wear off, and after that, it was guaranteed she would be found. This worry came sooner than she could realize as Lucifer's foot smashed into her face, forcing her head back, nearly breaking the wall behind her. Dazed, she could defend herself as through the hole a hand grabbed her long silky hair. With a single tug, her body was forced to break through, and screaming in pain, she found herself being thrown into a large TV set, the metallic box falling on top of her stomach. You, such spirit. I wonder if I can break it just as I did to Bakugo's." Izuku stomped on the TV, his foot going through it before finding the soft flesh of Cammy's stomach. Staring at Cammy's bloodied face, screams in pain causing his grin to form. Trying to breathe out another illusion, Cammy was stopped by Izuku stabbing her. A few of the feathers on his back embedded themselves in Cammy's thighs. Still not giving up, she continued trying before Izuku grabbed her once more, moving her to face him. Why you? That mad be because I tricked why you into loving me? Truly like Bakugo," Cammy taunted Izuku. A disappointed sigh came from Izuku's slightly parted lips. Bakugo's pride and narcissism were infectious. It seems he need to correct her as well. He knew that it would only be a wasted effort until Bakugo felt he was about to die. Did his pride implode? And it seems Cammy too had to experience what Bakugo felt. Tossing Cammy to the floor, Izuku moved to the nearest chair, breaking one of its legs before swinging it in the air. Looking at Cammy, he brought the chair leg onto her knee. "Kya, you effer. I quote I'll effing kill you." Cammy screamed in pain as she felt her knee shatter, tears falling from her eyes. Izuku, not minding that, looked to her other knee, swinging again, the wood splintering into a sharp point as Cammy's screams got even louder, the thunder masking the noise from the other citizens. "Screaming won't make it hurt less. I should now. You caused some of mine." Kicking Cammy, he launched her against the wall before using the sharp table leg to stab her in the shoulder, pinning her to the wall. "You effing bastard, you quirkless effing loser. Once I get free, you'll end your effing life, your Deku." Screaming, all beauty that Cammy once held was shadowed by the pure rage and animosity towards Izuku, causing her to quickly become among the ugliest of people in the world. "This is less satisfying than I thought it would be. Well, that might change. Let's continue, shall we?" With a closed fist, Izuku struck Cammy, dislodging a few teeth from her mouth. "You are so obsessed with your appearance, I wonder how everyone will see you now." Taking his dagger out, Izuku used it to slash parts of Cammy's skin, some of his feathers joining him in tormenting the girl. The tips of the feathers sliced parts of her face, most of all her lips. Once finished, Cammy was in tatters, her blood spreading everywhere, her breathing shallow, on the brink of being unconscious. Izuku, seeing this, ripped the chair leg that pinned her out before holding her up, turning her so that her back faced him. With his dagger still out, Izuku put the tip to the base of Cammy's spine. "You see, Cammy didn't come here because of some grudge I hold against you. That was merely the bonus of my true objective." Pushing his dagger further into Cammy's body, he continued. "You looked down on me for my quirklessness, believing yourself superior not only in looks but power when I was the stronger one, even when I was younger. So let's see how you live as a disgusting, quirkless cripple. Pushing his fist in, Izuku sliced the nerves of Kami's spine, rendering her paralyzed, her legs no longer working as her quirk was taken. Kami was still aware enough to realize what happened. Trying to use her quirk, she felt nothing, not just internally but in her legs as well. Despite the horrid pain she was in, she grabbed onto her limbs. My legs. My legs. Screaming, Kami cried hysterically. My legs aren't working. The shock had completely taken Kami over. Lucifer, seeing this, tapped his foot on the floor, using his warping to submerge Kami, sending her away from his location. He got what he came for. Now he had a few more others to visit and a few more quirks to steal. Let's see. Going down his medal list, Izuku smiled. Time to pay an old friend a visit. Hands grasped each other tightly, one seemingly lifeless while the other raged with emotion. Come on, Brett. How long are you going to stay asleep? Soft sobs came from a middle-aged woman, her hair ash blonde, red eyes filled with tears. Mitsuki Bakugo gripped the hand she was holding tighter, her stare directed to her only son, Katsuki Bakugo. The boy still had not woken up from his coma. His body was almost entirely covered in a thick cast, a plastic tube attached through a large hole in the boy's throat. Although their relationship wasn't the best, Mitsuki loved her son. Seeing him in such a state had left her devastated, especially after she had heard who had caused such injury. As long as she had known Izuku, the boy was all smiles. He didn't even look like someone who could willingly commit acts of violence. Now she didn't know what to think. All she could do was hope Katsuki woke up soon. Masaru, what do we do? Turning to look at her husband, she saw the man's face like a mask of sadness. Rubbing his hand on his wife's back, he could only sigh. I don't know, honey. The doctors said it could take months, maybe even years. All we can do is hope. The two sat in the silence of the hospital room. They felt helpless, seeing that they couldn't help their son had left them in a state that no parent would wish for. Other than the few sniffles from Mitsuki and the beeping of the various life support machines hooked up on Katsuki, there was little noise. Sitting there, it was only when Mitsuki's growled that they realized it had been a while since they have last eaten anything. Hey, why don't we get some food? But what about Katsuki? Mitsuki hesitated at Masaru's suggestion. The last thing she wanted was to miss Katsuki waking up. She feared what would happen if he were to suddenly wake up only to see that they weren't there. It'll be fine. You need something to eat. We won't be gone for long. After some light pushing from Masaru, Mitsuki finally agreed to leave. Getting her purse, Mitsuki and Masaru exited the room. Since there was a devastating storm, they would only go to the hospital cafeteria for now. They had no complaints about this, as it allowed them to stay close to their son. After leaving the room, the two parents walked down the hall, passing by a nurse. The man's face was covered by a white mask, his hair completely black. Nothing about the man was unordinary, but a chill ran down Mitsuki's spine nonetheless. She only got a small glimpse, but the man's eyes looked like he was ready to kill. Banishing the thoughts from her mind, she did not see the nurse she just passed by. Entering the room her son was residing in, the nurse walked in, locking the door behind him as he stared at Katsuki. The nurse walked forward until he was at Katsuki's bedside. Suddenly, a black mist covered the man's body. Ripples echoed throughout the mist, like a still lake disturbed by a rock being thrown in the water. The man's body became distorted before the mist faded away. So this is what you've been reduced to. It seems that even recovery girls' healing couldn't heal you properly. Lucifer reached to take his mask off. A large psychotic grin spread across his face. Such a shame. Grabbing one of the seats laying around, Izuku moved it before sitting down at Bakugo's side, his wings folded on his back. You know, I saw your parents outside. It seems to me that they love you. I can't understand why they would love someone like you, but to each their own. Sitting back, Izuku propped one leg on top of the other. You know, I want to share something with you. As a kid, I truly was envious of you. Seeing your parents again made me realize that part of me still is. You had everything I wanted and were everything I wanted to be. A strong quirk, a loving family, friends, and popularity. But most importantly, you had a chance. You could have been anything you wanted to be. You had a choice to become an egotistical bastard. You had an opportunity to become one of the best. I can't let these feelings of resentment, envy, and anger cloud my judgment anymore. I thought beating you would alleviate at least a portion of these emotions, but I realized that only one thing could satisfy me. Standing, he placed his hand on Katsuki's chest. You, along with the others, took my entire childhood away from me. You dragged my name through the mud, hurt me in more ways than possible, so we'll take everything from you. Your quirk will become mine, your reputation will be tarnished, and your body will forever be broken. Izuku siphoned Katsuki's quirk. Taking in a deep breath, Izuku lifted his hand, moving it over Katsuki's knee. He closed his hand before opening it so his palm faced down. Boom, letting out a small controlled explosion. Blood splashed onto Izuku's face. The heart monitor went erratic as Katsuki's leg was blown off. Quickly, Izuku placed his hand on the stub, letting off small explosions, cauterizing the wound. Putting his mask back on, Lucifer took a breather as bangs sounded out at the door. Open the door. A yell, possibly from a doctor, was caught in his ears. Walking around to the window of the room, Izuku slid it open before jumping out, using float to control his descent before black mist spread from his mouth, covering his body once more. After a second, a familiar person was seen in his place. Shota Aizawa, the man looking exactly as he always did, scarf around his neck. Part of Izuku wanted to thank Kami for willingly giving her quirk to him. An OFA-enhanced glamour was truly a terrifying quirk. Illusions that last as long as the user wills it, and the fact it won't dispel even if someone makes contact with him. An uncharacteristic smile made its way onto Aizawa's face. This will make this a lot easier now that he confirmed it worked. Nezu sat at his desk, a police file in front of him, a sigh erupting from the animal's lips. 6 months, and still nothing. Putting his head down, Nezu realized he was in a mess that he couldn't solve nor clean up. Between pushing back Enko's court dates and finding Izuku, the animal was stretched thin. Knock, knock. Bring his head up, Nezu spoke, sitting back up straight in his chair. Come in. Aizawa walked inside, the man's tired eyes looking at the animal as he walked until he was in front of Nezu's desk. Aizawa, what is it that I can do for you? A bit surprised by his appearance, Nezu simply asked what he normally does, but after saying this he tensed. Something was off. Aizawa looked the same, acted the same, smelt the same, yet why did Nezu feel as though his heart was just ripped out of his chest? Nezu, I'll make this simple. Aizawa walked forward, placing his palms on Nezu's desk. I need your assistance now. This can be done the easy way or the hard way. No matter what happens, just know that I'll get what I want. That was when Nezu realized it wasn't Aizawa he was speaking to. Clearing his throat, Nezu opened his desk and took out a teacup and a kettle, pouring already hot tea into the cup. Nezu took a sip as though he was tasting this tea for the last time. Midoriya, after all this time you show up in UA. You know, just one button push and every member of the staff will come here. Nezu let out a chuckle as Aizawa's eyes narrowed even more. Quickly, Nezu pushed the cup away from him. Still, just by looking I can tell they won't be able to stop you. I'm curious, however, why did you leave and what do you mean by assistance? Shigaraki is dead, Nezu. The principal froze, looking up at Aizawa. Although his question wasn't answered, he felt as though more were coming. The League, as you know it, is no longer a threat. They are under my complete control, and in 3 days from tomorrow, I will break all for one out of prison. However, I need your full cooperation, so you best make use of your quirk and listen to what I say very carefully. Nezu gave his full undivided attention. After AFO is released, an influx of villains will make their way towards Hasu City. Mustered, all the heavy hitters will be there. Before this, Japan will go through a radical change, one of which will throw the entirety of Japan into chaos. What does this have to do with me? I want you to organize every hero within Hasu, Musutafu, Jaku, Fukuoka, and Naruhata, have them guard the outskirts of every major city facing the direction of Tartarus, and use the potential escape of a FO to get the Hero Association to move. I also want you to call in Aizawa, Toshinori, Midnight, Monoma, Toru, Aoyama, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Shota, Iwarazu, and Tetsu to meet within Training Ground Beta. Nezu heard this and put his paws in front of his face. I have to ask why. Why do you need them to go there? What do you have planned? The black mist spread from Aizawa's mouth before Lucifer took his place. I need them for what's to come. I didn't take over the League because I wanted to control them. I did it so I could take power promised to the man-child. You see, AFO isn't the only person who can now steal quirks. Lucifer's wings spread themselves so that Nezu could see them. The animal let out a gasp. You mean? Yes, I've completed AFO and OFA back into their true form. What once was two halves are now whole again. So you want to steal their quirks, but why? Heroes are all about self-sacrifice, risking one life to save another. I'm offering you a chance to save thousands of lives by sacrificing the few. I won't kill them, but their careers as they know it will be over. This is the only way to lessen the possible bloodshed. I don't want to hurt you or every other teacher in this school, but if you don't give me what I want, I won't hesitate. Nezu paused, thinking anxiousness crawling up his spine and into his heart. He knew there weren't any lies within Lucifer's speech, still this request, no. Demand was too difficult for him to come to a decision, but just from glancing at Lucifer he could tell time wasn't on his side. He had to think quickly, yet every option, every possibility of this working out pointed to working for Lucifer. Very well, I will do as you say. Moving, Nezu moved over to an intercom. Will Aizawa, Toshinori, Midnight, Monoma, Shinso, Toru, Aoyama, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Shota, Iwarazu, and Tetsu report to Training Ground B? Failure to do so will result in expulsion and immediate resignation. You have 15 minutes. Taking his finger off, Nezu looked to Lucifer, picking up his teacup with a shaky hand. Finishing his cup in a hurry, Nezu stood, jumping out of his chair. I suppose we should get going. Yes, I suppose we shall. Training Ground B, a city landscape that was once used by the teachers to evaluate the first years during their final exams. The most notable of those exams was the fight between Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya versus All Might. However, now the students and teachers called by Nezu were all gathered inside one of the many buildings the training ground had to offer. What are we doing here? With a tired sigh, Aizawa looked out one of the windows at the second story. They were at the place Nezu had told them to meet. I don't know, but it sounds pretty serious. Nezu said he would fire us if we didn't meet here and you students would be expelled. Midnight waved her hand, looking over to the few students who were with them. Why were we the only ones gathered? Senseis, do you know why we're the only ones? Momo looked at her teachers. Her wounds had completely healed. Although she was still doing physical therapy for her legs, she was able to move enough that it didn't cause her harm. No, I'm sorry, I don't have any idea why we were called here. Answering Momo's question, Toshinori in his deflated form answered it was odd for only a few students to be called, but he was not one to go against Nezu's orders, especially with his career as a teacher being on the line. While waiting, the students and teachers looked around the room. The outside was still raining, which was why many of them had brought umbrellas except for Aizawa, who couldn't go through the trouble. There was nothing in the room they were told to meet up in, and as each second passed, the students were growing more irritated. Well, I'm glad you can all make it. Turning, the students looked to the door, seeing Nezu walk in, the animal smiling as the people gathered around him. What's the meaning of this, Nezu? Aizawa crossed his arms, looking down at the animal who just walked further into the room. Aizawa, heroism is a profession full of compromises. You can't save everyone no matter how hard you try. I'm sure all of you know this, and in some cases there comes the need to sacrifice everything just so that society can live on. We are the protectors of civilization. Every day when we face down a villain, there is a chance that we may never return. Why are you saying all this? Toshinori stepped forward, the students retreating behind the man. Something was wrong. Nezu wasn't someone to say something like this randomly. For years people called me the smartest being alive. I've done everything I possibly do to make sure the future of Japan was secured, making a hero school, enforcing the knowledge of how a hero should be on future generations, and now I must do one more. Turning, Nezu bowed his head. I apologize, but this is the only way to make sure we can all survive. Taking a step back, the teachers got ready, Aizawa putting on his goggles, Midnight grabbing her hero costume ready to tear it open, while the other students readied their quirks. Before any of them can make a move, black tentacles wrapped themselves around the teacher's ankles. Immediately everyone realized what this was and who it belonged to. The only ones spared were Momo, who dropped to the floor holding her ears, and Toshinori, who tried to grab onto the students, buffing up momentarily. Yet he was too late. All at once those who had their ankles wrapped were forcibly thrown through the concrete walls and outside the building. As that happened, the floor broke. Lucifer jumped from the bottom floor to the second floor, landing in front of Nezu. Why, young Midoriya? All Might yelled out, but he quickly realized the situation. Although he never wanted to resort to this, he had to fight his successor. Forgive me, young Midoriya. Pumping OFA to his maximum limit, All Might charged forward, bringing his fist back and launching it towards Lucifer's face. Lucifer stared calmly, black whip wrapping itself around his hand, his gray lightning coating his hand along with it. As All Might's fist grew closer, he raised his hand. All Might took a deep breath, closing his eyes as his fist finally made contact. I'm sorry. You've truly gotten weaker, haven't you? All Might opened his eyes, staring in shock as Lucifer held his fist with a tight grip. Suddenly, All Might groaned in pain, falling to his knees as Lucifer twisted his hand. How? Although OFA had become nearly unusable, All Might still used 100% in that smash, so how? All Might then felt the few flickering embers of OFA leave his body entirely, his buff form deflating instantly in a poof of smoke. Lucifer, on the other hand, felt more of OFA's energy flow through him. He had collected the final trace of OFA left on this planet, and now he was the only one who had it. Pulling out one of his pistols, Lucifer fired it into Toshinori's knee, letting go of the once again quirkless hero. With him out of the way, Lucifer walked towards Momo, who crawled back until she hit the wall, hugging it tightly. Lucifer crouched down, using the barrel of his gun to move strands of her hair out of the way. It's all right, Yoarazu. If I wanted you dead, it would have already happened. You see, I have one final task for you. After that, I want you to live your life. Do you understand? Nodding her head, Momo was almost hyperventilating as Lucifer grabbed her hand tightly. Don't resist, and it will be over really soon. Momo closed her eyes, biting her lip. Whatever let her get through this unharmed, she will do. It happened fast. Momo as a child also had an innate feeling of how her quirk functioned, but now as she held hands with Lucifer, that instinct faded rapidly. She didn't know that Lucifer was currently stealing her quirk until it was completely gone. Fatigue hit Momo as her eyelids started drooping. It's over now. Live your life as best as you can. Standing, Lucifer looked to the window. They are recovering. Excuse me, I have to finish what I started. Nezu, do not forget what else I've told you to do. You may leave now. I will fulfill what you've asked of me, Lucifer. Though Nezu walked out of the room with an apologetic look on his face while he passed Toshinori. Lucifer walked through the holes created by his attack, jumping down onto the streets below. His former classmates were all swung in different directions so that they wouldn't intervene. There was one person, however, he kept closer than the others. Looking at the building adjacent to the one Momo was in, Lucifer saw Aizawa climbing out of the rubble that had fallen, his hero costume already in tatters and a gash on his side. Midoriya. Aizawa stumbled onto the street, the rain washing over him, causing the blood to also flow down his clothes. Why are you doing this? Explain. What could you gain out of doing something like this? What about Uri and Mei? Walking forward, Aizawa assessed Lucifer, his one student. The boy was completely unguarded with a pistol in his hand. Lucifer, looking at his gun, put it away, holstering it underneath his right armpit. I'm doing this for them, Aizawa. Originally, I enrolled at this school to do what I thought a normal kid would do. I put up my mask of normalcy as a way to survive. But after meeting Kota, Uri and Mei, after gaining something that I never once thought I would have, I realized what hero I wanted to be. Aizawa, you and the others are just a step towards that. Lucifer shifted his feet, right foot in front while the left slid back. His left hand rested by his chin closed while his right was in front, a standard boxing position. Aizawa shifted into his stance as well. At this point, there would be no words that can reach the boy. Aizawa could see Lucifer was convinced his way was the only way. A few seconds passed by as both student and teacher stared at each other. One final chance, Midoriya, stand down. You know I can't do that. Aizawa sighed, activating his quirk, his hair standing up as he rushed forward. Jumping into the air, Aizawa's scarf unraveled. And with skill unmatched by many, Aizawa launched the scarf toward Lucifer, the villain, dashing forward. I know every move you're going to make before you make it, Aizawa. Aizawa clicked his tongue as Lucifer got closer. Quickly, the hero brought his leg down, striking at Lucifer, aiming for the villain's head. Aizawa had no hesitation in his moves. Even if this was his student, this was necessary. Lucifer seemed prepared. He blocked the kick with his forearm quickly before extending his fist, hitting Aizawa in the jaw, forcing the man to blink as he collided with the floor. Gasping, Aizawa felt his injury flare up. Gritting his teeth, he punched himself above his wound, stopping the bleeding momentarily. The tactic was crude, but Aizawa would take any chance he got. The hero crouched, grabbing some rubble off the crowd and crushing some of it in his palm to make a powder. Using his quirk once more, he watched Lucifer's quirk fade away, yet he remained unperturbed. Deciding to go on the offensive, he decided to stall for time and wait for the students and his colleague to arrive. Lucifer can see what the hero was planning, but decided to play along. Running forward, Aizawa closed his fist tightly, jabbing at Lucifer with his left hand. The villain dodged it before the hero suddenly threw his right hand up from underneath, letting the pieces of rubble and dust blind Lucifer. With the advantage, Aizawa wrapped Lucifer's right arm in his scarf before dropping low, using a leg sweep to try and get Lucifer on the ground. He was successful as the villain fell to the floor. Deciding to let up, Aizawa kept attacking, using his scarf to pull Lucifer closer as he stomped on the ground. Lucifer remained calm, his eyes closed, avoiding every stomp Aizawa attempted to use, before using both of his legs to lock Aizawa's left leg into a scissor trip. Aizawa, who once had the advantage, found himself falling fast to the ground, his face almost making contact if he didn't turn to his side at the last second. Now on even ground, Aizawa felt a weight get on top of him. Knowing what was happening, the man put both hands to guard his head. Lucifer, sitting on top of Aizawa's stomach, brought his fists down, striking heavily. Aizawa's arms ached at each impact. He could already feel his limit to how much punishment his arms could take, reaching the limit especially when Lucifer had started striking him in the elbow, the very same one Shigaraki had disintegrated a part of. Thinking quickly, Aizawa uncovered his head. His scarf was still tied around Lucifer's right arm. Watching Lucifer, he waited as the villain, using his right arm, struck at his head. Tilting slightly, Aizawa pulled his scarf, forcing Lucifer's attack to miss. Not wasting the opportunity, Aizawa grabbed onto Lucifer's arm before bringing up his legs and feet, placing both underneath Lucifer's chin before kicking up. Using his legs, Aizawa pushed Lucifer's head up while keeping the boy's arm extended. Aizawa felt Lucifer strike his thigh, trying to force him to let go, but Aizawa held on. I am surprised by you, Aizawa. All that hero experience is fascinating. It gives you a hypothetical edge over me, but it'll let you know why you can't stop me. Aizawa was confused until he felt Lucifer's arm flex, and without any struggle, Aizawa felt himself being lifted off the ground, causing his eyes to go wide. His quirk was activated this entire time, which meant the boy wasn't using his quirk. The strength Lucifer was using was purely his. It should have been impossible. Aizawa was using his full weight to keep Lucifer's arm down, but here he was being picked up like a doll. Aizawa was too shocked to even defend himself as Lucifer lifted him higher and higher before slamming him to the ground. All the air in Aizawa's lungs was knocked out, the man coughing heavily, but Lucifer didn't let up, kicking him in the side where his gash was before ripping his goggles off and crushing them in his palm. In pain, Aizawa still wouldn't give up, rolling on the ground to avoid a kick before he tried to get on his feet before he could. Lucifer's foot hit his stomach, causing the underground hero to throw up. Breathing heavily, Aizawa was powerless, feeling black whip wrap itself around his eyes, arms, and legs. That wasn't all. The Aizawa could feel his body being drained of something. He couldn't exactly tell what it was, but the strain on his eyes was decreasing, but something was very wrong. He couldn't feel the heat of his eyes anymore. Whenever he activated erasure, a heat would build up in his eyes, but now it was gone. Lucifer, taking his former teacher's quirk, suddenly grabbed his left eye. It started stinging violently as information about erasure hit his head. Gritting his teeth in pain, Lucifer shook his head before he looked at Aizawa, unwrapping the man who coughed violently. What did you just do? Aizawa looked up to Lucifer, his quirk failing to activate. Lucifer looked down, activating erasure, his left eye glowing a bright red, shocking the man before Lucifer pulled up the sleeve of his suit and a pair of handcuffs appeared from thin air. Wait, don't tell me you. Aizawa realized at that moment what Lucifer had done. This is all for the betterment of Japan, for the betterment of the few people I care for. I've told Nezu this and he understood. I hope in time you can understand as well. Aizawa shook his head, clenching his fist before making one last attempt at uppercutting Lucifer. The villain allowed the hit to connect as it wouldn't hinder him at all. To support this, Lucifer's head failed to move even after Aizawa had put all his strength into the punch. Lucifer Kami handcuffed Aizawa's wrists, leaving the hero to lay on the street. All fight drained itself from Aizawa's body. Standing there, Lucifer looked over his shoulder. The students along with Midnight had recovered and regrouped. Finally, I got tired of waiting. I can't be here for long. Midnight and other students readied their quirks, Shinso and Toru being the most powerless stayed at the back. Still, that didn't matter as Lucifer activated erasure before his wings broke apart, their sharp edges pointing at the student. Most of them tried to speak, but before they could, the sharp feathers flew as fast as bullets, all of them covered in gray lightning, increasing their speed tenfold. Midnight was the first to drop to the floor, her whip that had been in her hand sliced apart like butter. Her knees and legs were punctured up and down with the feathers. She wasn't alone as pain screams echoed from the other students except for two. Aoyama and Toru stood still, watching their comrades drop to the floor. Aoyama had a pained expression on his face seeing his friends like that, while Hagakure, while invisible, had an uncaring expression written all over it. Lucifer, seeing all of those he targeted on the floor, looked to Toru and Aoyama. Both of you, it's time. There is no need for you to play amongst the heroes anymore. Thank God. Toru was the first to walk forward, her invisibility shedding before everyone's eyes as she walked to Lucifer's side. Aoyama seemed to hesitate before he too walked forward, his lips moving without making a sound, but Lucifer could see it. I'm sorry. So he was forced into this. Lucifer waited as Toru stood at his left and Aoyama at his right. Looking back to his attackers, Lucifer recalled his feathers, each of them glowing with several different colors. Lucifer had done some experimenting with AFO, as it turns out. When enhanced with OFA, no matter whether the person was dead or even if he didn't make direct contact, he could still steal any quirk that he wanted via his other quirks. It was for this reason that a few feathers glowed different colors, and without any delay, the feathers reattached themselves before Lucifer felt every quirk flow through his wings and into his system. Information flowed into his head about every single quirk he had stolen. And my quirk. Every single one of them let out a struggled groan as Lucifer blinked. He no longer needed erasure active. Midoriya, why? Why are you doing this? Uraraka cried, looking at the villain she no longer had feelings for. It was only after his disappearance that she came to terms that the Izuku she knew never existed. She loved a person who wasn't real, and this Lucifer was Izuku. This villain was the real one. Although she knew this, she couldn't help but ask. Lucifer looked Uraraka in the eyes before smoke poured out, covering the area. Quickly, Lucifer tapped his foot on the ground. Gray liquid seeping out from underneath his group's feet, causing them to sink slowly. There was no reason to tell them a thing. He had gotten what he wanted. This would be his final appearance at UA. After this, everything is done. When Lucifer opened his eyes, he was alone, again in the disgusting apartment belonging to Inko. He had already sent Aoyama and Toru back to the mountain villa, having them stay within his office for the time being. Lucifer had chosen to go here alone because the next steps of his plan had to be carefully set in place and within total secrecy. Quickly, he went to the kitchen. He couldn't dilly-dally for long. Soon the storm will let up, and his next steps need to be done quickly. Lucifer ducked underneath the cupboards, opening them up to the two duffel bags he had stowed away. Touching them, a light gray glow enveloped them as the bag and everything inside became weightless. Taking the bags, Lucifer used his warping quirk, a brief flash of darkness overtaking him before he appeared at the edge of Hasu City. Eyes narrowing, he took off his wings, spreading as he used both float and the wings to boost his speed to an extreme degree. It took around 5 minutes of pushing both quirks to the limit that he reached his destination. The Battle of Hasu Monument. Lucifer stared at the golden statue of All Might standing tall. Lucifer had expected some emotion to well up as he laid his eyes on the statue, but there was nothing. No anger, no disgust. He simply felt nothing. His mind was too preoccupied to think further about his mentor, the man who failed him perhaps the most. Taking his eyes away, Lucifer deactivated the gravity affecting the bags. Unwrapping them, he dug inside the bags, pulling out several explosive charges. Holding them, Lucifer activated OFA, bouncing around, breaking apart the brick ground within sections, placing the charges all over the place, forcing the bricks back into place. One by one, each charge was set carefully, the charges armed, ready at any minute to blow. Finished, Lucifer took a breather, returning to the duffel bags and taking out the jars filled to the brim with a white powder. Soon this will all be over. A small smile came from underneath Lucifer's mask. After everything he's done, after everything that he will do, the final stage has been set. Hasu was prepared, his mind was ready, and the quirks he needed were all under his control. There were only a few last things to do. Lucifer sat in his office. He had just introduced Toru and Aoyama to the Hoff along with their actions as to why the League had no clue about their affiliation. The time has come. Soon all of Japan will be under our control, and the villains will reign superior. As a token of my gratitude, tomorrow we will hold a feast for everyone under my command. Food and drinks will be abundant. Redestro, I assume you can set this up. Of course. Nodding his head, Lucifer looked at the rest of his underlings. As for the rest of you, I ask that you all enjoy yourself before we set out. Himiko. Catching the girl's attention, Lucifer took off his glove, using a single feather to slice his hand open, allowing his blood to drip down. Opening his palm, I believe I owe you a reward for your efforts. Himiko, blushing, ran over to Lucifer's side, licking the blood on the palm of his hand. Although I gave Himiko her reward now, that does not mean I didn't notice the rest of you. All of your desires will be fulfilled, I'll make sure of it. Getting smiles from everyone in the room except for the fake one put up by Aoyama, Lucifer was satisfied. Lucifer's eyes looked at the world as a chessboard. With all his pawns making their sacrifices, he had achieved his final move. His hand was on the king, and he was only a single space away from checkmate. No. Why? Japan was engulfed in flames. Families butchered, heroes torn limb from limb, villains pulverized and dead. Izuku saw it all with his own eyes. His vision was overcome with fire and destruction through the thin blurriness from the tears in his eyes. His clothes were in tatters, his mask broken with shards spilling off his bruised and bloody face. His entire body was covered in blood as he limped. His left foot dragged behind while he warded his way through the streets of destroyed buildings. The rubble no longer moved, and the only sounds were that of the crackling fire and distant screams from the few people who had survived the war he had started. His heart ached with fear, or was it despair? He had no way of discerning the two at the moment. IHFT to see. He shook his head, hair spilling into his vision. Reaching to move it, Izuku saw the reminder that he no longer had a right arm, its stump closed by his already exhausted regeneration quirk. Bringing the arm back down, he kept walking the streets, passing many people who had been swept up by his plans. A pair of feminine-looking legs, the skin torn and bloody, the muscles and tissue that would be connecting it to the waist spilling out from the sides. He couldn't find the upper half of the person, and he wasn't going to search for it. He couldn't describe the rest of the corpses strewn about. There were too many. All he could do was note some of the more notable features, such as the head of Edge Shot, the ears of Maruko, and the bisected body of Gang Orca, just some of the many pro-heroes that had fallen. He didn't care about those who had died. He could no longer do anything for them. That, however, had him think. What went wrong? Racking his brain, he thought of what exactly happened in the past 3 days. But all he could come up with was how he missed a few crucial steps in his plan. Holding his head, he was assaulted by a headache that threatened to split his head. It was all fuzzy. Rather, it was as if those memories didn't exist. He decided not to dwell on it as he stepped towards his final destination, UA High School. Looking, he saw the once proclaimed invincible steel wall that formed the barrier in pieces. Walking up the stairs, he had to maneuver past several dead bodies, civilian and hero alike. Cementos, Ectoplasm, Aizawa, and even Lunch Rush were on the ground. Aizawa had his head caved in. The scarf that always hung around his neck tied around Ectoplasm's throat, said hero's chest, now sporting a large hole. Then it was Cementos, the man's body broken into separate pieces, and Lunch Rush, who was missing all 4 of his limbs. Moving past them, he entered what used to be the school grounds, his shoes soaking in the ocean of blood. The windows of the school were destroyed while the area of the dorms was engulfed in flames. Part of the H-shaped building was slowly falling off, crashing into the ground. Walking to the doors, which had been torn off their hinges, he witnessed the hallways similarly covered in blood. The bodies of students, emergency workers, villains, and heroes lay with various causes of their demise. He scanned the room before he slowly moved to the infirmary. Holding the frame of the door, he peeked inside. Of course, it was not spared. Medical equipment was all over the floor, yet no sign of recovery. He did, however, see many of his old classmates, Todoroki, Uraraka, Asui. The list went on, a last stand. Shaking his head, Izuku closed his eyes, his head flaring in pain. Opening his eyes, he took a shaky step back, moving toward the stairs to enter the 2nd floor. Nothing changed in the scenery except for the few people who sat in the blood of their friends and colleagues. Moving his head from side to side, he tried to see if there were any people in the classrooms, but there was nobody. Alive, at least. He did spot something that caught his eye. Midnight's corpse clothes were torn. It was clear she was assaulted violently, but that wasn't all. A few feet above her, Nezu hung with a noose around his neck, body swaying. He was the smartest mammal alive. Perhaps dying that way was preferable to the alternative, at least in Nezu's mind. Moving past the classroom, he passed everything before seeing the metal doors of the support studio on the floor. Alongside it was parts of Mei's machines broken and destroyed. A wave of fatigue hit Izuku's body, causing the boy to fall against the wall, using it as support. Moving, he took the remnants of his mask off, throwing it as it joined the rest of the broken machines. As he neared the entrance of the support studio, he could hear faint sounds of chewing. The feeling that gripped his heart came back. Entering inside, he called out, "Mei, Ari." He got no response, the chewing continuing. Looking, he saw a crouched figure moving their hands, the faint sight of organs being seen. Activating full cowling, he rushed forward, grabbing the person's head and throwing them on the ground. A villain with a mutant quirk that resembled a wolf came into view with a light, their snout covered in blood. Flesh and organs can be seen in their teeth. Not minding them, Izuku looked to see what they were eating, only to freeze. S.O.T. That's how it is. Izuku's eyes filled with tears before they dripped down his cheeks and fell off his chin. His quivering lips formed a shaky smile. Looking straight ahead, he didn't move an inch even when the villain recovered, using their razor-sharp teeth to bite onto Izuku's neck. Izuku's tears kept falling before the wolf villain suddenly burst into a pile of blood. Several spiked pillars formed from black whip stabbing into the villain. Looking at the whimpering and dying villain, Izuku kept his shaky smile before sitting on the villain's stomach, raising his fist. Bringing them down, Izuku held nothing back, caving in the villain's face as they called out in pain. Blood sprayed onto Izuku's face, his tears blending in with the liquid. Izuku kept going even after the villain was long dead. The crunching of bones became the squelching of the villain's brain and flesh. Slowly, the villain's head was reduced to a pile of mush. Izuku's neck would be already closed. Although he didn't know it, Izuku had beaten the corpse for close to 15 minutes. In normal circumstances, he should be dead, but his cursed regeneration had kept him alive. Getting off the villain, Izuku slowly crawled to the only reason he had to live, the only reason he did all of this. H.A.S. Snowball. I told you. I would be back, didn't I? Leaning, Izuku took hold of his daughter, rubbing the young girl's hair like he always did. When did you get so light, Eerie? Izuku held the head of his daughter, her body just a few inches away, half-eaten. Holding Erie's head with a tendril of black whip, Izuku smiled before looking over at the next few people. May, didn't I warn you about and not sleeping properly? Izuku let out a small chuckle before he grabbed a torn-apart black tank top before Mei came into view. The girl's glazed-over eyes were red from crying. Her body completely unclothed while her stomach was torn open, her organs trailing to where the wolf villain was. Placing his left hand on her cheek, he wiped away the tears that had long dried, his dripping on her face. Sorry Mei, I ended up destroying my equipment. That's okay, why you can make more, right? Sobbing, Izuku closed his eyes, his hand caressing Mei's cold cheek. Once you and Eri get patched up, well, go out and eat. Recovery girl, I need your help. I borrow you too. Looking up at one of the support tables, he saw Ibarra's dead eyes staring into his, her jaw torn off and head scalped. Turning his head away to find Recovery girl, he found the elderly nurse twisted horribly, her spine folding over to where her head touched her legs. Her syringe cane stabbed into the woman's head. Why aren't you saying anything? No response. Eri, wanna get some apples tea? They're your favorite, right? If you don't say something, we won't get them. Not a word. And may won't let you work on your inventions if you wake up. Nothing. Ibarra, you'll say something, want you. Silence. Each time Izuku's pleas got more and more desperate, his voice breaking with his sobs. Why won't you answer? Yelling, Izuku unconsciously activated glamour mist seeping from his body. Izuku, what are you doing? Papa, Midoriya, Sunny, get up off the floor. Looking up, Izuku saw them. A large smile coming across his face as Eri ran towards him. Opening his arms, he caught the girl, hugging her tightly before Mei, Ibarra, and Chiyo walked up towards him. Mei crouched down to hold his hand, and holding it back, Izuku let out a breath. Sniffling, he let out one last stray tear. Papa, why are you crying? Looking down at Eri, Izuku patted the girl's head once he freed himself from the hug. I'm just happy you're all here. Are you sure it isn't because it's your fault? What? Izuku looked at Eri, the girl's eyes bleeding. Pushing her off, Izuku crawled back. Mei, Chiyo, and Ibarra had the same ghastly appearance, their bodies degrading like corpses. Stay back. It's your fault. If you hadn't left us, we would still be alive. You're the one who should be dead, not us. You are nothing but a cursed child. They kept moving forward as Izuku's back hit the wall. No, it wasn't my fault. I was trying to save you. I was trying to make this world better for you. Izuku shredded more tears as they got closer, hands reaching towards his face. No. Izuku sat up, his face covered in sweat, eyes frantically searching the room he was in. His breaths were rapid and laced with unparalleled fear, reminiscent of the times he felt when Inko tortured him. His hands immediately went up to his face, brushing against his wet hair before covering his features. Only his eyes poked out as his beating heart loudly thumped in his chest. His body failed to register the silk sheets that composed his bed within the mountain villa. Swinging his legs over to the side of the bed, Izuku threw the sheets on his body off. It was just a nightmare. Even though he thought this, it seemed Izuku himself wasn't so convinced. Yet he refused to believe in the idea that he had received a prediction of the future. Even if he had, all he had to make sure was that it didn't come to pass. Eyes falling to the bedside clock, he read the time. 5:20 a.m. It was still early. Getting up and off his bed, Izuku walked toward the bathroom door, opening it slowly before turning on the lights. His nose scrunched up in slight disgust, the smell of his sweat entering his nose. That nightmare caused this. He wasn't just speaking about his sweat or appearance, but rather the feeling as though his heart was slowly being pierced with needles. I've grown too soft. He can't falter. He won't allow himself to be shaken up by what he saw. It won't happen, not so long as I breathe. Closing his eyes, his hands gripped the sink. Slowing his breathing, he forced his heart rate to slow until he was satisfied. He had to wash up, wash away the nightmare, the filth, wash away everything. But the water turned on. Izuku stepped in, not waiting for the water to heat. He had no time to wait, no time to hesitate. The cusp of change will soon arrive. His nightmare, his morals, his limits, his feelings, they all would need to be abandoned. He had to keep his mind clear, his body strong. His goal was at the tip of his fingers, just a bit more and he could grasp it tightly. The sweat covering his body was taken by the streams of water that flowed down his body. The cold water slowly turned warmer as each second passed, even reaching a scorching point, yet Izuku remained still. The burning liquid helped his transition easier. His eyes, which had regained warmth, faded. His emerald green eye dulled, becoming a gray even more so than in his past. His red eye in response only grew brighter. He banished all thoughts of Eri and the others, all thoughts about his nightmare. He had been juggling between the two personalities of Izuku, father of Eri and lover of Mei, and Lucifer, the tyrannical leader of villains, the harbinger of chaos and death. Now, however, he was no longer interested in balancing the two. He had done all he could as Izuku, but Lucifer's job wasn't finished yet. He couldn't be held down by his humanity, at least for now. Even though he had done truly heinous acts, he had restrained. How Eri and Mei would view him was the main reason his hands had stayed cleaner than they would have. No more. Although it may have been heartless, he'll cut them out of his mind for the time being. They may have been the purpose he started this crusade, but he won't allow what he saw to come true. To rid himself of that possibility, he reasoned he had to cut out the root of the nightmare altogether. Their words, if you hadn't left us, we would still be alive. No matter how much he thought about it, staying with them would only bring more danger. He had to have no connection to them. Lucifer was not their family, not their hero. Wiping his face, he finished scrubbing his body, the dead skin washing away as well. Staying under the scorching water until his skin turned red, Lucifer finally stepped out. Grabbing a towel, he quickly dried himself off, exiting the bathroom. Entering his bedroom once more, Lucifer passed by all the luxurious furniture that, according to Redestro, only befitted someone of his status. Not much like he cared. In a few days, this place won't exist. Moving toward the closet, Lucifer slid the doors to the walk-in closet open. Entering inside, Lucifer moved past the several sets of clothes that had been given to him by the Hoff. He only stopped when he neared the end of the closet. Reaching, he grabbed a hold of his only choice of clothing, that being his suit, shoes, gloves, and finally his mask. He also didn't shy away from grabbing the necessary items that he had become accustomed to using. His armpit holsters, his sheath push dagger, his sniper, along with some underwear and socks. Carrying all of this was no problem for Lucifer. Once he left the closet, he placed all the weapons and clothing on the bed before slowly putting them on. It didn't take long for him to do so. His wings did not cause any lag time between pieces already separated so that he could fit them in easier. Holstering his pistols and stowing away his knife, Lucifer put on the final piece of his equipment, his mask. Once it was on, Lucifer wasted no time. Leaving the sniper on the bed, he bent over to pick up his duffel bag, zipping it open until he saw the jars of white powder that was essential to his next steps. The banquet won't start until later. I told Redestro to start it at noon. That gives me a round. Looking to the clock once more, he counted down the hours he had left. 5.5 hours, that was more than enough time. Digging into the bag, he took out the jars. There were 4 in total, and all of them were filled to the brim. Lucifer handled them carefully. Had he not, he would most definitely have earned himself an early grave. Holding the items, he left his bedroom, heading down the halls of the mountain villa to the kitchen. Entering the facility, Lucifer saw the food that was about to be prepared. Setting the jars down on a table, he slowly opened them, exposing the powder. Grabbing them, he slowly lifted the first jar until it was in front of his face. To your health, Lucifer whispered quietly to himself, seeing the very thing he wanted. Villains and heroes alike all had glasses of champagne in their hands, drinking leisurely. The food was placed on several different tables picked at by many of the patrons. All were dressed in extravagant clothes, suits, and dresses. Looking to his side, Lucifer saw his vassals too had dressed up. Toga wearing a blood-red dress that showed off her cleavage, Toru wearing a similar sky-blue dress, Twice and Compress wearing black and white suits, Compress foregoing the blazer that Twice wore. Dabai was a bit more disheveled than them, his face patched up and only dressed in black pants and a white button-up. Aoyama, Kirigiri, Redestro, Trumpet, Skeptic, and Genton were also dressed in a similar fashion to Twice. All of them too were participating in the festivities, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Lucifer's eyes did linger on Aoyama, however. The boy seemed not only very uncomfortable but very hesitant, something that he had shown when Lucifer had gone to retrieve him. I need to get him alone. This could come later. For now, he had to keep an appearance at this party. Holding the champagne with his index and thumb, he scanned the party-goers. He had demanded everyone under the Hof be brought here. That meant nearly 116. 516 minus the ones that were massacred alongside Deku City were all crowded into the mountain villa. With a single tap of his foot and all the high-end Nama would be here. Even without the high-ends, he could kill them all with a single release of Fajin. The quirk had been accumulating energy even during his 4 months of a comatose state. The shaking of his limbs had conducted some energy and stored all of it for future use. Still, he steadied his hand. He won't kill them. Not yet. He needed them for now, and they already had drank the champagne and eaten the food. A chuckle came from Lucifer's lips. His mask had muffled, so it was mostly unheard, but if someone were to look at his eyes, they would see a sense of amusement etched deep within. As everyone drank, they were unaware that their lives had been placed in Lucifer's hands. As time passed, Lucifer had mingled with the guests, speaking, laughing, and even dancing with a few, namely Toga. Hours passed, and people got drunk. Yet not a drop of alcohol nor a shred of food had touched Lucifer's mouth. Glamour had many uses, large distractions, or even simple and small deceptions. It proved to be very useful, and so did Monoma's quirk. It was funny, really. Lucifer's playful or at times friendly shoulder pats or handshakes were all another ruse. All those interactions played the part perfectly, allowing Lucifer to copy their quirks without restraint before stealing the original and handing down the inferior copies. His arsenal of quirks grew rapidly, and so did the time for this entire charade to end. Climbing the stairs and onto his throne, Lucifer grabbed a glass and a fork, clanging the two together as all looked at him. Everyone, it brings me such joy to see all of you enjoy this celebration of change. It is thanks to all your efforts that our revolution, our ideal world, will soon come to pass. For that, I thank you all. Bowing his head, Lucifer waited as the Hof cheered loudly. It's all thanks to you, Supreme Leader. Raising his head, Lucifer nodded, holding his glass. Thank you for your kind words. It truly has been an honor to lead you all into the new age. As such, I want to raise a toast. Raising his glass into the air, Lucifer continued. In 3 days we will charge upon Tartarus and free all for one. We will free society from the shackles that the heroes and government had placed upon them. We will liberate this country and guide the next generation into prosperity, to our freedom, to our liberation, to our future. The Hof cheered loudly, joining Lucifer on his last proclamation. With their glasses raised, they all brought them down, drinking the golden liquid following Lucifer's example. Lucifer smiled, setting his full glass down on the armrest of his throne. Turning, he looked to Aoyama, the boy still sheepishly drinking. Unlike the others, he wasn't drunk, having mostly dumped his champagne when no one was looking. Walking over to the French boy, Lucifer leaned to his ear. Come with me, I must have a word with you. Walking with Aoyama, the both of them left the banquet hall, entering the large hallway that was connected to it. Stopping, Lucifer spoke, Aoyama's entire body shaking in fear. Why are you here, Aoyama? Don't try to fool me. I can see it in your eyes. You are not like Toru, nor are you like the others, so tell me, why are you a spy for FO? Aoyama clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. My family. I was born quirkless, and my family and I were approached by all for one. At the time I had no other choice. We accepted his offer for a quirk. In return, I became a spy for him and infiltrated UA. I leaked the USJ. The training camp, all of it was me. Of course, Hagakure helped, but it was my doing for the most part. Aoyama stared at Lucifer's back. The boy was truly expecting to die. If you kill me, then so be it, but please spare my family, Midori. I see. Being quirkless does have its advantages, doesn't it? It has a way of causing you desperation so great you'll even give in to the temptation of pure evil. I don't blame you, Aoyama. I would have done the same thing. Lucifer turned so that he was face to face with Aoyama. Placing his hands on the boy's shoulders, he nodded. You don't have to fear a thing. Your family won't be touched. I just have one thing to ask. How much do you know? Know what? When you were eliminated from the wargames, I'm sure you watched the rest of it. All I'm asking is how much you saw. Aoyama paused for a minute before speaking. Well, I saw that support girl and the rest of what you did to the others. Why do you? A loud snap echoed in the hallway as Aoyama fell to the floor, his spine dislocated, nearly poking out of his neck. Lucifer had his hands in the air. I forgave you for your decision to accept all for one's offer, but you have caused too much trouble for me in the past, and I couldn't let that continue in the future. Tapping his foot, Lucifer teleported Aoyama's corpse away before he held out his palm. A ball of mud formed in his hand before he dropped it on the ground. Slowly the mud took shape, another Aoyama forming. Go back to the party and enjoy your time. Giving an order, the mud clone which resembled Aoyama perfectly left Lucifer alone. Rubbing his right temple, Lucifer took a moment before he went back to the party, making sure his suit had not been wrinkled. When he arrived back at the party, he kept the facade up, even adding to it by having his face turn a bit red. His words slurring, and even his walk had lost its aura of authority. His imitation was downright perfect. Years of watching and stumbling in from the keyhole of his room had given him the perfect image to copy. For now, he was just another filthy drunk, another piece of trash in this room full of scum. He laughed and joked with people. One couldn't tell he was faking most of it. The clone of Aoyama was acting very much the same as the real one. And the people drinking had been the only good he saw in this situation. Several more hours passes. Some patrons passed out drunk. Others had already left the party, and currently, Lucifer stumbled through the halls, arm wrapped around a drunk Toga, the girl slurring and barely able to walk. "Oh, Izu, heck, I love you," as if she were a cat. Toga rubbed her cheeks against Lucifer's chest, holding onto him tightly as he continued to walk. Lucifer looked down at Toga, saying nothing. He just kept walking, turning his head away from her. "Izu, do you love me?" Bringing her head up, Toga suddenly moved to jump and locked her legs around Lucifer's waist. Even this didn't stop Lucifer from walking. "Hey, Izu, answer me." Hitting his chest, Toga pouted, a little angry at his silence. "If you don't answer, I am going to leave and kill a whole lot of people." Trying to get an answer, the girl poked Lucifer's mask before bringing both of her hands to undo the mask. Getting it off, she saw Lucifer completely stone-faced. Lucifer stared straight ahead before suddenly stopping near a single bedroom. Toga, seeing it, got a bit excited, smiling brightly. "Izu, if you just wanted to have sex, you could have told me." Toga slowly fell off of Lucifer, the man grabbing her hand with his mask before taking it out of her grasp. When he had gotten his mask back, the man pushed open the door. Toga seductively smiled before grabbing onto Lucifer's clothes. What are we waiting for, heck? Lucifer palmed Toga's face with his left hand. Attaching his mask with his right, he activated Somnambulist. Toga was forced to breathe in a sweet aroma that came from Lucifer's palm, and just as quick as she inhaled, her eyes closed and her consciousness faded. Lucifer watched as the girl fall asleep before he threw her in the room, closing it, not caring that she hit the floor hard. He could just blame it on her being too drunk. The aroma, which still wafted in the air, was then inhaled by Lucifer. Not that it mattered. His mask had filtered all of it out, and even if it didn't, he was immune to the aroma. "She'll be asleep for hours." Since the quirk had switched into his hands, it was enhanced by OFA, making its effects last longer and without any drawback on who it worked on, be it male or female. It was still in its testing phase with Lucifer. He was still currently experimenting with what exactly he could do with it. Although it was simple, this was a worthwhile test. Leaving the area, he headed to his room. Entering inside, he went straight toward his bed. Taking out his pistols, he sat on the edge. Saying nothing, he started cleaning them with a rag that came from the case for his sniper. Looking over to his bedside clock, he read the hour to himself before being left with his final thought. Far beyond the point of return. There are no do-overs, no second chances. It was all or nothing. Sitting in silence, he waited, and waited, and waited. 3 days had passed in a blink of an eye. The entirety of the mountain villa had an atmosphere of the utmost intensity. Even as members of the Hoff passed each other in the hall, none said a word. The time of war was now, and all they had to do was wait for their leader to give his commands. Lucifer stood in his office, his vassals all dressed head to toe in their hero gear, which under Lucifer's personal inspection were upgraded. Even Trumpet had no clue about his gear upgrades, but he knew better than to doubt Lucifer. Standing all together, they waited as Lucifer looked at them. "The time to change the world is now here. All of our dreams, our hopes will soon be realized." Taking a pause, Lucifer let out a small breath. "Now that we have achieved our goal thus far, it's time we strike while the iron is hot. We cannot delay this any further, so I want you all to go to Tartarus first. You will be taking Gigantomachia with you. With your squadrons, you will eliminate any threat and free all for one and any villain within Tartarus." "And what will you do, Supreme Leader?" Speaking up, Redestro bowed his head, looking to his leader. "I will be causing a distraction in Hasu City with every Hoff member with me. It'll attract every hero and every news station to my location. Once that happens, you will initiate your attack on Tartarus at my signal. In order for that, I need you all to wear this." Pulling out a case filled with earpieces, he distributed them to each member. "Now, is there anything anyone has to say about this plan?" Looking at each other, no one said a word at first, but then Trumpet stepped up. "Supreme Leader, what of the out-of-commission Hoff members? Most of them have come down with a terrible sickness, and if I am, to be honest, I don't feel all that great as well." Except for Lucifer and Kirigiri. This was true. Their stomachs seemed upset, and while it wasn't enough to take them out of a fight, it was annoying. That is just nervousness. It's natural to feel such a thing when faced with what we are about to do. Stopping their doubts, Lucifer continued. "Now, other than Kirigiri, I want you all to leave right now. We don't have much time. Make sure to put on your gear before your attack. Remember, each move you make now will determine the overall success of our mission. Quickly they all left, including Aoyama's mud clone, leaving just Kurogiri and Lucifer. Staring at each other, it was Kurogiri who spoke first. "And what do you require from me?" "I need you to go to Hasu City, near the All Might statue, and report to me about the area. As I rally the Hafil, send in Nomus to disrupt the people and take down any heroes that come my way. After that, Il will meet with you and join the fight." Very well, your wish is my command." Bowing, Kurogiri teleported away, following his command. With everyone gone, Lucifer waited for around 30 minutes, hearing from Redestro that they were already on the move before he walked to the door, leaving and heading to the large stage area where all of the remaining Hoff were supposed to be. As he walked, he touched the wall near him. All of the high-end Nomus appeared from a gray goop. The first to appear was the conscious Namu, which Lucifer had named Seiko. Looking at the Namu, he nodded his head at responding back in kind. Together with the high-ends, he entered the large auditorium area, seeing most of the Hoff members, all except those who were currently resting in the infirmary. Most of what he saw was exactly what he wanted. Many of the villains and heroes held their stomachs. Some held bags throwing up blood, while others couldn't control their bowels. The stench would be horrid to anyone, though Lucifer was spared due to his mask. The sight continued, some fainting, some seizing up, and others suffering from dehydration, which in the case of water-based quirk users became deadly. As supreme leader, some struggled to yell out, looking to Lucifer to be their savior, yet the man didn't budge an inch. Instead he spoke. "Silence." Yelling, Lucifer watched as some tried to hold their vomiting and diarrhea, some even ignoring their dying comrades right next to them. "I can see that you are all struggling, but fret not, your pain shall end soon." Weak smiles came from the crowd watching as Lucifer spread out his arms. Activating some of his quirks, smoke came from Lucifer's hands. However, unlike the normal smoke screen, something was different. The aroma from Somnambulist was laced inside and alongside. It was small droplets of what looked like water. As the smoke fell to the crowd, Lucifer spoke, seeing as many of the members smiled, feeling their pain lessen. "Yes, inhale the smoke as deep as you can. Everything will be all over soon. I am honored to receive your sacrifice. Please know your death won't be in vain." That one sentence had many confused, but their sick and tired bodies were too slow to respond. As Lucifer raised his right hand, putting his index and thumb near a trail of his smoke, snapping, he activated half-hot, sparking a small flame. This had been something he had learned from watching Todoroki and Bakugo fight during his time at UA. Bakugo's quirk activated by igniting his nitroglycerin sweat using a small spark from his skin. Todoroki's quirk involved fire, so in theory, if Bakugo's nitroglycerin sweat were to spread through the air by a medium such as smoke or somnambulist and Todoroki ignited it, there can only be one result. As soon as Lucifer's fire touched the smoke, the purplish air turned into a death trap. The nitroglycerin sweat that Lucifer had produced and spread through the air was all ignited at once. With OFAS enhancement, the explosion that happened far exceeded any expectation Lucifer had. The entire stage area became an inferno. Everyone who had inhaled the air had imploded into flames. Their organs and flesh burned without remorse. Any hope for survival was quickly brought to ruin as parts of the roof fell, crushing a few to death. Lucifer watched it all as he spoke to his Namu. "Leave this room to me, search the infirmary and the rest of the villa. Kill anyone you find." The Nomus, listening, left Lucifer charging to where any potential survivors could be. Lucifer, on the other hand, walked down the stairs and towards the hellscape below. Raising both arms, he shot out both red and blue flames, both provided by the Todoroki brothers. He scorched the entire area, leaving no one untouched. Of course, there had been fire users who had a natural resistance to the explosion, but that did not mean they could hold up against Lucifer's enhanced flames. Bodies quickly turned into ash and scream quieted into whispers before nothing. Stopping, Lucifer turned back up the stairs, heading down the hallway until he reached the interrogation room. Entering, he looked to the blind and tied down Hawks, the hero, mumbling to himself. "Truly a shame it had to come to this, however I shall give you mercy." Walking over to Hawks, Lucifer took out his push dagger, putting the tip to where the hero's heart was. Grabbing the back of Hawks' head, he whispered, "You can rest, your mission will be done. There is nothing more to hold on to." Hawks heard this and let out a small smile. "You're pretty fed up." Lucifer said nothing as he plunged the dagger into Hawks' chest, the man struggling for a second before he died. Taking the dagger out, Lucifer looked at the hero. Unlike everyone else, he deserved a burial. Tapping his body, Lucifer transported it, sending it to Nezu's office. With that over, a transmission finally came through his earpiece from Kurogiri. "Lucifer, how is the situation? There are no heroes in sight, but several civilians." "Good, stay there. I'll be sending in the Nomus now. I too will be there shortly. I shall wait for your arrival." Ending it, Lucifer walked out the room, feeling the entire building starting to rumble. It took a few minutes, but the Nomus that had been sent came back to his location, all of them carrying proof of their deed. Their proof was limbs or decapitated heads of their victims. Nodding, he looked to Seiko. "You all did good. Now we must proceed. I will be sending you to Hasu City. Once there, I want you to cause a disturbance among the populace. Injure but do not kill, understand? Of course, master. Kneeling Seiko and the other gnomes waited, hearing Lucifer's foot tap the ground. Watching them sink into the floor, Lucifer counted in his head, entering his bedroom and grabbing his sniper, loading a fresh magazine inside. 10, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6, 0.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. Warping himself, Lucifer saw the familiar black landscape before he appeared at Kurogiri's side. In front of his eyes, Lucifer could see his gnomes causing havoc, the screams of the citizens reaching his ears. Looking to his side, he could see Kurogiri watching with him. Lucifer, Kurogiri, you've done well. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your kind words honor me. Kurogiri looked down at the chaos. The gnomes were currently destroying every building near them. Seiko and one other even took it upon themselves to attack the All Might statue, uprooting it from its pedestal before tearing its head off and dropping it to the ground. Do you intend to join them? Soon, Lucifer had to wait for a little longer. Setting up the bipod on his sniper, he rested the rifle on the edge of the building. Digging into his suit, he pulled out 2 extra magazines, setting them on the side. For now, let's just sit and enjoy the show. Waiting together, both of them saw news vans show up with several different stations along with police who started evacuating citizens. Reports soon came out as cameras started. Seeing this, Lucifer extended his arm, resting it on Kurogiri's shoulder. It was then that Redestro's voice reached his ears. We are nearing Tartarus and are awaiting your order. Pressing his earpiece, Lucifer gave his command. Commence the attack. Report as soon as you free all for one. Cutting it off, Lucifer turned his head to look at Kurogiri. It's time for my appearance, but first, Kurogiri. Turning its head, the mist man felt Lucifer's hand grab onto his metal neck brace. Realizing what was going to happen, the villain sighed. So this was your true intention all along. The reason the Hoff members and even the League were getting ill. Why the gnomes aren't killing. Are the missing heroes you're doing as well. Of course, as of right now, they are all gathered at the borders of every major city waiting for the horde of villains to come their way. I don't expect them to win, but at the very least they will lighten my burden. I must say, Kurogiri, your death may not be the last, but will be the most merciful, I guarantee you that. Nodding, Kurogiri looked off to the sky. Some part of his remaining personality of Oboro Shurakumo shined through. Those are some beautiful clouds. Lucifer tightened his grip, and in one go Kurogiri's metal brace was crushed like a soda can. Siphoning his quirk, Lucifer saw the destroyed and nomified body of Shurakumo fall flat. With that done, Lucifer activated Double, making a clone of himself who took up his sniper, aiming through the scope. With the clone taking his place, he used Float before flying upward and into the sky out of sight. From above, he used Danger Sense, picking up on the news reporters below who were yelling into their microphones. Where are the heroes? Please, if any hero can see this, send help immediately. The police will be overrun at this rate. All were cries for someone to save them. Desperation laced in all of their voices as people screamed. Hearing this, Lucifer smiled, activating Glamour. His black wings turned white, and a golden halo appeared above his head. Slowly descending, he adjusted his mask, his voice being amplified. Stop. Everyone on the streets below looked up to the sky as the clouds suddenly broke apart. The sight of Lucifer descending was total eye candy, every camera pointing to him. Using Float, Lucifer's wings did not flap. They only stayed extended. Everyone watching was completely stunned. The man before them looked exactly what they thought an angel did. A cone of sunlight even shined on the man who looked down at the gnomes with what they determined to be anger. To see such a divine being in front of them had some of the more religious people close their hands in prayer. Lucifer spoke no more. Instead, he extended his hand. Black whip flowed out of his arm, but its appearance was extremely different from what it used to be. Instead of black tendrils, they were golden chains that wrapped around the gnomes, subduing them with no effort. Everyone was amazed at the power he held. No one before could stop the gnomes, yet he did it without any effort whatsoever. It took a minute as Lucifer's foot finally touched the ground. As soon as it did, the reporters who stood by ran toward Lucifer, only to be stopped by the police. Looking at the police chief, Lucifer spoke. Why are you stopping them? Or why? Suddenly the police chief's eyes glazed over. Tell your officers to stand down. The chief, listening, yelled loudly, stand down. Initially confused, the police listened, allowing the reporters to mob around Lucifer, pointing cameras at him. But before the reporters can ask anything, he spoke first. You may ask me any question you please. That opened the floodgates as every reporter spat out a question, but they too were brainwashed. Leave your cameras and microphones and evacuate the area. Looking to the police chief, who was under his influence, he gave his next order. All at once, the injured and the remaining police once again started evacuating. Soon everyone was gone. Seeing this, Lucifer leaned down, touching each camera and microphone with zero gravity. Using Black Whip, he steadied every camera and microphone pointed to him. And you may walk to the UA dorms, the girl holding tightly onto Iri's hand. The reason for going to the UA dorms was to move the final piece of Izuku's stuff into Mei's dorm. Since his defection from UA, it was required that his room be cleaned out, but Eri couldn't part with some of his items, so May had taken the opportunity to take some of his stuff for not only Eri's sake but for hers as well. Entering the dorms, she looked to Ibarra, who was following behind her. "Sorry, Ibarra, but could you help me carry some stuff?" "It would be my pleasure." Opening the door to the dorms, May heard a large scream. What's happening?" Quickly the two ran in, with May picking up Eri so she was in her arms. Ibarra stepping in front of him readied her quirk, only to see all of Class 1 in total shock. "What is going on?" Glaring at the group, Ibarra only saw their eyes before they quickly looked back at the screen. Midoriya. Confused the group, they walked until they were able to see the screen. Once they did, they froze, Eri going teary-eyed. "Papa." Those who participated in the wargames were familiar with the scene in front of them. Lucifer stared dead straight into the camera, and while his angelic appearance was different, they felt the same thing they did in the wargames. Dread. They all knew and experienced what came after he spoke, and that was devastation. "Aren't those high-end nomas?" the newly quirkless Todoroki pointed out, and looking at the group realized that it was true. Wrapped in golden chains were high-end nomas that even Endeavor had trouble killing. They were soon interrupted, however, as Lucifer spoke. "Citizens of Japan, my name is Izuku Midoriya, former hero in training Deku, now your one and only savior Lucifer. I call to all of you today because a war is coming to Japan. As I speak to you now, the League of Villains, which had recently amassed a force greater than the heroes, are currently attacking Tartarus prison. They are bound to succeed, and the villain that All Might had faced here, All for One, will return. I will not deceive you. He will be hunting me, but that doesn't mean you are safe. In a few short hours, on the bordering horizon that overlooks Hasu City, the most dangerous of villains will be free. They will come here and they will destroy all that we have built. They will terrorize your family, they will kill your sons, they will assault your daughters. So I ask you, are you prepared to watch every single person you love live under the tyranny of absolute evil?" All across Japan, those who had tuned into the news sat closer to their screens. Lucifer's words had brought them to worry, but the confidence that Lucifer showed through the screen had them stay calm even when they should be panicking. "I don't expect you all to trust me, but I will ask you to believe that I will use all of my power to protect you all. However, I can't do it alone. The heroes and myself are outnumbered, and if we fight now, it is more than likely that we will lose. UA and Shiksuhai will open their doors so that you may evacuate, but before any of you make a choice, I want you to answer my question. Will you sit idly by and watch as society crumbles? Will you have your family live in fear of the next day? Will you let your children experience a world where peace is nothing more than a myth? If you are the great country that I know of, you won't hesitate to shout out your answer. Together we will save Japan, so what do you say?" Everyone stared at their screen as Lucifer opened his hand to them. May and Eri watched. We have to go there and stop him." Izuku was all alone, and May knew that if Izuku said a war was coming, then more than likely there was. Recognizing the place as Hasu City, May ran towards the door, but before she could reach the door, she was stopped by its opening. All of the teachers, including Midnight, Toshinori, and Aizawa, stepped in. "Where are you going?" Staring at Aizawa, May held Eri closer to her. "We are going to Hasu City. Izuku is there." "No, you aren't. It's far too dangerous for anyone to go. Nezu has forbidden us to interfere. Every hero in Japan knows this, so stay out of his way." Aizawa blocked the door. He had been told by Nezu why Izuku had done what he had, and to him, it made the most sense. After fighting with Izuku firsthand, Aizawa understood that no one could stand against him, so instead, he obeyed. That was the only way anyone could survive when faced with Lucifer. Resistance was not an option. While May and Aizawa argued with each other, everyone else across Japan spoke to their screens, giving their answer. "No, we won't." Lucifer activated brainwash. In his mind, he could feel that thousands, no hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions had answered him. Those who responded to him were suddenly overcome with darkness, each and every single one of them dragged into their own minds. Everyone under his brainwashing looked around at their mind, which consisted of nothing but darkness, similar to Lucifer's inner mind. Once there, they saw Lucifer, the man standing with his hand outstretched. "You have chosen to fight. I commend your commitment and bravery. Grasp my hand. Won't you fight with me?" This wasn't the same as Shinso's brainwashing. This was something entirely different. Instead of outright telling people to fight, he planted the suggestion in their conscious minds via the quirk. That way it was like he never brainwashed them at all. Rather, they themselves made Lucifer their leader, and they themselves chose to fight, to leave behind any hesitation in doing so. Walking up to Lucifer, everyone stretched out their own hand, whether they were men or women. Before they touched his hand, Lucifer spoke once more. "Worry not about using your quirks. Worry not about how weak or strong they are. Do not think of their limits, only about how to protect your loved ones with them. Use anything at your disposal." With those final words, everyone grasped Lucifer's hand. As they did, everyone exited the darkness of their mind. Across Japan, people exited out onto the streets, arming themselves with whatever they could find, reading their quirks with no regard for the laws. In a way, Lucifer had done what the Paranormal Liberation Army had set out to do. He had liberated the people from the chains that bound them, but unlike them, Lucifer was merely using them as tools of war. After all, the samurai had fallen to farmers. Lucifer felt the stress of brainwashing leave his mind entirely. As he did, he heard Redestro over his earpiece. "Supreme Leader, we have freed All for One." Redestro looked at the bound man. All for One, the most dangerous villain to grace the world, was seen wrapped in his straitjacket. Toga with a knife was stuck trying to free the man. "Nezu is so going to praise me." Redestro, who was equipped with his suit, finally heard Lucifer respond. "Hand him your earpiece, I must have a word with him." Listening, Redestro walked to All for One, putting the earpiece into the villain's ear. All for One, allowing this, waited as he spoke. "Izuku Midoriya, Toshinori's final successor. I must say you have surprised me to think you could overwrite my will within my quirk. All for One, it does me well to hear the voice of the man who I will kill. I tell you now that you have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Your hideouts, your plans, they are all known to me, which is why I give you a final chance. Insolent child, do you believe you have the capacity to kill me when even Toshinori couldn't? I am no longer Toshinori's successor. And trust me when I tell you, my capacity for murder far exceeds yours." Chuckling, All for One cracked a large smile, looking like every other villain in Tartarus was freed. "Then do tell me, what is this final chance that you are offering me? Come to Hasu City, there we will end this pathetic cycle once and for all. I tire of this constant chase. However, before you go, may I show you a glimpse of what I'm capable of?" All for One, finally being free, looked in Toga's direction to see the girl who, after freeing him, paused for a moment to throw up a bit of blood being seen within. "And what do you mean by that?" Hearing nothing but a click from Lucifer's earpiece, the villain was confused until a beeping was heard. Every single one of Lucifer's subordinates heard the sound, and they all looked at one another before themselves. The gear Lucifer provided them with was beeping loudly. "What's going on?" Trumpet looked confused, trying to take his helmet off quickly, but before he could, the metal plates slid together. A locking mechanism was being heard from the outside. Panicking, the man struggled in vain to take it off as it suddenly and slowly started closing in on his head. Yelling in pain, Trumpet felt his skull being crushed. "Gee, get this off." The League watched in horror as Trumpet scratched at his helmet, which was getting smaller and smaller. Trumpet chipped his nails and scratched until his skin tore off, blood painting the outside of his helmet. A minute passed as Trumpet's screams grew in volume before a loud squish was heard and blood seeped from underneath the metal. Trumpet swayed on his feet before dropping onto the floor dead. The rest of the League panicked after seeing this. "I shouldn't have trusted that F'er," Dabai yelled out, trying to pry his gloves off. The gloves Lucifer gave him were supposed to reduce the heat from his flames, but now they stabbed themselves into his hands, refusing to break off. Dabai, thinking, screamed, "F it." Using his fire, Dabai attempted to melt the gloves off, but the trap Lucifer had placed sprung. The inside of Dabai's jacket suddenly exploded with a brown, foul-smelling liquid. Dabai failed to realize it, but at that moment he was sprayed with one of the most flammable chemicals known to man, napalm. The liquid didn't just spray Dabai, but his hands and the floor around him as well. One of Dabai's flames touched the liquid, and in an instant, the man burst into blue flames. Due to being bred from an ice-quirked mother and a fire-quirked father, Dabai had the body of an ice user with a fire user's quirk. This was an obvious weakness, and one that was known to Lucifer. Skin melting, Dabai continued screaming, dropping to the floor in an attempt to quench the flames. Genton, seeing this, reacted, pointing his hands in Dabai's direction. However, there he too sprung his trap. Before Genton could use his quirk, the gloves and shoes Lucifer had given him exploded, sending the villain's limbs flying through the air. This had caused him to fall where some of the napalm had spread, causing Genton to also catch on fire. The both of them wailed loudly as their skin burnt and fell off their skin. "Kill me, please," Dabai yelled out, throwing a hand out to Toga, who fell back on her ass watching this happen. The girl, for the first time in her life, was shaking and hyperventilating. She dug into her blood pouch, pulling out a vial that Lucifer had given her. Izu. Drinking the liquid, Toga dropped the vial as she suddenly started choking. Foaming at the mouth, she grabbed her throat, looking to Twice, who started running towards her. Falling over, Toga was dead in a few seconds. The blood she drank laced with cyanide created from Lucifer's own hand. Skeptic, watching this, held his computer tightly in his hands, too shocked to do anything. He didn't even react as the screen he looked at exploded, razor-sharp glass cutting into his face, neck, and eyes. The man fell bleeding out. Twice ran to Toga, holding the girl. No, Toga. Screaming for his friend, Twice reacted on instinct, creating a clone. The clone that formed was odd, however, in its mind Lucifer was speaking to it, saying one command: "Kill the original and you can finally take his place once more." The clone faithfully listened, grabbing the sharpened measuring tape. It wrapped it around Twice's neck, slicing the flesh while simultaneously choking the original. Lucifer had figured out one thing from watching and copying Twice's quirk. His clones were formed in a part of his subconscious, which, along with how Twice had accidentally started a war against his own clones and was struggling to know if he was the original, had left him an opening. By using brainwash to plant a suggestion in the man's subconscious, he could have the next copy and the copy after that hunt the original in order to take its place, reigniting a war that was long forgotten. Twice choking on his own blood made more copies, but they all joined in killing him. Using their hands, they tore their way through Twice's stomach, ripping out his organs. It didn't take long for Twice to join Toga. Compress thought quickly touching his body and activating his quirk. With Compress, he disappeared into a marble trying to save himself. The second he did disappear, the marble in which he resided suddenly exploded into shards. In a small puff of smoke, Compress's body parts flew out of each segment of the marble. His blood and organs spewed on the grass. As a magician, Compress was familiar with sleight of hand, a skill that almost every successful magician has. Although he wasn't a magician, Lucifer had too mastered sleight of hand at a young age. One sabotaged marble later and Compress joined the dead. Toru looked from side to side before she covered her mouth, throwing up a waterfall of blood. Her organs felt like they were liquefying. Deactivating her invisibility, her bloodshot eyes could be seen as she kept throwing up. Laying on the ground, she suddenly started shaking. Experiencing a seizure without anything stopping her mouth from moving, the girl bit down on her tongue, biting the appendage off, causing her to heavily bleed. In a minute or two, she would be dead. The girl could already feel her limbs go. It was painful. The girl started to cry as she lost feeling. Her eyes went dead. Redestro looked to each of his fallen comrades, his suit beeping loudly, getting louder each second. Sighing, the man looked down at the grass, fists clenched. Well played. Standing there, the suit of armor that Redestro wore became an Iron Maiden, spikes shooting from the inside, piercing every vital of Redestro. The villain spat up blood before he sat down. Closing his eyes, he died. All for one, grit his teeth seeing this as Lucifer spoke to him. Enjoy the show. You truly are different. Very well, I shall take your chance. Prepare yourself, your head will be my trophy. Taking the earpiece out, All for One crushed it in his palm. Lucifer was no doubt prepared for his arrival. Gnawing at his thumb, the villain looked to a woman who was currently helping a crippled overhaul. If Lucifer was going to prepare, then so would he. Hearing the transmission end, Lucifer took his own earpiece out, throwing it on the floor. Manipulating Black Whip, he set the different news cameras in different locations. Now all he had to do was wait. Walking to the pedestal that once housed All Might's statue, Lucifer sat down with Black Whip still wrapped around the Namus. He brought them over, setting them down once they were straight in front of him. You've proved useful to me. As such, it pains me to say this will be your final task. Die quietly. Siphoning most of the Nomus quirks, he left one single quirk, that being disintegration. Once he finished, Lucifer opened his hand, combining both Todoroki's fires, creating a beautiful purple flame before he lit the Nomus on fire. Due to Lucifer's order, they did not scream as they were burnt into husks of their former selves. Before he killed the doctor, Lucifer had seen what a careful man he was. The high-end Nomus definitely had a backdoor command to take All for One's word over his. As such, Lucifer couldn't let such a risk run free. Sitting there, he waited to pull out both his pistols. Lucifer pointed them down and towards the floor. It was indescribable. Heroes versus villains, waging a war so violent that others would be put to shame. Top pro heroes fighting with no restraint, some even with the intent to kill. Villains caused destruction as they tried to carve the way to Hasu City. Citizens in the streets fighting against any villain who slipped past the heroes with quirks and tactics never seen before. The entirety of Japan was in an uproar. Those who did not fight had taken shelter within Yue and Shiitsu. From Lucifer's seat, he could see the pillars of smoke rising in the city around him, yet he did not move an inch. He only kept his eyes closed. His appearance via glamour had faded long ago. He had sat there for hours, the sun already falling. It's going to be night soon. Even without looking, Lucifer could tell the warmth of the sun was now replaced by a chilling breeze. His clone still sat at his sniper, cloaked by the invisibility of Toru aimed in. Waiting, he felt a stab enter his mind. Hikage spoke to him. They have come finally. Opening his eyes, Lucifer looked up to see a large crowd of villains, around 60, some of them catching his eyes being Stain, Muscular, and Moonfish, all villains he had either seen or fought. Although the three had his interest, there were two others that he gave more attention to. A woman who was currently aiming at him via a sniper and overhaul. The crippled man was mumbling to himself repeatedly, but Lucifer did not care for what he was saying. Hey, you little beach, it's time for a rematch. Muscular stepped forward, pushing everyone else out the way. No one touches him, this little beach is mine. Lucifer let out a sigh as he pushed himself off the pedestal. Standing, Lucifer looked to Muscular, though most of his attention was on the sniper who targeted his right arm. Using glamour, Lucifer disguised his true arm while leaving an illusion where the other was. Muscular, are you sure you want a rematch? Huh, of course I do. Lucifer, hearing this, nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Muscular smiled as he looked to the rooftop. When he did, a large bang rang through the area and the illusion of Lucifer's arm was shot. Looking, Lucifer was surprised to see a twisted bullet that gouged the earth. Still, even if he hadn't been hit, Lucifer screamed in pain, holding his bloody arm. Grah, a sniper. Muscular, seeing his chance, rushed forward, but at that moment another bang sounded and Muscular slid across the floor, a hole matching his missing eye now in place of his other one. The villains and Sniper were stunned by this, the Sniper looking for who took the shot. Lucifer smiled under his mask as he raised his pistol, aiming in the middle of the group. Firing, the bullet hit the ground, snapping the villains out of it. The one who was closest let out a laugh. "You missed." "Huh." Laughing, the man was interrupted as the ground exploded, the charges Lucifer had planted days prior exploding in a large chain. Some of the more nimble villains, namely Stain and Moonfish, had escaped the explosion with only little damage, but the large group had mostly been devastated. The 60 villains had dwindled to a mere 23. Lucifer, watching them recuperate, stuck a pistol in the air. Activating Warp Gate, a small portal opened in front of his barrel and behind the Sniper. Firing, the bullet flew through the open portal, injuring its intended victim. Lady Nagant heard the gunshot and turned, expecting to block, only to see that overhaul with a bullet pierce through the crippled man's liver. Angered, Lady Nagant turned to aim her sniper to kill Lucifer, no longer going for crippling shots. Twisting her hair, she loaded a spike bullet, planning on ending this fight before it started. Before she could, another bang from the sniper she heard earlier came out. A high-velocity round found itself in the barrel of Lady Nagant's rifle. Screaming out in pain, Lady Nagant hissed through her teeth, her quirk deactivating to show the bullet had taken a large chunk of her forearm. Gritting her teeth, she forcibly activated her quirk again. Jumping in the air, she used Airwalk, a quirk given to her from All for One. While in the air, she took aim once more, firing a bullet aimed at Lucifer's head. The man, using Danger Sense, expelled a dark mist, narrowly dodging the bullet as a large gash appeared on his right shoulder. Still, Lucifer's movement did not slow the man, taking aim at the Nagant, firing his pistols. Dodging as best as she could, Lady Nagant felt bullets graze past her skin, causing no small amount of pain to flare up. "You son of a beach." Loading another round, she kept firing bullet after bullet. Lucifer dodged as best as he could. Each time a bullet neared him, he coughed up a black mist, his skin and suit being pierced, his blood spilling on the floor. Gritting his teeth, Lucifer activated his full cowl, holstering his pistols. Fajan, foe 300%. Launching faster than Lady Nagant could see, Lucifer outstretched his arm, grabbing onto the former hero's sniper arm. Crashing into the side of a building, Lucifer planted his feet on the brick exterior, watching Lady Nagant, whose back had broken from the impact, wheeze. Lucifer gave no mercy to the girl, however. With both hands, he tore the woman's arm off from its shoulder. Not ending, he grabbed onto the woman's face, siphoning her airwalk quirk. It was during this process he noticed the hidden quirk All for One had implanted. Grabbing Nagant by the throat, he could see the woman's skin start to crack. Knowing what was going to happen next, Lucifer looked back to the central square where his clone was currently using his sniper to hunt down the villain. Quickly, he launched off the building, still carrying Nagant. Activating Airwalk, Lucifer made a foothold for himself as he threw Nagant to the villains. Quickly, Lucifer threw out his hand, black mist spreading around his body as a large explosion rocked the area. Lucifer's clone had been caught by the explosion as several of the buildings collapsed. It was silent for what seemed like hours before, from underneath a section of the rubble, Lucifer emerged. His suit was torn in large sections and blood flowed down his head and body. So much blood that Lucifer had to close his right eye, holding his right arm, which had blood dripping off his fingertips. Walking over the rubble, he let out a breath, a part of his mask now sporting a chip near his jaw. "Effing bastard." Groaning, he stepped over the rubble. Before he stood still, turning, he unsheathed his push dagger, clashing against one of Stain's swords, the man having survived the explosion once again. Lucifer was lucky in the regard that one of his only 2 swords was broken, meaning he only had to deal with one. "Stain, so you're the one trying to copy All Might." Stain glared at Lucifer, not recognizing him as the young boy he had once called a true hero. Stain pushed against his blade, causing the injured Lucifer to groan and protest. "Copy? Why would I copy such an incompetent bastard?" Pushing back, Lucifer's left hand went into his suit, gripping the handle of his pistol. All this destruction, all of this death could have been prevented had he just done what he needed to do. Pulling out his pistol, Lucifer fired the weapon. Stain, jumping back, blocked the bullet with his blade. Tisk firing around 3 bullets, Lucifer watched as Stain dodged them all. Pulling the trigger again, all Lucifer was able to hear was a click. Shit. Stain didn't waste the opportunity, rushing forward, his blade pointed at Lucifer's abdomen. Lucifer, seeing this, decided to abandon the idea of reloading. Instead, he threw his pistol before bending down to touch a large piece of rubble, making it float with 0 gravity. Stain, dodging the thrown weapon, raised his sword, intending on slicing through the rubble. Bringing the edge down, Stain effortlessly sliced through the rock, clearing his vision enough to see Lucifer before he reflexively placed the blade to cover his vitals. Lucifer had been waiting for Stain to show his hands in the same position that Bakugo did when using an AP shot. Launching an explosion, it shot like a bullet towards Stain, hitting the man dead center at his heart. Stain was launched by the attack, hitting a large pile of rubble. Panting, Lucifer took a breather, nursing his injuries. His regeneration wasn't kicking in. Blood was still pouring from the large gashes in his body. Shit, This hurts. Looking over, Stain had landed. Lucifer failed to see that under another pile of rubble a figure was slowly emerging. Flesh, flesh, the figure whispered to itself, its mouth pointed in Lucifer's direction. Still preoccupied, Lucifer paused as he saw Stain rising from the rubble he was tossed into. That almost got me. Stain threw a melted blade to the ground. His shoulder now has a large hole that allowed Lucifer to see through the other side. Stain at the last minute had twisted his body so that the attack hit his shoulder, saving his life but crippling his arm. Lucifer shook his head, eyes narrowing as he pulled out his last remaining pistol. Taking aim, he was about to fire at Stain when several spikes shot at him. Narrowly dodging, Lucifer still felt one hit the side of his stomach. Flesh, give me your flesh. Moonfish, who had once been buried by the rubble, attacked, several more spikes spreading from his mouth, all intent on killing Lucifer. Acting quick, Lucifer punched the spike, pinning him down, breaking the metallic tooth, freeing himself. Jumping in the air, he used airwalk, getting high and higher as he pulled the spike from his stomach. Holding his stomach, a small glow came from Lucifer's palm, an object appearing as he stuck it on the spike. Holding the spike like a spear, he activated full cowl, bouncing through the air as Moonfish sent spike after spike towards him. Evading one last spike, he jumped, spinning so that his feet pointed upward. Using airwalk, he also activated engine. Lucifer's lower calves burst in a blue flame similar to Ida's recipro burst. Launching, Lucifer went faster than the spikes could be produced. Still holding the spike, he pointed the end towards Moonfish's head. In the blink of an eye, Lucifer shot past Moonfish. The villain, who was suspended in the air by his teeth, now had a large spike plunged into his skull, exiting through the base. Lucifer, looking at the villain, reached into his coat, another faint glow being seen as he held a small detonator. Pressing at the spike which had been plunged into Moonfish's head exploded, sending the villain's brains and blood all over the ground. Lucifer, standing up straight, heard a cough, and looking, he saw Stain sitting near All Might's statue, covering his shoulder. Lucifer, limping to the man, stood at his feet. Stain, looking up at him, laughed. I licked some of your blood before you fought him, but it didn't work. Tell me, what's your secret? Lucifer didn't say a thing. Instead, he crouched, picking up his pistol and aiming it before firing the last 3 rounds into Stain's chest cavity. Sighing, Lucifer went inside his suit, pulling out a magazine that had been taped red near the bottom. Putting the gun away, he looked at the buildings near him, a struggled voice erupting from his lips. All for One, I know you're there. Show yourself. As Lucifer finished, clapping was heard as All for One, dressed in his usual suit, revealed himself, having teleported in via one of his many quirks. Seeing him, Lucifer smiled, his eye looking to his side where one of the news cameras that had survived was still recording. Well, to think you would come out on top after facing all of those villains. It's going to take more than some low-class villains to kill me. Yes, I know this well. They weren't meant to win in the first place. Their entire purpose was to weaken you, and in that, they succeeded. All for One smiled, seeing Lucifer's state. So you were too scared to face me head on, so you had your underlings weaken me. Such a pathetic tactic for such a pathetic person. Chuckling, Lucifer closed his eyes, fatigue hitting his body, one that All for One could clearly see. Yes, well, I believe that makes us both cowards. The ambush by the heroes was quite the sight, but I couldn't afford the time to play with them. It truly is a shame. Shaking his head, All for One walked towards Lucifer. Still, after I finish with you, we'll go back and kill every single one of those insignificant ants. Lucifer, on instinct, raised his arms, blocking a punch from All for One, the man using every strength-enhancing quirks in his arsenal. Watching Lucifer getting launched through several buildings, All for One spoke. I had allowed Toshinori the mercy of not using all my quirks right off the bat for you, however, I won't allow such a luxury. Lucifer felt his bones rattle from the impact. His back ached and he was discombobulated. Taking a second, he shook off his ailment, his blurred vision returning back to normal as he picked himself up and out of the building he was launched in. Activating full cowl, Lucifer crouched, launching himself back the way he came, fist cocked back as All for One entered his sight. Yawning, All for One held out his hand, catching Lucifer's fist. The man was shocked. As it turns out, your intelligence is the only thing that differs you from Toshinori. You both are so weak. Grabbing onto Lucifer's fist, All for One slammed the boy to the ground before spinning, tossing Lucifer through another building. Yelling out in pain, all of Lucifer's injuries flared in pain as the more black mist came from his mouth. His wounds looked worse than they did a second ago, and his clothes were in horrid condition. Still, Lucifer recovered. Launching forward, he used airwalk, gaining a position above All for One before sending out an explosion. Reacting, All for One brushed the explosion away with a swipe of air, which also caused Lucifer to lose his balance. With speed, only Lucifer could see but not react to AFO appearing above him, hands above his head before he brought them down. Lucifer's eyes went wide as AFO's fists hit his back, sending him face first into the concrete below. More mist came from Lucifer, his mask being chipped away at even more. Sensing an attack, Lucifer rolled to his side as All for One dropped down feet first, cracking the concrete. You talked big earlier. You said you would kill me. That you will finish what All Might started. Lucifer, angry, got on his feet, punching at All for One, who swiped his hits away. On television screens everywhere they watched as Lucifer was losing this fight. All for One was toying with the boy, sneaking in hits which no doubt injured Lucifer even further. In the one of dorms, May covered her mouth watching as Lucifer was being beaten down mercilessly. The staff and students watching couldn't help but cringe every time Lucifer was hit. It was at this point May had enough. Holding Eri, she made another attempt for the door, yet she was still stopped. "Move. I have to go. I have to save Izuku." Yelling with tears in her eyes, May was still denied until suddenly a wall of vines was launched at the teachers, wrapping around some of them, allowing a path to the door open. Looking back, May saw Ibara looking at her. "I was told to protect you no matter what. I shall accompany you wherever you go." Nodding, May ran out of the dorms. Ibara trailed behind her. Looking at Eri, May smiled. "We are going to save your papa, Eri." Nodding her head, Eri, who had been crying seeing her papa get hurt, smiled back. As the three ran, the sky suddenly boomed, a few droplets of rain hitting them. "Please hold on, Izuku." Lucifer groaned, picking himself back up as he stared at All for One, the man not damaged at all. Gritting his teeth under his now half-broken mask, Lucifer ran to All for One, full cowl wrapped around his body. He had used every quirk under his arsenal and nothing. Fire, ice, speed, creation. Everything was countered by All for One. Even erasure didn't work. Sprinting at All for One, Lucifer did not mind the rain that had started dripping onto his bloodied face. Raising his fist, Lucifer went to strike when All for One spoke. "I tire of this pointless game." Lucifer's advance was stopped as All for One's hand grasped his neck, tightly choking him. Being lifted into the air, Lucifer was powerless. Trying to hit All for One's arm did nothing. This truly was disappointing. "I had thought you were truly strong, as you had been able to overwrite my will, but to me, it seems your strength is just a pale imitation of Toshinori's. I have no reason to carry this out anymore. Why, you think this is over?" Lucifer, looking at All for One, smiled, the boy's hand going into his coat, pulling a pistol. "Do you believe such a weapon could ever hope to injure me? Very well, do your worst." All for One smiled, seeing the desperation in Lucifer's eyes as the boy pointed the gun at his arm. Lucifer smiled as he pulled the trigger exactly 5 times. "All for One, why, you failed to realize something. There exists a quirk that outclasses both of ours." All for One, confused, looked at the bullets that had hit his arm. Instead of standard rounds, they were pointed like needles, red capsules filled with liquid that were injected into him. "Poison? You hope to kill me with poi?" "It's not poison." All for One felt something was wrong. "What did you do?" "Jay, just a little parting gift from my daughter. I hope you enjoy it." All for One let go of Lucifer, dropping the boy to the floor. What is happening?" It started slow, but All for One felt it nonetheless. One by one, every quirk he had stolen was being completely erased. The quirk that All for One was using to fly erased just like that as well, sending the man crashing to the ground. Trying to activate his quirks, All for One couldn't. Quickly, the man crawled over to where the barley-breathing husk that was Nagant lay. Putting his hands on the woman, he tried to steal her quirk, only to realize he couldn't. "Do you understand now? You're just a regular human now, a quirkless." Just as Lucifer said, All for One's quirks were disappearing, even the ones that he used to see, causing the man to go blind and half his hearing to disappear just like that. "What did you do? Didn't I explain that already?" Limping to All for One, Lucifer threw his pistol to the floor. Reaching behind his waist, he grabbed his dagger, throwing that away as well. "I made you quirkless. You're no more powerful than the average male. That reminds me, you had a de-aging quirk as well. At the very least, it'll provide you enough time to feel your death." Copying the quirk he stole from the doctor, Lucifer implanted the weaker version into All for One, keeping the man from focalizing too early. With that done, Lucifer grabbed All for One by the collar. "You should know I used only 5% of OFA. It was all a part of my..." Coughing heavily, Lucifer looked at his wounds. "Not much time." "Plan." Throwing the man to the floor, Lucifer raised his hand, using creation. A large, sharp metal pole formed. With full cowl activated, he stabbed the pole through All for One's hand, sticking it to the ground. He repeated the action with All for One's legs and remaining hand. The rain at this time picked up heavily to where Lucifer quickly became soaked. Groaning, Lucifer held his stomach, which was bleeding aggressively. He felt tired and a bit cold, but forcing himself up, he stood over All for One, looking toward the news cameras. "Japan, hear me now. I, Lucifer, have won. No longer must you fear this man, for tonight his life ends." Leaning down, Lucifer punched All for One in the jaw, breaking it with ease, causing the man to become unable to speak. Grabbing both sides of All for One's head, Lucifer pushed OFA to 100% as he slowly tore off the villain's head. Flesh ripping and blood pouring out as in one final pull, All for One was decapitated. Using his fingers, Lucifer held All for One's head, turning to face the camera. "I have delivered to you true peace." Everyone watching the news at that moment let out cheers, hugging their loved ones, but their celebrations quickly ended as some of the more observant viewers pointed out Lucifer's condition. The boy swayed on his feet, stumbling away from All for One's body. He barely made it a few feet before dropping to his knees. Hand going to his stomach, he coughs, looking at his own blood. "At least, it is over." Closing his eyes, Lucifer's breathing slowed, the rain hitting him hard. He was just about to let go when he heard two voices that brought a smile to his face. I see you, KU. Papa. Still kneeling, Lucifer looked to Checkmate and Eri running to him, both hugging him tightly. Once they reached him, the both of them soaked in rain. Bay, Eri. Lucifer's voice was weak as he went to hug them back. SHHH. Izuku, come on, we got to get you up. You'll be fine. May tried lifting Lucifer, but the boy wouldn't budge. Stop. Eri also tried to help lift up her papa, but even with the both of them, they couldn't. Searching, May found Ibara yelling to her, help. We have to get Izuku to recovery, girl. Ibara, however, nodded her head no, pointing to Lucifer, who was smiling. Panicking, May looked as Lucifer took off his mask, putting it away. Although no one could see it, the broken mask, once out of sight, rippled, turning back into a perfect state. Izuku stared at May and Eri, shaking his head. It's already done. Crying, May held onto Izuku, the meaning of his words not being missed by either her or Eri. And no, don't us say that. Papa, don't go, please. Crying out, Eri tried to activate her quirk only for it to fail. Izuku staring at her with a razor activate. Stop, Snowball. Your papa isn't going anywhere. Izuku's eyes drooped as he struggled to stay awake. Didn't I tell you, Papa will always come back to you? Giving a weak smile, Izuku placed his hand on Eri's cheek. Closing her eyes, Eri cried, holding onto Izuku's hand. Izuku. They had her head down, not being able to look him in the eyes. Izuku, however, could bear that as he used his fleeting strength to lift her head by the chin. May's eyes were filled to the brim with tears. I've never been happier that I got to meet you. Izuku let go of her chin, his hand going into his suit, pulling out an envelope. Handing it to May, he looked up into the sky, the rain falling on his face as he was pulled into a hug by his only family. The light that he had purged from himself returned to his eyes. I'm glad that nightmare didn't come to your. Izuku never got to finish his sentence. Silence took over. As the rain continued to fall on Japan, everyone clung to their television screens. Izuku Midoriya, the true savior that was Lucifer, had died that night in the embrace of his family, staring at the gates of heaven that were sure to accept him. A pair of green-yellow colored eyes gazed upward. A young boy who by the looks of it was no older than 4 stared at the golden statue in front of him. The boy's eyes etched its features deep within his mind. The statue of Lucifer was as brilliant as ever. Japan's savior was forever immortalized by the work of art. Raising his head, the boy moved to copy the statue's pose. Chest puffed out, the boy looked in the direction of Tartarus. In his imagination, he too imagined a pair of wings adorning his back spread wide. The people on the sidewalk smiled, seeing the young boy pose. Closing his eyes, the boy felt a sting in his left eye, causing the boy to let out a small groan before a voice suddenly caught his attention. Hikari, Hikari. Looking, the boy saw his older sister, her white hair and red eyes searching the area in a slight panic. Shaking the pain in his left eye, the young boy smiled before yelling, Eri. Catching the 14-year-old girl's attention, the now named Hikari saw his older sister look at where he was. Relief washed over Eri's face before she ran over to the young boy, grabbing him into a hug. That hug didn't last for long as Eri pulled away, giving a small glare to the boy. Hikari, I thought I told you to stay with me. Mama was going crazy when she saw that you weren't there. Being scolded, Hikari looked down. I am sorry, but I wanted to see the statue. Pointing to the statue, he saw Eri look over. Once her eyes fell on the statue, a small smile came from Eri's lips. To Hikari, it looked a bit sad, but the smile quickly disappeared from Eri's face. Come on, Hikari, we have to get back to Mama. Eri opened up her hand. Hikari took it as the two walked down the street together. Taking their time, Hikari looked at everyone who passed by. The area was peaceful. From what Hikari had learned from his mother and sister, Japan was once a chaotic place until Lucifer had saved them. He was the reason people today could live so freely. From their stories, Hikari had grown to admire Lucifer. But he wasn't the only one. Many kids his age too, and even older, held great admiration for Japan's savior. Breathing in some of the fresh air, Hikari smiled as he held Eri's hand tighter, the girl tightening her grip as in the distance they heard some distant yelling. Where are my babies? You, have you seen my babies? Oh no. Come on, Hikari, we have to hurry before Mama hurts someone. Eri lifted Hikari, putting the child in her arms as she ran full speed ahead. Hikari, looking from his raised vantage point, was able to see his mother, a beautiful woman with the same eyes as him, pink hair, and a very mature body, currently latched onto a man's collar, shaking him while screaming in his face, asking if he had seen her babies. The man who she was shaking was already passed out by this point, having been shaken so violently. Mama, yelling, Eri got the woman's attention. The woman, seeing her, suddenly dropped the man to the floor without care before she ran over to them both. With a smile, she spoke. There you both are. Hikari, what do you have to say for leaving your mama behind? You and your sister are my most precious babies. Do you understand how I would feel if I lost you? A young woman who looked no older than 22 years old hugged the both of them tightly. This woman was Mei Hatsum, CEO of Hatsum Enterprise, the #1 support company in Japan. Her popularity was the result of the information being leaked that she was the inventor who designed and made Lucifer's weapons, suit, and mask. This of course had her popularity skyrocket even before she had graduated from UA 4 years ago. This along with her beauty had many suitors requesting her hand in marriage. However, it was soon found out that she was already married, causing many to give up. Those who didn't at first eventually did once they saw how eccentric May was, causing many to lose interest. Not that she cared. "I'm sorry, Mama." A little sad, Hikari apologized but brightened up when May rubbed his head. Looking up at his mom, Hikari saw the woman smiling before he was taken from Yuri's arms and into hers. "It's okay. Just make sure either I'm or your sister is with you, okay?" Nodding, Hikari hugged his mom. "Okay. Good. Come on, we have to hurry if we make your quirk appointment." Being set on his feet, Hikari felt his hands being grabbed by May and Yuri, the trio walking down the street, walking over the man who May had knocked out. It took around 10 minutes of walking for the family to reach their destination, that being the hospital based in Hasu City. Entering, May quickly gave her name and they were directed to the waiting room. While Hikari played with the other children but was overcome with pain that constantly annoyed him. His left eye would sting, causing him to keep it closed, and his skin felt like it was heating in certain sections, in particular his left arm, causing a small amount of irritation. Naturally, the boy had complained to May about this, but she only told him it was probably signs of his quirk manifesting. Eventually, they heard a nurse's voice call out to them. "Excuse me, Mrs. Hatsume. Recovery girl will see you now." Thanking the woman, May took Hikari and Yuri to the examination room, and walking in, Hikari and Yuri lit up with smiles. "Grandma." Running, they hugged tightly onto Recovery Girl, the woman looking drastically different from how she did years ago. Instead of her normal older appearance, she was now younger and in her mid-30s. This was provided with Yuri using her quirk to restore the woman's health. "There's my beautiful grandchildren." With a large smile, Chio opened her arms, welcoming the hug she got from her grandkids. May, watching, laughed. "I can never get used to seeing you like this. Trust me, it's still hard realizing I'm young again, but this is what he wanted." Recovery Girl trailed off as her hand went to stroke her grandchildren's hair. "Anyways, I hear you came for your quirk test today, Sonny." Pinching Hikari's cheek, Chio smiled as the boy nodded his head. "About that, Chio, Hikari has been saying his eye and skin have been hurting. Could this be part of his quirk awakening?" May, moving to sit in one of the many seats within the office, looked to the hero, who took her words into deep consideration. "Perhaps, but before I can say for sure, we will need to run tests." Looking to her side, Chio pressed a small button, calling in a nurse. When the assistant arrived, Chio had asked her to take Hikari to the examination room. First, they were going to check on Hikari's physical condition before drawing his blood and taking x-rays. This wasn't something Chio had a direct hand in, so instead she stayed with Yuri and May. With just the three of them, May was the first to speak. "So Chio, how are things at UA since I've been gone? Oh, and how is Ibara adjusting to her new position?" Clearing her throat, Chio smiled. "Things are going smoothly despite some of the teachers being quirkless. The entrance exam this year was truly a sight to behold. Many of the applicants seem to have been following his example. As for Shizaki, she has settled into the teacher role quite well. Her class about Lucifer's ethics and principles has garnered the favor of many students." May let out a small laugh before looking over at Yuri. "How about Yuri? Is she as good in the medical field as you are?" Rubbing the girl's head, May wondered about Yuri's studies. Recently, Chio had taken the young girl under her wing. With her quirk, Yuri was perfect for the doctor route. Of course, neither May nor Chio pushed her to go down this route and left it up to choice, but Yuri had chosen to become one, and Chio was more than happy to help. "She's doing well. I'd say she's a natural." Yuri blushed under the praise but smiled nonetheless. "It's thanks to you for helping me, Grandma." "You don't have to thank me, Yuri. I'll always be there for you and your brother." The atmosphere within the room was lifted as the trio kept conversing, catching up on many small details, including new upcoming projects that May and her husband were working on. After some time passed the room, the door opened with Hikari walking in. Having been reported on Hikari's physical condition, Chio smiled. "Well, it seems there is nothing to worry about. As it turns out, that pain is just his quirk awakening." Smiling at the file, she closed it. "Since there are no problems, we can proceed with determining his quirk." The procedures that followed were quite simple. A blood draw and an x-ray later, all they waited for the results. As they sat there, the pain Hikari was feeling slowly faded, allowing him to once again get comfortable. It was during this grace period that Hikari, looking up to his mother, asked a question. "Mama, will I have a quirk like Dad's?" May, looking at her son, put a finger on her chin. "Maybe. Why, you don't want Mama's quirk?" Pouting, she teased Hikari, who stuttered. "And no, I just..." "Hikari, I was joking, sweetie. I'm sure you'll get your father's quirk, and even not, I'm sure he'll still love you no matter what. Quirks aren't everything." Hugging the boy into her bosom, May only let go as the door opened and Chio stepped in, another file in her hands. "So, what are the results?" Chio, who sported a large and happy smile, simply handed the file to May. "It's best that you see it for yourself." Opening the file, May's eyes lit up as she read the information in front of her. "Mom, what my quirk?" Anxious, Hikari looked to his mother, wondering what his quirk was. They only looked down, her smile growing even wider. "This is something we should discuss with your father." But whining Hikari pouted, looking into his mother's eyes, but the woman wouldn't budge. Come on Hikari, listen to mama, be patient. At Uri's words, Hikari stopped complaining, sitting down and crossing his arms. Okay. Letting out a laugh, Chiyo dug into her desk, pulling out a lollipop and handing it to Hikari before leaning toward him. Don't be sad. Believe me, when your father sees your quirk, he's going to be the happiest person alive. Hikari smiled, his determination to wait and show his father being conveyed through his eyes. Due to the all-worthy scene, no one saw Hikari's left eye dim compared to his right one. Well, I think it's time we get home. May, speaking, sat up from her chair, standing, grabbing her purse and slinging it over her shoulder. Nodding, Uri too stood up, helping Hikari down from the hospital bed. Bye, Grandma. Giving one last hug to the Chiyo, they pulled apart, with Chiyo waving them out. Bye, I love you both. We love you too. Uri and Hikari ran out of the room. May and Chiyo, still inside, looked at each other before they hugged. Thank you, Chiyo. It was good seeing you. It was good seeing you too, dearie. Tell that idiotic husband of yours I said hello. Smiling, May nodded before she too exited the room. Meeting up with Uri and May, the group headed back home, which wasn't far from the hospital, around a 15-minute walk, going the opposite way of Lucifer's statue. Although it was supposed to be a short walk, May, Hikari, and Uri more than tripled the time it took to get home, stopping for groceries, treats, and clothes as a sort of celebration for Hikari's quirk. By the time they arrived in their neighborhood, the sun was already beginning to set. Leisurely walking through the neighborhood, May held several bags in her arms, her head turning back to see Uri and Hikari walking hand in hand. The sight warmed her heart before she turned her head back around, stopping her walk as she saw her home. Although it wasn't all that flashy, it was a beautiful 2-story, 3-bathroom, and 3-bedroom home. It was simple, but to May, simplicity is what made her love it. Walking up the driveway, May had set the bags down for a minute, fishing her keys out of her purse. Unlocking the door, she pushed it open, only for Hikari to rush inside. Whoa there. Taking a second, May yelled. Hikari, no running in the house. Sighing, May put a hand to her forehead. Uri, Snowball, could you help me carry the groceries inside? Okay. Without protest, Uri picked up some of the bags on the floor, lifting them as she carried them into the house. May, carrying what Uri couldn't, entered the house, her eyes scanning the living room. Most of the furniture inside was expensive. Initially, May had been against having such expensive items in her home, but her husband had convinced her otherwise, so eventually, she gave in. Setting the bags on the kitchen counter, May reached up to her head, moving her hair behind her ear. She had long abandoned the dreadlock look, opting instead for her naturally wavy hair. She had also cut it short in recent years, allowing more of her beautiful face to show. All right, kids, go and settle down. I got to get dinner started before your father comes home. May cracked her knuckles as she adorned herself with a small apron that hung in the kitchen. Uri and Hikari both smiled before heading over to the living room and turning on the TV. Hearing them watching cartoons, May dove into the grocery bags, bringing out ingredient after ingredient. She had vastly changed since her time in UA. When she was a first year, she would barely sleep, let alone eat, and she couldn't cook worth a damn. Now, however, she was quite confident in her skills. Having a child and getting married can change people. It was funny. When she was younger, she never thought she would ever experience something like this. Instead, she believed she would be living in a small apartment on the edge of a city, only eating microwaved food. It was these thoughts that allowed May to smile, glad that the younger her's belief didn't come true. The idea of living such a life now was terrifying. She would never trade this life for another chance. Slicing the vegetables, May turned the stove on, readying a pan before dropping the sliced tomatoes, onions, and carrots inside. The smells that radiated from the kitchen had the kids' stomachs growling. Uri and Hikari couldn't wait for their father to get home, and for the food to be done. Around 30 minutes passed, and the dinner May was making was nearing completion when the door to the home opened. Looking at the kids, and May smiled. Entering the home, a man stood tall. The man was around a foot or so taller than May, with mid-length black hair with the sides shaven down, blood-red eyes, gentle but also intimidating. His jaw was shaved clean, and his attire consisted of a white button-up, black tie, black pants, and black work shoes. The man has well-defined muscles showing through his white shirt, and his jaw is sharp. His name is Sassy Hatsushimi, husband and partner of May and Hatsum Industries, respectfully. Darling, Dad. Uri, Hikari, and May ran toward Sassy. Uri and Hikari jumped toward him. He was kneeling to catch them. With no effort, the man hoisted the two kids up in his arms. Kissing Uri on her horn and Hikari on his forehead, he spoke, his voice deep. Did you miss me? Chuckling, he was stopped when a pair of arms snaked their way around his neck. Looking ahead, Sassy leaned and capturing the lips of May, who initiated a welcome home kiss. EWWW. Pulling away Sassy and May smiled at their kids before he set the two on their feet. Well, you're just in time. Dinner is ready. May moved over back to the kitchen, the kids shouting in excitement as Uri helped set the plates down. Sassy, wasting no time, also helped lift Hikari into his seat as Uri finished setting down the plates. With that done, May put her cooking onto the plates. It wasn't anything fancy, just plain tonkatsu with rice and vegetables, but it was appetizing nonetheless. After saying their thanks, the family dug in compliments to May being thrown about the table as they enjoyed their dinner. It was a joyous time. Casual and loving conversations were thrown about until one particular topic came about. "So Hikari, I heard you went to see what your quirk was." "Yeah, but Mama wouldn't let me see it." Raising an eyebrow, Sassy looked to May, silently asking a question. "I was told it was better to see it for yourself." Getting up from the table, May went to the counter. Her purse was on before rummaging through the bag and pulling out a file. Sitting back down, she handed it to her husband, who opened it, reading it closely, saying nothing. Hikari waited for his father to say something, his hand going to nervously rub his fluffy black and pink tinted hair. Eventually, Sassy closed the file before looking at May. He had yet to say a word, only setting down the file. Hikari watched as his father rose from his seat, walking over to him. Closing his eyes in fear of having disappointed him, Hikari was surprised to feel a hand on his head. Looking, he saw his dad smiling brightly at him. "Hikari, you have no idea how proud you've made me, but listen closely, okay?" Sassy kneeled down, his eyes going serious, staring into Hikari's. Nodding, Hikari was prepared. "Your quirk is very powerful, but that also means it's very dangerous. Things might change for you after it fully manifests. You might not understand it now, but when the time comes, it'll be right there with you." Hikari nodded before the boy was pulled into a hug. "Now come on, let's finish up our dinner." Leaning close, Sassy whispered, "Tomorrow I and you will go out and get some ice cream. Just don't tell your mother." Laughing, Hikari smiled. "What are you two talking about?" May, looking at the pair, crossed her arms, her eyes narrowed into a mock glare. "Nothing." Yelling out, Hikari stuffed his mouth with food while Sassy just whistled, moving back to his seat. Dinner ended and Sassy carried a sleeping Eri and Hikari in his arms. Carrying them to their rooms, he tucked them in first, Eri kissing the girl gently on the horn before he left to Hikari's room. Unlike the pink Eri had in hers, Hikari's room was decorated in a more grayish color. Tucking the young boy in, Sassy tucked him in, pulling the blanket over Hikari's small body. "He really takes after you." Turning, Sassy watched as May, who was dressed in a tank top and pajama bottoms, entered the room, hugging him while looking down at Hikari. "Yeah, he does." Taking May's hand, Sassy's eyes darkened. "It's going to be difficult with his quirk, understanding it and controlling it. He won't live my life. He can't overcome his obstacles with hatred. He won't have to." May leaned, kissing her beloved husband on the cheek. "He has us. And more importantly, he has you." Nodding, Sassy held May by her hips, giving her a deep, loving kiss. "Let's let him sleep." Moving, both of them left the room, closing it behind them. Now in the upstairs hallway, they walked to their bedroom door, but before Sassy opened it, he looked to the stairs. "Go on, but don't take too long." Looking at May, he smiled before nodding. "I'll be back." Going to the stairs, he walked down before going through a single door. Opening it, he flicked on the light switch, closing the door behind him and locking it. Alone, he looked through the office space before going over to the desk that was pushed against the wall. Leaning down, he opened the cabinet. Reaching inside, he pulled out a burgundy wooded trunk. Placing it on the desk, he undid the latches before he slowly opened it. Grabbing the black cloth that lay inside, he unraveled the object. Picking it up, he attached it to his lower face, taking in a deep breath as his body rippled. Sassy's black hair now had forest green highlights with a large white patch in the front. His right eye turned vibrant emerald green and the skin around his left eye cracked. Lucifer was alive and breathing. Lucifer, reaching back into the trunk, pulled out several strips of paper, all of them being news headlines. All of them had different titles. The Savior of Japan dead. Izuku Midoriya's real identity, Lucifer. Lucifer's dark past revealed. Inko Midoriya jailed. Public outrage against quirkless abuse. Aldera Middle School closed. Staff facing prosecution. Are the allegations against Katsuki Bakugo true? Former Shiksu student Kami Utashima's involvement in Izuku Midoriya's past. Anonymous source reveals pictures of Izuku Midoriya's living conditions as a child. UA principal steps forward against Inko Midoriya. And Aldera Middle School. Inko Midoriya killed in prison. Reading the headlines, Lucifer smiled under his mask. This had all started after his death. Just thinking about that day had Lucifer's smile widened, remembering the details. Staring at the sky, Lucifer remained unmoving. And if he was being honest, it was really difficult for him to do so. Hearing the wailing sobs of Eri and May had pushed him to the edge, but he remained steadfast. He sat in the same position for hours, his eyes unblinking, his breaths too shallow to even be seen. While the glamour he kept on his body remained strong. He stayed in the same position even as the police and paramedics showed up, pulling Eri and May off of his supposed dead body. Lucifer remembered being placed in a black body bag. He saw it being zipped up and closing him in darkness. Once he was fully covered, Lucifer blinked, waiting as he felt his body being lifted into an ambulance. It was a silent and long ride after that. Lucifer remembered it vividly. He remembered the feeling of being lifted out of the ambulance, and he remembered being placed onto a metal table. It was at that moment Lucifer went back to his previous position, the bag he was in slowly being opened. Several medical examiners checked him, looking at the wounds his illusion body had. Of course, they were all fake, all being made from glamour but with OFAS enhancement. The examiners were none the wiser. It took hours of them poking around his body and finding his cause of death that the next phase of Lucifer's plan was enacted. Being taken off the table, Lucifer found himself being placed within one of the morgue's many body-sized freezers. Once the door was closed on him, Lucifer's body rippled, the illusion fading off his body. His once ripped suit was replaced by an almost brand new looking one except for the dust that coated the front. The blood on his face, hands, and side also disappeared. The reason for his perfect condition was simple. It had started while he was in Hasu City. Lucifer knew that All for One wouldn't come for him straight away. He already knew what kind of person the villain was. He had already deduced long ago that All for One was a coward. He knew Lucifer was stronger, which was why he sent people to injure him. All for One will only fight directly if he feels he has the direct advantage, such as the case with the fight with All Might. During that time, All Might's limit was already stretched thin from the USJ and saving Bakugo. As such, it was perfectly reasonable to speculate that if Lucifer were to possibly be injured, only then he would fight. That was why he had played the fool. Lady Nagant's shots never hit their mark even once. The gashes in his flesh were last-minute illusions created to make it look like he had been grazed. The explosion that resulted from All for One detonating her as a suicide bomb had also failed to injure him due to some quick thinking. After he threw Lady Nagant towards the villains, he had activated Black Whip, wrapping his entire body in a hard shell while using the feathers of his wings to brace himself further. It was then he used glamour to make it appear that he had failed to react. Even being buried under rubble was his doing. Whilst he was trapped, he had used zero gravity to keep the rocks directly above him from falling while applying even more wounds to his body. Then it was the fight with Stain and Moonfish. Stain's sword never drew any of Lucifer's own blood. Each time Stain came close to piercing him, he combined both creation and glamour. Every time the sword came close to him, he would create an illusion while using creation to spread fake blood onto Stain's sword. With Moonfish it was even easier than that. The initial spike did almost hit his stomach, but using Warp Gate he avoided the blade. Instead of hitting him, it had been warped to pierce straight into the dying Overhaul's skull. It was one of those blink and you'll miss it moments. After that it was breaking the spike and killing both Stain and Moonfish. That part was easy. Then the fated time was when All for One arrived. Of course, that was after he acted like he was already on the verge of breaking. Then the fight ensued, though Lucifer was only stalling during this. Every time he was hit, he used Black Whip and Steel to lessen the impact on his body. His show of weakness was also just a front. During the entire fight, Lucifer had limited the usage of his quirk to a mere 5%. In reality, the most damage All for One had done was causing dust to get on his suit. His vain and useless struggles were also done just to cause All for One boredom. He had talked a big talk to make the villain expect a grand fight, only for it to be one-sided. The plan to use the quirk erasing bullets was also his intention from the beginning. However, he couldn't outright pull his gun out and fire. No, he had to show a desperation that could only be seen on the verge of death. That fake desperation was something Lucifer had been good at since as a child. He experienced that same desperation every time he woke up. Killing All for One after that wasn't an issue either, rather that was the most enjoyable part. At the end, that was what led him to this very moment. Laying in the freezer, Lucifer wrapped his body in 2 layers of Black Whip. Making a funnel between the 2 layers, he activated Todoroki's fire, keeping his body warm while the outside stayed blistering cold. In his head, the boy began counting down the hours. 96 hours remaining. After 4 days had passed, Lucifer heard talking from outside the freezer. Acting quickly, he deactivated his quirks before applying glamour to himself once more. As he finished setting himself up, the door to his freezer opened before the metal tray he laid on was pulled out. Once free, the face of Recovery Girl took up his vision before she spoke. "Do you have any idea the strings I had to pull to get here?" Blinking, Lucifer sat up. "And I thank you for this." "Don't thank me yet, Sonny. You better hurry if you're going to be on time. Trust me, you've incurred the wrath of 2 women. You might die for real." That was right. Recovery Girl had known about his planned death for months. During the first time Lucifer had infiltrated UA after going rogue, he and Chiyo had a little chat. He had told her about his planned death, saying that he needed her cooperation. He explained that this was the only way for him, Eri, and Mei to ever live peacefully. After going into detail, Recovery Girl had accepted Lucifer's plan. In this, they were silent partners. Everything fell into place from there. He died, and she, using her medical connections, would free him from the morgue. Izuku smiled at Chiyo, hooping off the metal tray before he hugged the woman. "Really, thank you so much." Chiyo slowly returned the hug. "Of course, Sonny, but what are you going to do about your missing body?" Opening his hand, Lucifer formed a mud clone, the being taking the exact same death pose as he did, the wounds appearing on its body. Pushing the clone back into the freezer, he disguised himself as an examiner using glamour. Together, the both of them had strolled out of the morgue and out onto the streets. From there they separated, Lucifer heading to Inko's old apartment. When he had arrived, he went to the dining room table. Sitting on top were 2 duffel bags and a single laptop. Opening up the laptop, he pushed a single button. Multiple files containing pictures of his scars and living conditions were sent to the police and multiple media outlets. Along with the pictures was Lucifer's entire story. His recounts of the abuse and his scars and the resembled acts committed on him by his tormentors. During the 3 days at the mountain villa, Lucifer had more than enough time to set all of this up. With his warping quirk, getting from location to location was as easy as blinking. The files weren't all that he prepared during that time. Opening up the duffel bags, multiple credit cards, several passports, a social security card, a birth certificate, and multiple licenses were inside. Opening up the passport, Lucifer read the information inside. He had forged a new identity and siphoned the money that the Hoff had, which meant funds from Redestro's support company and the feel-good record label were all his, both of which equated to over 300 million. Still reading the passport, Lucifer suddenly changed, black mist spreading over his body as he became who he created. His hair turned black, his eyes became blood red, and the marks on his body disappeared. Since Izuku Midoriya was dead, he had to become someone else. He had to become Sassy Hatsushimi, a 20-year-old graduate of a private support school based in America with rich parents who unfortunately died, leaving him their only son, their inheritance. No family connections whatsoever and no arrest record on file. He was spotless. His quirk, welding, currently jobless and looking to start his own hero support gear company. Closing the bag with all his new personal information, he opened the other bag, pulling out a pile of fresh clothes. Quickly he undressed, stuffing his suit, gloves, dagger, mask, holsters, and last remaining pistol into the bag. Dressing up in a hoodie, jeans, and a pair of black and white sneakers, he grabbed the laptop before snapping it in half. With his clothes and new identity secured, he closed both duffel bags before leaving the apartment, never to return. Running down the street, Lucifer passed several groups of people who were all working together to restore the broken streets of Musutafu. As he ran, murmurs of his death reached his ears. He smiled brightly. He was free. Hikage's voice was no longer heard in his head, and he could no longer feel the past users of OFA present. With all for one dead, All Might quirkless, and now Izuku Midoriya, the last successor of both quirks, dead, the long stupid cycle that had brought ruin to Japan was over. The quirk AFO and OFA no longer existed. They simply died with Japan's true and final savior. With euphoria running through his system, Sassy's pace quickened as he neared his meeting point. The beach that had started his crusade gave him the power to protect the few people he loved. Dagaba Municipal Beach. Arriving, Sassy smiled as he saw 2 figures watching the waves. Walking down the steps and onto the sand, he spoke out, the duffel bags he was holding dropping. "I see that you read my letter." Watching, Sassy watched as May and Eri turned, looking at him with tears in their eyes. Even with his appearance changed, they still recognized him. Silence took over as May took a few steps forward, raising her hand before slapping Sassy across the cheek. Sassy stayed quiet as he looked at the near-sobbing girl, wrapping her in a hug. He felt her resist at first before she clung onto him, crying, "Ew, stupid bastard." Holding May, he felt a tug at his pants. Looking, he saw Eri. Picking her up, he held her tight to Eri, crying into his neck. "Papa." Her voice broke heavily. Sassy, holding them, closed his eyes, a few stray tears leaking from his eyes. "I'm sorry." The 3 stayed in their hug, their long-awaited reunion only disturbed by the sniffling sobs of May and Eri. Each time they cried, Sassy only tightened his hold, repeating that he was sorry multiple times. "I'm sorry. I promise you both I'll never leave you ever again." In May's left hand, a paper fell from her grip, it flying through the wind before falling onto the ground. It was the letter that Lucifer had given May before his death. "May and Eri, I'm sorry that you both will have to find out this way, but I want you both to know that I'm still alive. That day after I fought All for One, I decided to fake my own death. I don't expect you to understand, but this was the only way the 3 of us could live free. Had I stayed alive, I would have been hunted by every hero in the country. Although I stopped a dangerous villain, the Hero Association won't look too kindly on the deeds that I have done. I didn't want to put such a burden on both of your shoulders. It wasn't what you deserved, so before that could happen, I died. I had planned this since the beginning, and soon I will obtain a new identity and a new life. Although Izuku may have died, that doesn't mean my love for you both did. That had remained with me all this time. I understand if you are angry, but if there is a chance you don't, I want you to meet me at Dagaba Municipal Beach on this day. I want to start my new life with you both. If you don't show, we'll assume you both hadn't forgiven me. And if that is the case, I can only wish you happiness. I love you both." May, snuggling into Sassy's chest, smiled. "I'll always love you, dummy." Eri too smiled in her papa's embrace. "Please don't leave again." Lucifer smiled as the memory faded from his head. Taking off his mask, he set it down on the desk. Things after that day on the beach had gone by in the blink of an eye. May had graduated from the support course with top marks, and with his backing opened up one of the largest support companies in Japan. After they had opened up their company, May had gotten pregnant with Hikari, and Eri had been taken as an apprentice by Recovery Girl. In the years that followed, his story was passed around society like All Might's once had. His influence branched into almost every form of media, a documentary even being made about him. Although things were great for him, the same couldn't be said for his tormentors. Inko had been found guilty of child abuse, child neglect, emotional abuse, assault, battery against a minor, and many more. With testimonies from Nezu along with the leaked pictures, Inko was given life without parole. In prison, things had only gotten worse, as a year after she was incarcerated she had been stabbed to death in the showers, her crimes apparently having been leaked to the other inmates by some unknown party. Katsuki Bakugo had finally awakened from his coma, but due to the shock of losing his quirk and leg, he was reduced to a vegetative state. His reputation was slandered and ruined. His name was changed to protect him. Currently, he resides in a care home with no sign of snapping out of his condition. Kami Utsushimi had been paralyzed from the waist down, now using a wheelchair to move. Like Bakugo, her reputation was ruined, and without a quirk, she was expelled from Shiketsu High indefinitely. Due to her disability, she was unable to be sent to prison from her involvement in Izuku's abuse, but was still placed under tight restrictions and had her police record marked with her crimes. The staff of Aldera High School had also been investigated and prosecuted. As of now, every member involved with Izuku's abuse are now rotting in prison on multiple life sentences with no chance of parole soon. With a wicked smile, Sassy spoke, "You have lost the game." He had won. He had everything he could ever want. He dominated and destroyed anything in his path. The people who had tortured, humiliated, and abused him had lost everything. He had come out on top after years of being kicked down to the bottom. Chuckling, he turned, walking to the door, opening it before he turned off the lights. As the door slowly closed, the light of the hallway that shone on Lucifer's mask was replaced by a dark shadow. Finally, the door closed and the reign of Lucifer had ended permanently. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.